And by the way, I should say, all this will be grist for legal challenges. If this is a really, really close election and it's decided again by a few thousand votes in Georgia, North Carolina, or Pennsylvania, and Philadelphia, and polls were kept open in heavily Democratic areas, which these probably are, beyond the time that, you know, I can see, you know, election lawyers licking their lips in anticipation about challenging.
To disenfranchise the poor, those who are not able to go earlier, they're going after they get off of work. They're targeting the areas where people have to stay in the line in order to vote. And if they're scared, they're going to go home. But some folks are staying around because they want to exercise that right.
Yeah, but hoax calls and bomb threats are nothing new. I mean, they're not exclusive to this election, and they won't be exclusive to this election.
Right.
What's not usual is that, you know, someone, a party leader, talks about a candidate, talks about massive cheating at you know, at this stage in the evening.
Yeah, I mean, as Mark was saying earlier, there is a sense of deja vu, isn't there, Mark? I mean, we've got about a minute 30, actually less than a minute now, just a minute 10, actually, until the first polls close. But Georgia, one of those key battleground states, as we said, some of those precincts have remained open, but polls will be closing in about 50 seconds in Georgia, alongside a number of other states, 6 states alongside Georgia, and there will be 60 electoral college votes that have been up for grabs. But it is Georgia that we will be watching very closely, because that is the battleground state that we're waiting to see what happens. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia will also be closing in about 20 seconds.
There we go.
Yeah, 16 electoral college votes. It's such an important state, the heart of electoral fraud. So I mean, it's a big moment.
Yes.
We'll do it. It'd be cool if I could get more than one in there. That'd be cool.
And there we are.
There we are.
Polls have closed.
Polls are closed.
Well, we're finding out the latest about Georgia, but they've closed in Indiana, in Kentucky, in South Carolina, in some very different states up in the north, in Virginia and Vermont. But Georgia is the interesting one. We will be fixing on 16 electoral college votes. Biden won it marginally. I think 11,000 votes in 2020. It was the closest vote in that election, and polling suggests it will be close again, Mark.
It was there. It was where that famous phone call came from. The 2nd of January 2021. Trump called Brad Raffensperger, the Secretary of State in Georgia, the guy in charge of the election process there, and said, find me 11,780 votes. That, of course, the number he needed to win. And that then became the center of one of Donald Trump's court cases. So it's a key place. It's a place both sides want to win.
I guess that was the earlier.
We have our first result.
All right, here we go.
And there it is. No great surprise. And a large margin of victory. But Donald Trump is projected winner of Kentucky. 8 electoral votes go to Donald Trump.
Got it down there.
Very red, as you can see. A Southern Democrat, Jimmy Carter, I think, was successful in '76. Clinton, maybe. I think I remember. But
it is a Republican state, as you say, so no surprises there. Donald Trump won it by 62%. But I think we can also show you Vermont. Vermont has just 3 electoral college votes. And again, no surprises. The projected winner, Kamala Harris there. Joe Biden won it by 66%.
Yeah, and they're predicting that without
the projected winner of Vermont.
I don't think they've counted any votes yet.
Well, yes, because and that's because, you know, we know some things stay the same. It's
but there are some states in this country who haven't seen the candidates at all. They don't bother to even travel to these states because they know that they said something about a merger in it for one or other candidate. So there are large parts of this country which may have
Can't
missed
imagine
that there's an
they have
election
much
on. I
by
doubt
way
it.
of
But
learning.
the candidates wouldn't have been there. There are other states where
Maybe.
they are all the time.
They're
Vermont,
in,
Pretty
New
cool
England,
though,
not
huh?
so much.
Well, that was one of the mistakes
Thank
that
you,
Hillary
everybody,
Clinton
for
made
showing
during
up.
her
I don't
race,
know. We're
not
going to
going
have
to
a
Michigan
small
and
crowd.
ultimately
I do
losing
think,
Not
Michigan
going to Wisconsin.
and
I
not
do
going to
think you should listen
Wisconsin
to,
at all.
we can have a look at Georgia. There we are.
Hayes.
And there
Look back and
is,
forth.
as
He's
we've
probably
heard,
very
some sort of
entertaining.
problems, some sort of delay. But that is a very big state in terms of both electoral college votes, but also how tight
This guy's
it
good.
is.
Let me show you.
Usually a Republican state, but as I say,
Let me
Biden
see
won
if I
very
can
closely.
find this.
Yeah, I mean, Mark was saying there that
I mean, I like this guy if I can find him. Let's see how I do it. Can I share? Oh, here.
Take back a majority and control. Of course, only one seat if Donald Trump wins.
Oh, I didn't. I got to turn the other one off, don't I? There we go. Turned it off. I'm still learning how to, in a clunky way, go through this. Let's see. Is it over here? Yeah.
The vice president would then have a vote. In the House, it's the Republicans currently control all 435 seats up for grabs. Democrats tonight, remember this number, they need just 4 seats to flip the House. Can either party pull this off tonight? And a reminder, we may not be able to project a winner tonight in the presidential race. Of course, that's okay. We're used to that in this country. It doesn't mean there's a problem. It just means the ballots are still being counted in what is already expected to be a very close election. Our powerhouse political team is here to break this down. They're all in the room with me tonight. Lindsay Davis here at the desk, Mark Doraditz, Mary Bruce, John Carl, Rachel Scott, Rick Klein over at the big board, and all of our experts here, Terry Moran, our analysts, Pierre Thomas, Aaron Katursky, our legal team standing by too, should anything come up over the course of the night.
Oh, it's
Take a
not
look
up
across
there.
the country tonight, fanned out in all the battleground states, our team tracking all of the key races for you. We're going to be with you all night. We'll be here for several nights if that's what it takes as these results come in. Lindsay Davis, the first results come in from these exit polls, which are very revealing about what might be driving voters. I know this is early. These are preliminary exit polls, but what do they show so far?
Sure, and very interesting when you're thinking about what motivated voters as they mark issue. But here we see the economy, the second place issue here. Now, it's too early to know the impact of that, but it is certainly significant to know. Followed by abortion, then immigration.
I'm leaving it. No way we're listening to that. I want to go to I want to go to survey says. I want to go to this guy right here.
Vote, as Andrew asked in chat. So yeah. Volusia County, he's up by 19. What was Volusia last cycle? It was a 14-point win. But again, it's going to probably get redder because the election day votes were redder. You talk about seniors, Sumter County, that's where the villages are. 91% of the vote is in. Trump is winning at 68-32. He won it, again, that's roughly in line with what he won it by last time. So not really a big improvement, but the election day vote probably does end up breaking his way. And some of these counties are more elastic than others. So Florida, I mean, it's apparent that Donald Trump is going to win the state of Florida at this point.
This guy.
So the New York Times is back, really.
And
they finally, okay, they are back. They have it at 30%, by the way.
Election was stolen
in Florida.
But he is a Trumpster.
So we'll see.
And
We'll see what
His
happens, guys. But
analysis is
Florida,
amazing.
where are those votes coming
He's
in?
very conservative.
Broward County, he's at 39% in
calling
Broward.
for
Broward, he's at 39. Really? That's
surprises
crazy.
tonight.
He was at 34 in the end total. He's now at 39% in Broward County. He might even break 40 in Broward.
Wow.
Sarasota, he's up by
Broward.
13 in Sarasota. Sarasota, last time he won by 10. So when you look at this, you can kind of see how it's shaking out.
Let's see what you guys are saying.
In the state of Florida, it's looking to be very good for Donald Trump. He's going to probably easily win Florida. There's really no question I think anyone really had about Florida.
Third quarter, $1 billion.
Yeah, this is not good for Harris there. Georgia, very few votes are reported. Twiggs County reported half its ballots. Trump is up by 9. But again, they're counting the early votes first there. We know that it's going to get probably redder. Twiggs County, if we could even find it. Where is Twiggs? It's south of
I can go to right
Macon.
side. Would you prefer that?
Yeah, 53-46. So he's already outrunning his total.
Let me
Yeah, he's already outrunning in Twiggs. I don't know how the rest of the vote's going to come in, but that's good for Trump. If he's outrunning his totals, then he's doing what he needs to do.
I have right side, bro.
In that respective county. So that's good for him. So Florida, he's leading Florida by 3 already. That's what he won it by last cycle. Miami-Dade is interesting. If he flips he could flip Miami-Dade. What does West Palm do? What does Osceola do? Orange County, he's already at 41% in the early vote in Orange County. Last cycle, he was only at 38% in the
top screen. You're going to hear 2 noises for the time being. Sorry.
Because people wonder, are you just going to one small?
I'm getting rid of the other noise.
I know you guys don't, but it seems like the left polls, the liberal ones do.
So here's a fact for everybody, and everybody's going to say, "Well, I've never been
That's
polled."
a good choice.
The truth is, you probably never are, and polling will always exist, but year after year it gets harder because of all the spam calls out there, because of people fragmenting like how they communicate with folks. We try to keep a very steady methodology, and we poll continuously, and I think that's what makes us more accurate. Because a lot of these guys just disappear for 4 years and then stick their heads up above water and try and see how good they are. But we've been able to tune our system, and so we have been landline robo-dialing for years and years.
I think that's a good choice.
We're pretty confident in our ability there. And people will say, "Oh, there's no more landlines." Well, there actually are 90 million of them, and we have almost 500,000 people who regularly answer the phone.
I could probably do it
now. They're almost all over 50.
I could do this,
but so is over half the electorate. So it kind of works out. And in my opinion, those people are a really good addition to the poll because they more closely reflect the civic-minded individual that is actually getting up off the couch to vote. Now, the other half of our polling comes from online panels, and there are so many fragmented different ways that you can do this. A lot of pollsters are 100% online now. I think that's dangerous. And most people basically sit at home and take surveys for money. So oftentimes you're just trying to rush through the survey. You got to do a lot of data cleanup.
And Virginia,
and a lot of people have had problems with that. It's one of the reasons that Republicans are trailing Trump in the ballots in the Senate races. A lot of people on the online panels have no idea who these people are. But again, I think the reason we're doing okay is because we don't have major left-wing media corporations ruling over us, breathing down our necks, and the confirmation bias. And so I think we have the integrity.
So what do they call it? Georgia's?
Put the numbers out that we think are accurate. And so, any data stream, even if it's complete garbage, can be calibrated to give you reasonable results. And that's what I think almost every pollster is trying to do right now.
Now, Mark, it's very interesting because we almost have a new map for this presidential election because people started to vote with their feet. They left bluer states going to redder states, perhaps because they were open, perhaps for educational purposes with their children, simply for work opportunities. I think of Montana and the chance that Tim Sheehy might have against Senator Tester, who is a more conservative Democrat, who the Republicans have tried to unseat really the last 2 cycles after his surprise victory way back in, I believe, 2006 when he was against the Iraq War and a former Republican himself saying he went over to the Democrat Party for that reason. Do you think there are any surprises or any advantages for Republicans because of that? And in addition to that question, What about the Gen Z influence? Because there's not a lot of data on that. As you said, over 50, very highly reliable, but there seems to be this energy of young people for President Trump, especially on certain college campuses. Can that be a major factor in the electoral map?
I mean, you just named a couple of reasons why I think that Donald Trump is going to outperform my polling. And to be honest with you, I saw such a break to the right in our numbers that I really spent time researching and testing and picking our methodology to focus on the people who changed their minds from Biden. There were so many of them. And how I did that was deciding to wait for the recall vote, because what I found is that my polls, even though most people say Trump supporters are shy, my polls were overflowing with people saying they support Trump. Good. So I made sure to ask people who they voted for in 2020.
It's 19-3 Trump. Trump wins red states, Kentucky and Indiana.
Trump up single digits and as high as like 10 points in some of the races that in some of the polls that we did. So that shows that people really were changing their minds. Now, I also, when I put a poll out, have to project what I think the electorate's going to do. I have to weight by region, weight by gender, age, race, and party. And I really didn't go out on a limb. I tried to match the party turnout that we had in 2020, but everybody knows that registration for Republicans is up massively across the entire country.
Trump
and then also, apparently the Republican ground game has been heavily focused on low propensity voters, first-time voters, people who are going to probably break harder right than they ever have before. I really didn't account for that stuff. So that's some of the reasons I think that Donald Trump is going to outperform. I really can't think of very many why I think Kamala Harris is going to outperform my polls, but maybe it'll just be people in California just come to the polls like they normally don't. Or I don't know. But again, what I think we're going to see early on is that there was a left-wing polling miss again. And we might be calling states that nobody expected to for Trump before the polls even close in the West and Midwest. It could be, I mean, that's exactly what happened in 1980, though I think everybody kind of learned their lesson there, right?
Exactly. Mark Mitchell with Rasmussen Reports. We have about 20 seconds left. Just want to put you on the spot here.
How much time? We've got 15 minutes.
Report, polls that are much more accurate than the left-wing polls for you personally to be part of that kind of system?
Oh, I love it. And everybody should follow me on Twitter, Mark_R_Mitchell. I'm not hiding in an ivory tower and trying. Listen, people are biased, but polls shouldn't be. And I take that out by just dunking on people relentlessly on Twitter.
Polls shouldn't be.
Come follow me there.
Awesome. Point. Really great to have you here, Mark Mitchell with Rasmussen Reports. Thank you, sir.
Good
Thank you.
All right. So Mark Mitchell there with Rasmussen Reports. You see a lot of Rasmussen on Truth Social as well and on X. Let's go to the interactive map here with the Associated Press as we see some numbers coming in. Right now, Bobby, the Commonwealth of Virginia.
I like it. It's good.
It says 0% of votes counted, but it says here also that Donald Trump has 5,021 votes. Harris has 3,468. So a 58.7% lead over Harris. That's obviously less than a percentage point of the precincts, the polls being counted, but still, even early on, Virginia having a slight red look to it, which is pretty fascinating.
You can stream
it's a wonderful Commonwealth, and we know why Governor Glenn Youngkin was so successful in his run. It was simply because parents went to protest at their students' school board meetings because of men and women's sports, because of the transgender dysphoria that we saw. And sadly, the FBI showed up at their door. You saw such a swing in his election to the right for a Republican in a number of years because of that reason. Now, President Trump in the final days visited Salem, Virginia, and President Trump really in the last 2 weeks of the campaign aggressively going into blue cities, blue counties. Now, Western Virginia, more conservative than the DC suburbs, but now we'll see what happens here. If he has a state can win the Commonwealth of Virginia, it might be a quick night. Now you have this balance of the DC
I agree with him.
Many
if he wins Virginia,
maybe they would go for Harris because of that reason. But again, men and women's sports, a pinnacle of President Trump saying he wants to protect women. And Megyn Kelly last night, a major endorsement saying that this is a safety issue, first and foremost.
Exactly. And breaking news right now, you see President Trump,
founder and
the projected winner of the state.
Did you know there is nearly $1 trillion of infrastructure and pandemic funds yet to be spent?
Kentucky
That's right.
Has gone
There's a
to
massive
President
amount of money.
Donald J. Trump, the projected winner of Kentucky and Indiana. We're getting these numbers as well from the Associated Press, working with them on the actual facts and figures, the precincts, the polls when they close. You're having all of this live coverage and results right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, as you see there, the 11 electoral votes for the state of Indiana.
It's showing
as we are
each
your
one.
election
That's
headquarters
cool.
for this 2024 huge presidential election. Let's go to Kentucky as well. 8 electoral votes right there for President Trump. So we see right now President Trump has 19 electoral votes. Harris has 3. We see that Vermont has been called for Harris at this point. Now, what I'm seeing here is 61% in now 59% in Vermont. So we're going to back off that for a second because only 2% of the votes counted there in Vermont. So we'll back off that one, but we do confirm Indiana and Kentucky for President Trump. So we're seeing Georgia and Florida as well. If we look into the numbers, when I say Georgia and Florida as well, when we say we project a winner, that's when we would be confirming that. But when I say just a random state like we're about to do right now, Georgia right now, 3% of the votes counted. 51% is for President Trump.
12 minutes until the next closing.
Votes against Harris, who has 87,709. That's 48.5%. So right now, 3% of the vote in. I know it's really early on. A lot of polls still closing. And I told you, we're going to track these numbers. We're going to bring them right to you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Major factors in the Peach State. Urban turnout is down 153,846 votes compared to this point in 2020. Female turnout down by nearly 47,000 votes. And the rural turnout up 171,000 votes. So comparing to this point in 2020, Georgia's a very interesting state because you don't have the city center necessarily dominating the rest of the state. It is much more evenly dispersed. So that rural vote being crucial to President Trump, especially if the urban and female votes did stay down around Cobb.
So it's 7: Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia,
so President Trump leading currently in Georgia here early on. A lot of this coverage brought to you by Sticker Mule. Sticker Mule, some great stickers as well. There's one that says "I love Trump" and "Vote for Trump." How about this RSBN sticker right here from Sticker Mule? So if you go to stickerpack.com, you can get some free Trump stickers at StickerPack.
It's North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia.
I always check my computer to make sure it's mine after it
they'll
goes
call
through the
West
scanner
Virginia
at the
for
airport.
Trump.
RSBN.
Well, there it is. RSBN right there. So yes, stickerpack.com. Great sponsor.
Daily Mail has
as well. Let's look at some of the latest numbers right now.
Daily Mail has Virginia leading for
to
Trump.
see what the stats are right now.
And
who will win
New
the
Hampshire.
presidential election according to the trading and betting market out there with Call Sheet? President Trump, 56%. Kamala Harris, 44%. Again, this is on callsheet.com for people saying that they're betting for President Trump right now to win this election. On the actual news part of it, we do know Kentucky and Indiana are projected for President Donald J. Trump. So we'll be monitoring the numbers here as we see that President Trump has the current early lead right now. 19 electoral votes to 3 for Harris, according to the AP here. So, Bobby, we're tracking the numbers, man. And you know, all
if
of
he gets
that
Virginia
we've seen,
and he gets Minnesota,
the speeches are done.
and he
The
gets
campaign
New
is
Hampshire,
done. It is America's decision
and New
now
Jersey,
under a free and fair
he
election.
won't need Pennsylvania.
Hopefully, we see that come to pass.
And really, the question is:
Here, let me show
are
you.
the American people okay with a major party
that
really went in and removed their candidate who received 14 million votes in the primary? We have to remind the viewers that Vice President Kamala Harris was dead last in the 2020 presidential race. She did not run in these primaries nor the caucuses, but somehow was coronated to be the nominee. Demos, of course, the Greek translation is of the people. Democrats, they are supposed to be the party of the people. This seems to be the party more and more of a bureaucratic state and a deep state in Washington, D.C.
Exactly. So that's the swamp that President Trump, of course, wants to clean out. And that's what he was talking about in that first administration, draining the swamp. And so we know that great things will happen under a Donald J. Trump presidency. We saw it and we see it now with common sense. You know, it seems like he's been the president for the past 4 years in the sense of just the things that he's been doing, more of a commander-in-chief style of governing, even though he's not technically in the office. But all right, so we're looking at the stats right now. Okay, we're hearing that we can go to the projection room right now. Let's go there live to Christina Loren, who is live in the projection room. Christina, what are you seeing over there?
Gentlemen, let the emotional roller coaster begin, because just over the past few moments, we have watched the state of Georgia go from purple back to red again. And the last thing that we want to do is see one of these critically important swing states turn blue. So the good news is, as we know, the AP has called Indiana and Kentucky, both for President Donald J. Trump. Look at him smiling right there. We're excited about that. And now it looks like even the state of Virginia is going red. So we're happy to see that. But yeah, just moments ago, as you probably did see on the map, Georgia itself was shaded purple, but it is back to red. Something interesting about Georgia, the polls opened up this morning at 7 a.m. They will be closing at 7 p.m. Central Time. Georgia played a key role, as you likely recall, in the 2020 race. Biden was the first Democrat to carry the state since Bill Clinton, and that happened in 1992. But the margin was razor thin. He was given the state with a lead of just 1/4 of a percentage point, just 1/4 of a percentage point, a margin of 11,779 votes. Now, the good news is Georgia takes care of business early. And as our very own Bobby McNeely has been pointing out, we know that a lot of attorneys are on hand. We know that the justice system is very closely watching what's happening in the state of Georgia. The attorneys general are going to be watching this race very closely.
6 minutes.
Last year, we had to wait almost 2
to North
weeks
Carolina
for Georgia. Now, look, you just saw that. Here goes that emotional roller coaster ride again. Because Virginia has now flipped back to purple. Now, I want to focus in on Florida for a moment, because we could be making history in Florida before the night is done. Broward County, Miami-Dade County, two incredibly populous parts of Florida, could go red. That would turn the entire state red. Obviously, Rob DeSantis has a lot to do with that. He is a very strong Republican, but we know more than anything, it's our own Donald J. Trump. People want their country back, and he is the one who can provide that for us. So we're watching Vermont now. It looks like the state of Vermont is going to go to Kamala Harris. That awards her 3 electoral votes. Meanwhile, we're watching some of these lighter shades in New Hampshire and Virginia. We're going to keep very close tabs on these two states. As we talked about earlier on, New Hampshire could flip red. So I'm not buying what I'm seeing just yet. And that's why we are so excited to go through this night together with you. But for now, I'm going to send it back to both of you. You guys are doing a great job in there. Looking forward to spending my evening with the great Bobby McNeely and Matthew Alvarez.
All right, Christina Loren, thank you so much. Yeah, it's quite the coverage going on right now, as we have seen there. Indiana and Kentucky right now, Christina. And then to your point, I mean, those bluer counties down there in Florida, we see Georgia leading red right now. Of course, South Carolina. Virginia is one state that is going to be very interesting. If you want to talk about that a little bit, we know that a huge congressional race there. Trump endorsed Hung Cao there in Virginia as well. So actually a Senate race, I believe, right? So he's running for
Senate race against
Senate race. Exactly. So just the Commonwealth of Virginia, I believe, maybe 16 electoral votes, 13.
Yeah, this is a part of the country, obviously, with its proximity to Washington, D.C. This is notoriously blue country in this part of the world. We're going to have to watch very closely for what happens. But again, it's one of those states where you have agriculture reigns supreme in the state of Virginia, just to the north of North Carolina. Also, we saw North Carolina with that early voting turnout and so many Republicans showing up, more so than Democrats. In fact, of the Republicans that showed up, more were women. And so we're going to have to wait and see what happens. What's interesting is when you do watch the polls, even with early polling data, oftentimes states that neighbor one another vote the same direction. Now, a state that we're going to be watching very closely for is Iowa later on. As you know, we just saw that poll that was released, Biden-Harris, suggesting that Iowa could possibly go blue. This is a state where they farm soybeans, where they farm corn. Agriculture is king in Iowa. I would be very surprised to see that happen. And as the night goes on, all of this area on the East Coast, the eastern third of the nation will be shaded in. And then, of course, we'll be watching these middle section states. And then we move to the West Coast as we head into the wee hours of the night. And we're looking forward to finding out what will happen as time goes on.
Thank you for that observation.
Exactly. And in your time talking there, Virginia went red a little bit. Now it's back to blue. So it's just, we're not going to be that meticulous in the sense of following it until we know that the bigger percentages come through. And Christina, we know that Pennsylvania's polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's 7:27 right now on the East Coast. Georgia, the polls have closed. Michigan, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Wisconsin, 9 p.m. Arizona, 9 p.m. Eastern. Nevada, 10 p.m. North Carolina, 7:30 p.m. Of course, watching those swing states, why don't we go up to Michigan and Wisconsin there? And I know we interviewed
Can I just tell you
Tony
quickly,
Weed, a congressional candidate there.
North Carolina and Virginia.
A great state of Wisconsin. President Trump visiting that state.
If he gets Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia,
he made quite a few
he's your next
appearances in
president.
Wisconsin. I know that I was able to host a rally in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. He was also in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Now, Wisconsin, this is what Bobby was alluding to a little bit earlier on. This is dairy country. We've got a lot of farmers here. There's a farm bill on the line, a long-standing piece of legislation that will last for 5 years. Now, the farm bill had an extension. We still need a farm bill. Our farmers are waiting on it. Now, when you talk about dairy farming, these are farmers who have to get up and milk cows. Many still do it by hand. A lot do it with robotics, but it doesn't matter. You got to get out there twice a day, rain or shine. Doesn't matter if it's snowing or not. These are hardworking middle-class Americans who live in both Wisconsin and the great state of Michigan. Now, getting into the evening, Michigan's another state to watch very closely, even in the Detroit metro area, because this is where we have our auto workers. And they are downright upset about some of these electric vehicle mandates. And so Michigan will likely, if you look at all the early polling data, and more importantly, where people have registered to vote in the state of Michigan, it's looking good for our champion, Donald J. Trump. So we're very excited so far. I mean, I like the way this looks right now. Obviously, this could change. But 19 to 3,
change right now.
Boy, that's a good way to start out the
evening, guys. You're going to pick Ohio for him.
That is not a bad score, especially in football. But you have 538 total,
Ohio,
270 to win, of course. Christina, with the upper Midwest and the Rust Belt specifically, and these farmers, I mean, they will be crucial to who will be the next president of the United States. We saw a number of Minnesota residents going to these rallies in the Badger state of Wisconsin. Do you think that could be the one blue state that might flip 10 crucial electoral votes? President Trump had mentioned how he wanted to win that state so badly the last 2 times, and in 2016 was very close with only 2% behind in the popular vote.
You're exactly right, Bobby. And what's interesting as well about the state of Minnesota, remember who the governor is there? Tampon Tim Walz, okay? And I think that he's upset so many people, not just with his COVID snitch line, trying to put the tampons in the young boys' bathroom has been offensive to some people. The fact that he is right there with Kamala Harris, so many people are outraged by the fact that he could be the vice president, that they went out and voted today in the great state of Minnesota. Now, there are 3 states that we're watching in addition to the 7 swing states that could actually flip. And I'm making this, I'm not going to say it's an assumption because it's more than an assumption. It's fact-based. I'm talking about the fact that people registered to vote. We had more Republican registrations in states like Minnesota, like New Hampshire, and like New Mexico, go figure, right on the border. This is where we could actually see more than just the swing states that we're currently watching for flip to red.
I predicted this afternoon New Mexico for red too.
Exactly, and so what we're seeing there,
Minnesota,
Director, if you guys would let us know if we're confirmed, if we can go ahead and report another race that just came in. It looks like on the Associated Press right there, the state of West Virginia. The state of West Virginia, as you see there, Donald Trump getting that check mark next to him. Now, again, we're going to wait for our confirmation from our team here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, it is confirmed. West Virginia to President Donald Trump. All right, so 3 states to President Trump. It looks like Vermont is to Harris, President Trump, 23, and Harris, 3 at this point. So, Christina, I mean, we see right there in that pocket of the country, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana saying, you know what? I want common sense in my land, the United States of America.
Absolutely. And, I just want to make it clear as well, these are the APs. This is what they're going for. Now, if you look at their track record, they have been spot on in the past elections. It's going to take a little bit longer for us to completely validate these votes, but the AP almost always gets it right. And this is what they're calling for in these states. And you know what you have in these states? Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. You have hard-working Americans who care more about the fact that they can't buy their families the same amount of food with $10 that they could 4 years ago. Americans who don't care about celebrities who come out on stage to promote a candidate, endorse a candidate who makes a bunch of empty promises. And so I am so pleased to see what we have on this map so far tonight. And let's keep going, guys. It's going to be a long one, but hey, if we continue this trend where you got our champion here, look at that smile. We love that. 23 for Donald J. Trump.
He's been very positive on the campaign trail. There's no question about that. Christina, do you mind scrolling down maybe to the Senate races? I'm curious to see Governor Jim Justice running for Joe Manchin's seat. That would be a flip for the United States Senate. Of course, many outlets are projecting that the United States Senate will fall perhaps to a slim majority in favor of the Republicans, but that would be a big flip in the Republican corner to start the evening.
Yeah, Joe Manchin was the best thing that the Democrats had going for them. To be honest, I think a lot of Republicans really appreciated Joe Manchin and what he brought to the table, and he had that element of common sense. And so it's not going to surprise me one bit if we see a Republican step into his seat. Now, as you probably heard, 1/3 of the Senate is up for grabs. And if you did just look at the mainstream media's polls, early polling data was showing that Republicans take the Senate. It's the House we really have to watch closely going into the wee hours of the night, and especially some of the races in California. So as the night draws on and we get more information, we're going to have a really good idea. Here's the House election right now. And guess what? In the same states that are going to Donald J. Trump, you think about those down ballot races, we're looking good when it comes to the U.S. House of Representatives at this point as well. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. 13 out of the 218 seats going to Republicans,
so
6
for Virginia
for the Democrats, and this, of course, is based on AP.
They're showing
exactly. So great reporting there. But let's also go right back up to the presidential election. I think this is very interesting. The Commonwealth of Virginia, Bobby. We see it, guys. We see it keeps going blue, purple, red, back and forth. I mean, all over the place. That state right there. We're going to look up the electoral vote count on that, but. Man, if Virginia goes red, I mean, that would be unheard of. Let's just be honest. North Carolina just popping up there with a little
Florida
bit. Now, again, all of this, as you guys are watching, first of all, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby
Georgia is showing
Christina Loren in the projection room here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're monitoring all the numbers come in.
Showing for Trump.
Go ahead and pass this link on to some friends and family if you'd like, as we are here tracking the numbers. Now, let's see in North Carolina, what percentage does it show of the precincts counted here in the top right corner of that part of North Carolina?
2%. We're at 2% right now. It's still early.
Yeah, so obviously very early. And I know that we possibly have an interview with Representative
looking at the map
that you conducted earlier
Virginia,
today. Of course, that would be something probably to air a little bit later in
blue
the evening
is all
as we
up,
await Arizona's information as it starts to.
Everybody else,
the polls are still open out there on the West Coast, so we've got a decent night ahead of us. Thank you guys for all tuning in right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. So the Buckeye State also
North Carolina is blue,
going towards the red right there. So it's always good to see that.
And of course, Bernie Moreno running in that Senate race as well. And that's so important as you go up and down the ballot. And something that President Trump really pushed on the campaign trail. He came out to support many candidates going to specific congressional districts even to get that over the hump, because
by 100,000
we can assume their agenda if they do get the majority, perhaps another impeachment, simply if there is President Donald Trump re-election. We've seen how the House operates under the Democrats, and that's why in order to get the legislative agenda forward, it would be very good for President Trump to have majorities in both chambers.
Exactly. All right. So that is the latest right now, 23-3, President Trump leading in the Electoral College. Again, what we're looking for is the 270, that coveted 270 for the path to Washington, D.C., that White House. And you know, guys, the beginning of our broadcast on Rumble, YouTube, wherever you guys are watching,
we're all Trumpsters.
It said election night live, and then it had the White House in the background. And it's just wild to think about who will be the next president of the United States, the 47th commander-in-chief.
Ohio is
as
red.
People said in Savannah, Georgia, the other day. I was at a rally there, or an event a while back, and he said, you know, let's just vote 45 and make it 47. So we'll see what happens here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And Christina, your thoughts right now as we are going to go into the night.
8 o'clock is going to be huge.
It'll be a result tonight, or are we looking at possibly tomorrow?
I think that there's going to be resistance. Even if President Donald J. Trump wins by a landslide, I do think that he will be challenged. And that's because that's true. What we have seen time and time again. But you bring up a really good point. Virginia keeps going back and forth between red and blue. And look at the proximity to the swamp. It's right there, right there on the state line. You can see D.C., Washington, D.C.
No fair.
And this is a part of the country that we know is going to go blue.
All right, so 8 o'clock's big. We have Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois,
of what we can expect for the rest of the night. Also, I love the fact that Donald J. Trump is at 23,
Mississippi,
Kamala Harris is at 23. Obviously, what we all want to see
Oklahoma, Pennsylvania,
is
Rhode
a
Island,
Donald J. Trump blowout victory. And that's what he deserves. The man worked so hard for us. He's taken a bullet for us, another assassination attempt on his life. He gets back out there. He was unstoppable. He did 4 rallies yesterday, one that went on into the wee hours of the night, didn't even end until 2:30 in the morning.
Exactly. Come on.
And so as more data comes in, now you can see South Carolina also shaded in red here, at least for the eastern third of the nation. If you slice it right down right now, we really like the way that this map looks, because obviously Tennessee, Alabama,
most of our population lives
these are going to be red states. And so we're going to have to keep watching, especially because that Pennsylvania data has yet to come in. 19 electoral votes up for grabs there.
Definitely. Christina Loren, thank you so much.
We don't
breaking
need
news
no
into the RSBN newsroom.
We don't need
the Associated Press
Arizona.
has now projecting West Virginia has gone to the state or gone to President Donald Trump. So West Virginia has gone to President Trump for electoral votes.
You're a Canadian
so Indiana,
conservative.
Kentucky,
You must live
West Virginia for
the Northwest
DJT.
Territories.
For Bobby McNeely
All right,
and
West Virginia.
Christina Loren, I'm Matthew Alvarez. We will be right back after this commercial break.
All right, let me show
Hi,
you
folks.
something.
RSBN founder and CEO Joe Thiel.
Let me show you something while they're breaking. Let me show you something while they're breaking. Do you see this? Let me make sure you can see it. Yeah, you can see it. Look at this. If you start from this is how they put the map. So if he wins Georgia, he wins North Carolina, and he flips Virginia. Look at that, 275. 275. Let's start again. Why is Arizona? They're giving him Arizona already. They're giving him Arizona. That's powerful. So that's what I'm telling you. If we get Georgia, North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Nevada, he's in then. We don't need no Pennsylvania. We don't need no Pennsylvania. I'm shocked they're giving him. Oh, the commercials. Too much. The commercials. No. All right. So, what if he gets Minnesota, North Carolina, and Georgia? He's in. We don't need Pennsylvania. They can do all their games in Pennsylvania and Michigan. We'll get it done. All right, let me go back. And let me go back to them when they come back. This is it.
B10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
All right. Let's go to 8 o'clock.
All right. Welcome back to Election Night in America. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely, the brilliant Bobby McNeely in the house today.
With the magnificent Matthew Alvarez. Always a pleasure to be with you, sir.
You too. All right. So we know Christina Loren is with us. We'll be going to Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler in Florida. We've got Nikki Stanzione in Pennsylvania. Crews across the country as we monitor the numbers coming in for this crucial presidential election. So before we tackle Georgia and Florida,
right.
President Trump on Truth Social saying simply stay in line. Stay in line. If you're out there, if you're watching us on your phone or whatever, just stay in line, no matter what. And then also, Carla Sands said the other day, if there's anything that looks a little bit not normal, go ahead and document it. Right. Just document what's going on out there. So, all right. So we know that Indiana, West Virginia, and Kentucky have been called for President Trump, as you see there on the screen on your right, the Associated Press, as we work in conjunction with them right now. We do know, of course, Georgia and Florida looking a bit red down there.
There is some indication that it might be going that direction. We see that the urban turnout very low in Georgia specifically, down nearly 154,000 votes from 2020. Female turnout down nearly 47,000, but the rural turnout very, very large, around 172,000 votes up from 2020. And this is interesting with the Peach State because it's much more evenly dispersed with the rural versus the urban centers. And of course, Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, watching those closely because they are 4 of 20 counties that can make a crucial path towards victory for either candidate.
Exactly. So we see that shaded toward the right for Georgia. And then if we go further south to the free state of Florida, the Sunshine State, a beautiful part of our country, we see in Miami-Dade County right now, President Trump has quite the lead there as well. So we'll take a look at that here in just a second. But we do know just overall in the state of Florida that 76% of the votes have been counted. We're looking at President Trump with the lead there, 54.5% over Harris at 44.7%. So that's Florida. 76% of the votes have been counted. This on the heels of Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia already called for President Trump. So let's talk about Miami as well. I mean, that's an area that can go either way, but people are fed up in this country. They want common sense.
And it's
you see it's a large Cupid population, legal immigrants who in many cases felt the dictatorship of Fidel Castro, his brother Raul, and they came for a better life. legally, and they have built up that city. It's truly almost a European-esque city in a way, with Spanish and Cuban influence involved in Miami, but significant because this is historically, again, Miami-Dade, very, very blue. And President Trump doing well there in the early numbers, that could set a trend for the entire state. And to, my question earlier with Mark over at Rasmussen, this is a new map. So many people have moved to the free state, the Sunshine State of Florida. We have people who have moved to the Treasure State of Montana, leaving blue policies and going where they can have a better life.
Exactly. So we're looking right now at the electoral votes as well. If you want to go a little further north to the Commonwealth of Virginia, we'll go back right down to Florida in just a second. But it's just wild to see the fact that it's a state that really could go either way. And it's not a state that usually has that happen, even in past presidential elections.
Right. And that's 13 electoral votes. If President Trump can put one of the traditionally blue states into play, this could be a very large victory for him. And he said when he voted today, look, it's going to be a big one for us. And the Harris campaign was very optimistic as well. But having seen campaigns, having worked on campaigns, the Harris campaign mentioned that in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, they knocked about 100,000 doors today. That's nice, but you need to do that roughly 3 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago. If you brought 100,000 people to the polls that could not drive, perhaps that would make a difference. But clearly both camps saying there's optimism, but the numbers starting to turn slightly into Trump's column.
Exactly. So let's go back down south to Florida. Now you think
right,
about
so
Florida.
12 minutes to the biggest call of the night.
All across the country in Florida. So that means everybody from Kansas to California to Washington State, New Jersey, Rhode Island, voting, a lot of them voting President Trump. So it's interesting to see the amount of people that are conservative in this country that just want their freedoms back. They want their money back, right? They want their gas prices lower again. So Florida's looking good right now, of course, like it does in past electoral college wins for President Trump. So let's thank a few sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's go with Victory Coffee. Are you ready to fuel your day with a taste that's as bold as your beliefs? You can see victorycoffeeroasters.com. Start your day with victory. That's a great motto right there, isn't it?
You hear the Nessun Dorma that President Trump loves. Of course, Christopher Macchio, who we interviewed at Madison Square Garden, dominates Nessun Dorma almost as great as the late, great Luciano Pavarotti. We love our tenors and our music here at Right Side Broadcasting. So does President Trump with the great mix. But, the Victoria in Italian victory. And why not start off your day the right way?
Exactly. VictoryCoffeeRoasters.com. You can order now. Also, let's go to RepublicanRed.com. Republican Red Winery. You see all of the different kinds of wines for the election night specials right there. So if you use the RSBN promo code, get some of these shipped over to your house if you'd like. RepublicanRed.com, wine for the right side. There's quite the variety as well on
so Virginia.
So a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting.
Virginia's 18%
right, so we've been seeing
reporting.
The map, the electoral map, working
and
in
it's
conjunction
54
with the
to 44
here at Right Side. We've seen Indiana, West Virginia, and also Kentucky for President Trump. So right now, a 23-3 lead for President Trump. The night is young. We are here for the long haul. We'll be here with you every step of the way. We will be going to Florida for President Trump's watch party there. So Team Trump in Palm Beach, Florida. We'll also be going to Bucks County, Pennsylvania, huge swing state up there with Nikki Stanzione. But let's get back down there to Florida, as we will be going there live here shortly. But you know that the free state of Florida just went through a lot with some recent storms as well. President Trump visiting Georgia and North Carolina. And isn't that interesting as well, Bobby? Usually the person that's in office is the one that will travel to these places, do the press conferences, but also have actions that speak louder than words, help the people there in affected areas. Well, President Trump's the one that did it. He's not even in the White House right now.
Sadly, this might have moved independence into President Trump's column. We'll know more of that as the data comes in, but he was there on the ground with Reverend Franklin Graham, whether that be in South Central Georgia, Western North Carolina. And with the early turnout, the early vote actually in Western North Carolina. They were hoping to
So
extend
Alexandria,
that so
Virginia
could vote.
all blue.
That's actually where some of the heaviest early voting came from. And that was just reported a day or two ago in Kinston, North Carolina. President Trump so impressed with that. We spoke to Chairman Jason Simmons of the North Carolina Republican Party and their movement to get people out voting early, the most successful in Asheville and the surrounding Western North Carolina, and the Biltmore Estates reopening for Christmas. So that's very special to see that it opened its doors once again just a couple of days ago.
Exactly. And how great would it be to be in North Carolina on Christmas at the Biltmore Hotel with a President Trump
about
win?
all this.
I'll invite 10 of you if I could. You know what I
bring
mean?
some Republican red.
Yeah, Republican red, maybe the ultra right, beer, whatever. My point is, let's get a win tonight. So we're tracking all the numbers here. 2024 presidential election. It is election day in America. You are here with Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have correspondents and hosts in the field. We'll be going live to Florida, live to Pennsylvania, and also to the projection room here at Right Side as we watch every number, every piece of data that comes through here. And it's not just us, the people that are on camera. It is the team behind the scenes working and checking out the data that's coming through and seeing which parts of the country are projected via the AP, but also covering it live and breaking news format here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So we see, Bobby, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina leaning red right now. We have North Carolina, Virginia leading blue slightly, very early, actually purple, to see that on the screen.
Virginia's now
so those numbers are really early right now, but we're watching every one of them as the polls close.
20%.
And North Carolina closing at 7:30, so roughly 23 minutes ago. So this will be something that will develop throughout the night. And Harris and Trump both really making a play for the Tar Heel state. And it was interesting to travel to these rallies throughout these swing states because the most egregious errors and, quite frankly, lies coming from the Harris campaign happen to be in the Tar Heel state. Many of the billboards saying that they've expanded Medicare, that they've actually cut taxes for the middle class. So the messaging slightly different in certain states, whereas President Trump was consistent with his campaign throughout all 50, especially in the swing states. And we know that Vice President Harris took the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime pay, no tax on Social Security benefits. And as President Trump said, if you wanted to do these things when they debated, why didn't you go tell President Biden to do them? If you were the person who left the room at the end of every meeting, where were you on these issues?
Exactly. And so we know she is a copy and paste of Biden, and it would get much worse with her and Walz in that commander-in-chief role and the vice presidential role.
53 to 44.
I know a lot of you guys know that and believe that as well. Let's look into the coveted 93 electoral votes for all of the swing states right now. So we know Pennsylvania, the polls are closing in literally 5 minutes. 5 minutes, the polls close in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The polls in Georgia have closed. The polls in Michigan close at 8 o'clock. That's also 5 minutes from now. In Wisconsin, it's 9 p.m. Eastern. In Arizona, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Unless you mail in your ballot.
Nevada is 10 p.m. North Carolina, those polls have closed as well. So the numbers are going to start coming in to the RSBN newsroom. We'll have all of the projections for the state races that are called right here on Right Side. Quite the roller coaster of traveling the country as you have. Again, if you missed the top of the broadcast with Bobby and Christina Loren, who you'll see here in just a minute, I was messing with them because they must have more than 1 million miles of frequent flyer miles, it seems like, out there. So a lot of travel.
Well, I've become a Delta snob as a result, being an Atlanta, Georgia resident. But thank you to our Secret Service, the men and women in blue, who really helped provide not only a safe environment, but such enjoyable environments so that the citizens of this great country can engage at such a level that really the founding fathers embodied and envisioned.
All right, so we got 4 minutes
really
to go.
part of this
Richmond, Virginia.
Yesterday morning,
Richmond
I was on the
is
first
blue.
of 4
Looks
beautiful
down
rallies
like
in Raleigh-Durham,
Williamsburg
North
area is
Carolina,
blue.
on the campus of
Charlottesville is
NC
blue.
State, the
I don't know this
Wolfpack,
other area
to
down
watch
south that's blue.
Eric Trump
But the
look at his
rest is
father as
all
he
red
approached
or
that podium
not.
and wipe a tear from his eye.
Well,
I'll never
Alexander
forget.
is.
Such a proud son
Anyway,
and a beautiful
it's
family who,
21%.
gosh, they've really been through hell
reporting.
in so many ways.
Kamala
The fact that
Harris
President Trump
has
took a bullet for democracy, I think it's changed a lot of hearts and minds in this country.
And you see that even with people that are really well known, Joe Rogan, Megyn Kelly. What is the guy's name as the financial guru that just recently also endorsed President Trump? I'll look up the name and share it with you a little bit. But so many people that are well known out there: Danica Patrick, Sage Steele, so many people. And then at the end of the day, everyday America is saying, "This is ridiculous. Do we even have to vote?" I mean, I'm just figuratively speaking there.
Oh my gosh!
But the point is, it's a joke that there's an installed candidate named Kamala Harris that even the Democrats did not vote
North
for her
Carolina.
The candidate of
this
the
is
Democratic
all
Party. 14 million people voted for Joe Biden. Instead, they installed Harris.
With 3% reporting,
the night of the election.
Kamala's got 62%.
Looking forward to seeing some good results here on the electoral map.
Well, as we spoke to MAGA patriots who, yes, were not necessarily political even before this race, even during the time when President Trump came down the golden escalator at Trump Tower nearly a decade ago. Some things that stood out were the open border, the fentanyl crisis, knowing people who have suffered because of illegal crime, whether it's losing a job, whether it's losing a life, or knowing someone who gravely suffered as a result. But it was also the fact that, hey, this is strange that a democratically elected president, although if the other party had 15 million votes in a primary, and he was clearly pushed out by Nancy Pelosi and the leadership of the Democrat Party, seems to be an uneven balance and something that is truly not democratic at the end of the day.
Exactly. And that financial guru is Dave Ramsey. Dave Ramsey voting for President Trump this go around. And to your point, Bobby, it is the few Democrat leaders out there and the media that really are trying to destroy the country and rip the Constitution and shred it and take a sledgehammer to it. But it's not every Democrat that's out there. I mean, there are some really great Democrat people out there, great hearts, and unfortunately the mind might be a little bit, voting for something else. But at the end of the day, President Trump running to be president of all of America. So we're seeing the numbers come in as it is now, the top of the hour in just a few seconds, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. That means the polls are closing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes up for grabs in Pennsylvania. As soon as that hits 8 o'clock, those polls close. But Bobby, the question is, that one county that you were talking about is staying open until 10 o'clock. So they're going to count the county numbers, but that poll is going to stay open until 10.
Yes, and that's in Cambria. We also saw some of this in Allegheny, both east and west of Pittsburgh. So they are in the Pittsburgh metro area. And the problem there was machines were not printing out the actual votes. Of course, you have to take that piece of paper and go and have that tabulated in a separate counter. So those remaining open by court order through 10 o'clock p.m. And throughout X, Michael Whatley, the co-chair of the Republican Party,
did you catch the game last night?
Attorneys on the ground to oversee with poll watchers to make sure this is all hunky-dory and election integrity is upheld.
Hey, we want it on the up and up.
All right, Mississippi, Alabama,
in this country.
Just went for Trump.
Election night in America. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby
Maryland
here shortly, and our hosts in Florida and Pennsylvania. We'll be right back.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving us with a ton of extra My Pillows. But you know what? That's
Oklahoma.
I'm going to make it your gain. For the first time ever, you get standard classic My Pillows for wholesale prices.
Texas is
only
blue.
$14.88. I can't believe I'm even saying that.
Blue.
Only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, I'm going to offer my entire classic collection at wholesale prices.
All right, Virginia,
My Pillow
it's tightening up. It's tightening up. up.
King
Virginia is
size, only $1 more. Get my body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use my pillows for only $9.88. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on the screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever on TV, including my standard size My Pillow, only $14.88. They've never been offered this low before. We have limited quantities at this price, so limit's going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone.
All right, so Massachusetts.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting
Rhode
Network,
Island, and
your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
She got Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maryland, and Vermont. So it's 95 to 35. And I don't know why they don't call Ojai. Texas is blue, believe it or not. I find that hard to believe. I don't know what happened to the sound. I feel lonely without it. Georgia is red so far. So Virginia's at 23%, and Trump is almost at 500,000 votes, and Kamala Harris is at 500 and no, she's now at 600. She's now at 626. What happened? Oh, Charlottesville, another part of Charlottesville. So Kamala's at 626,000. Trump's at 543. And that is 25% of the votes in. It's basically 53% to 46%. And I don't know what happened to RSBN. It's blue right now. It's blue right. I mean, it's Antonio. It's not called blue. It's what they have. They have kind of a, fuchsia color, and Georgia's pink right now. Texas is blue. North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey are all blue right now. But pale blue, pale blue, pale blue. I don't know why that's done that. We can go listen to someone else. Let's see who else we can listen to. Nothing's happening.
Up 69 to 31. Let's see what it was last time. And Clay, so he's up in that county too. So he's up everywhere. Florida, I mean, it's pretty much a done deal. Pinellas County in the early vote is close. He's probably going to flip that back. Let's see what happens. Mike Oxart says Nate Silver is going to be at 100. Yeah, I don't know why he made that bet about Florida. Like, you know that Florida is not going to go blue, or not going to even be with like in 8 or 9 points. And he's like, oh, well, Florida, I'll make the bet. Yeah, that's not all that good of a bet to make. Now, very few votes are in out of Georgia. Very few votes are in.
Go to Virginia.
Virginia, South Carolina. CNN doesn't even have any votes in.
Go to Virginia.
Now, 7th up 69 to 31. Let's see what it was last time. And Clay, so he's up in that county too. So he's up everywhere. Florida, I mean, it's pretty much a done deal. Pinellas County in the early vote is close. He's probably going to flip that back. Let's see what happens. Mike Oxart says Nate Silver is going to be at 100. Yeah, I don't know why he made that bet about Florida. Like, you know that Florida is not going to go blue, or not going to even be with like in 8 or 9 points. And he's like, oh, well, Florida, I'll make the bet. Yeah, that's not all that good of a bet to make. Now, very few votes are in out of Georgia. Very few votes are in Virginia, South Carolina. CNN doesn't even have any votes in. Now, 7:30 Eastern.
All right, I'm bored.
We're
going to go back, see if RSBN came.
Wisconsin, a swing state with a big question mark, but based on what we saw at these rallies, based on the early polling data, and here now Michigan is showing up in a light blue. Again, very few votes have been counted, just 2% at this point. So this is something that we're going to have to continue to watch as we move forward in time. We know that Minnesota is a really important state.
It's going red.
That our very own election integrity champion, Mike Lindell, is going to be joining us on this broadcast very soon. We're going to find out everything that he's done to secure this election. Too big to rig is what we have been working for. And it looks really good so far based on the numbers. I mean, 95 to 35 is fantastic.
Good to see those numbers right now for President Trump as we await that first one to 270. It definitely is a race at this point, but it is still one state at a time, one poll that will close at a time, one precinct at a time throughout the country. And Bobby, we were talking before, and Bobby sent me a text message from Michael Whatley, the RNC chair, of an ex post about all of the election integrity that they're really ramping up, guys. So it's a team effort right now as we look for that.
Let's look at Virginia while you blab.
They really were on the 1 yard line, as President Trump was saying, and it's now time to drive the ball in. You look at the Tar Heel state, especially, they were able to successfully remove approximately 747,000 non-residents and legal registered voters on there. And that could have just been simply people moving to another state and forgetting their registration existed. So hats off to Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, the co-chairs. And of course, President Trump says in every state, at every rally with each state chair, oh, I like them so much, but if we don't win, I don't think I'm going to like them so much. So, having fun with it all.
Right.
But there have been amazing efforts for election integrity this cycle.
Exactly. And Christina always likes to hear the President Trump impersonator himself right here, Bobby McNeely. I know there's a few of you out there that do a great job, but Christina, I mean, look at Texas right now. Look at Oklahoma. I mean, we already know that those are going to be voting red, but it's those swing states. And we see, again, North Carolina, and then I know Virginia's not a swing state, but
so Kamala now has 667,000 votes.
If he somehow can pull that
Donald Trump has 604,000.
There's a lot of states to go right now. So just some of your thoughts, Christina, as we see Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, and then did Florida just get called, guys?
No, you were talking.
It looks like it did.
It looks like Florida may have just got called.
It was called while you were talking about nothing.
And this is another state that we were counting on. When we do break it down county by county, it's going to be interesting when you look at the actual numbers to see if Miami-Dade and Broward County flipped to red. Obviously, these are big Hispanic populations centered in Florida. And so it's amazing. Look at this. Kansas just shows up. We knew Kansas was going red, home of the great Mike Pompeo. And so Kansas, the Sunflower State, has now just shifted to light red. Nebraska. We have a pretty solid foundation of Republican voters in Nebraska. There's one county that's questionable, the Omaha region. So that's what we're going to be watching for. But I'm pretty sure Nebraska as well is going to go red. Then, of course, big agricultural states, North Dakota, South Dakota, those are likely to go red. And so if I'm Donald J. Trump right now, I'm feeling pretty darn good about the way that the night is turning out. I mean, this is looking really good. So far, they have tallied up 11,510,859 votes for our champion, Donald Trump. And, I don't want to get too excited too early, but I am somebody who watches elections very closely.
Too early.
In 2020, it almost blew my mind when I saw how much blue was on the map at this very hour. So when you take a look at how things have changed, we know that election integrity has a lot to do with it. We know that the worsened economy, every problem that we have because of the economy right now, the high inflation, the high energy prices, what it costs to get eggs, this was all caused by Biden and Harris. And so to see that the country is looking for change is so inspiring. You can't bamboozle us anymore, Democrat Party. So we're really excited to see this. AP calls Kentucky, Indiana, and West Virginia for Trump. You see that?
All right, so 28% reporting in
and the numbers are
Virginia.
going to keep trickling in as time goes by. Georgia now has stayed a solid red. We've been watching this for the past half hour or so. 36% of the votes have been tallied up in the state of Georgia, in Texas. And this is another big Senate race. We're watching Ted Cruz, a man who has been a champion for our nation. At one point, it looked like his challenger was doing okay, but 16% of the votes have been counted in the Lone Star State. And we're looking good right now in Texas, of course. If you voted Trump at the top of the ticket, chances are you voted red all the way down. So President Trump is likely to carry some of these big Senate and House races along with him. We're going to take a look now at what the Senate election shows. And you can see right now in Texas, it's purple. Still, though, just 16% of those votes counted.
Ted Cruz winning?
Watching that one for you. But in the states where Trump has been declared victorious, those are the states that we're also seeing the Senate. Tennessee, that means it was been called for Marsha Blackburn, who's done a fantastic job in the state of Tennessee serving our Senate. So I'm pretty excited, guys. I'm feeling good. Obviously, we want to be cautiously optimistic. But again, if I'm Donald J. Trump and I'm watching these numbers come in, trickle in, it's looking really good, not just for him, but for the power that he needs, the backup that he needs to enact his vision for our country.
Yellow was independent.
Christina, it looks with 88% of the vote, AP is estimating that President Trump has won the Sunshine State of Florida.
So now Florida, a win for President Trump, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, all for President Trump.
It's
the numbers that are a bit concerning is in Pennsylvania, to be honest, right now. When you look at Pennsylvania, let's talk about what you see there, Christina, with the votes and the percentage. I mean, only 5% of the votes are counted, Christina. So specifically, could that be Philadelphia, the region there? We don't know. We probably can look in somewhere, but we do know that the numbers are leaning to Harris right now, but that's only 5% of the vote right now in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the night is still young. Pennsylvania, I think, is going to be a state that we do have to wait on tonight. And hey, we will wait as long as it takes to see a President Donald J. Trump victory. Michigan's another state that concerns me, but even in the city of Detroit, where we have the big automakers, this is a part of the country where manufacturing used to thrive. Our auto industry used to thrive. And so we really need to see, well, we knew Illinois is a state that we have to watch, carried by Chicago oftentimes. But guys, I mean, it's looking like we thought that it would.
Exactly. All right, Christina Loren, thank you so much for that live report. Let's go now to Palm Beach, Florida, where RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler are live at the Trump
from West Palm Beach.
Team
It is
Trump
election
rally
night in America.
In the sense of the
Here,
watch
Harrison
party there.
Fields
So many
with the
rallies that
great
we've been
Megan
covering.
Kohler.
Well, let's go to that watch
We're
party
here.
right now.
It's election night. The results are coming in, and some storylines are starting to develop. Megan, what do you think?
Young man.
There's no place I'd rather be than in the great state of Florida, President Trump's home state. It's going to be an amazing night, and I can't wait to see what lies ahead. It's an exciting race already. I wanted to win every single state, but, you know, Kamala has won a couple, but President Trump's doing incredible, and we can't wait to see what happens next.
So as you mentioned, we're in my home state of Florida. My mom lives 20 minutes up the road. Funny enough, I had my senior prom in this building. So reminiscing, but also celebrating a historic night. And it seems like Florida has just reestablished itself as the dominant Republican state in this nation. Donald Trump beating Kamala Harris by over 10 points in the free state of Florida. But another storyline within the state, if you look at Miami-Dade County, President Trump flipped Miami-Dade County to the Republican Party. I believe the first time a Republican candidate has ever done that, at least in modern times. So a magnificent show out for Republicans showing up in this beautiful state of Florida. Kudos to the Republican Party of Florida, but of course the RNC and the GOP really turning out the vote in this state. You're looking at Duval County, Palm Beach County, Hillsborough County, Republicans totally overperforming any previous election. Donald Trump taking every electoral vote, 30 electoral votes in this great state, and Rick Scott winning as well.
There's more blue.
My take on Miami-Dade flipping red is because during the COVID lockdowns, so many Americans who lived in other awesome but blue cities across America realized how draconian these measures were during COVID. They ended up going down to Florida, which of course was free and open. They went to Miami, and now they want to live where it's free and they want to vote Republican.
Yeah, so like I said, family lives here. We can tell that there's been an influx of Northerners, people from all over the country coming to Florida because it is the free state under the tremendous leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis. But you're also seeing that it's not just voters of any persuasion coming down. I think you're seeing Republican-leaning, Republican-strong thinkers moving into the state, which is why the state is just blown away. A lot of people when it comes to the vote. We hit a crucial time at 8 p.m. More states are closing their polls. So we're getting more and more results as the minutes go on. You're seeing crucial calls when it comes to some Senate races. You're also seeing crucial congressional races being called. And of course, Donald Trump continues to prevail in a lot of these early Republican states. And Kamala Harris is winning in some of the stronghold Democratic states like Massachusetts and Rhode Island. Still very early, but I'm talking to a lot of people that are looking at the data, and they're saying Republican turnout has really given us the momentum with Election Day here.
A few races to look at. Georgia, we have 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, of course, 19 electoral votes. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. North Carolina, they're counting right now, 16 electoral votes. Wisconsin's got 10, and Nevada has 6. We're so excited to see what happens next. And they have called the Senate race for West Virginia. Jim Justice, Republican, is officially.
Yes. So if you look at the Senate race, a lot of the experts are saying that the Senate will likely flip to Republican control, which means goodbye, Chuck Schumer. I hope you enjoyed the gavel while you had it. But West Virginia was one of those key states that once Joe Manchin announced that he was retiring, the Republican Party, the NRSC said, okay, we've got something here in West Virginia. Jim Justice, a beloved governor, former Democrat who switched parties over to the Republican Party, ran in that state. He had Baby Dog, the Bulldog, the famous Bulldog. He won. So we are about one flip away from the Senate control going to the Republican Party. We are monitoring closely the congressional races to see if the Republicans can maintain control there. Right. But again, 31%. Half the country, the polls are closing. The other half, the West Coast, we are still waiting for their polls to close. So we've got a long night ahead of us. But I think a lot of Republicans, I'm talking to some operatives that say, we think that tonight is actually going to be a little bit shorter than the experts have been saying. A lot of Democrats have been thinking that this might go days. And I think the Republican Party is starting to think that this actually may just be like a 1 a.m., 2 a.m. situation where Republicans can claim victory because of the early showing and the turnout on Election Day, which has been historic in many localities.
In the 2024 election, we absolutely had a record-breaking voter turnout for as far as early voting goes. We've never seen anything like that before. I remember when I voted in the 2016 election, I had to work on Election Day. So I was out of town. I was in Vegas. And in Ohio, they were very strict about why aren't you going to be available? Why aren't you here? I had to give my reasonings for why I wasn't going to be able to vote on Election Day, and I had to vote absentee. But now it's turning into this
I'm sure it's
marathon of voting days. There's weeks on end of voting. So it's really different this time around. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
I mean, if you look at the Commonwealth of Virginia, I believe they give the residents there over 40 days of early voting, the most really in any state.
50%
it's actually
to
really impressive. I think it's probably a little bit too long. But the Republicans
780,000
look at rural
to
Virginia,
740,
where President Trump was a couple of days ago in Salem. The turnout in rural Virginia, you're talking 100 to 200% increases in the Commonwealth of Virginia. On top of that, you have turnout very low in some of the Democratic strongholds of Fairfax County, Loudoun County, Fredericksburg County. You're seeing turnout for the Democrats a little bit sluggish in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but you're also seeing that across the map. You look at Pennsylvania, I think a lot of Democrats are getting concerned that Philadelphia is not going to show up for Kamala Harris the way her campaign wants Philadelphia to show up. You've had some pundits say that she has to hit the 700,000 mark in Philadelphia to carry the Commonwealth. I've got a lot of people saying it doesn't look like it's possible for Kamala Harris to reach that 700,000 threshold in Philadelphia, which could mean an early night for Donald Trump. It's still very, very early. I'm monitoring X, Elon Musk's X. I'm talking to a lot of sources that are looking at the data to see where we're at. Very early to monitoring right now, but I think the Republicans do feel like the momentum is in their favor.
And for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which of course is a huge role in this election, there's a very large Amish community. The Amish population typically hasn't voted in any election, but the fact that the government has become so overreaching into their society and their way of life, and they really try to be, on their own. They don't really participate in the normal American culture, but the government has become so overreaching that the Amish are coming out in droves in support for President Trump. And I think that's going to play a huge role in this Pennsylvania race.
Yeah, and I was seeing at Liberty University in Virginia, lines circling the building. A lot of young Christian conservatives coming out to vote in Liberty could play a role in the Virginia, the race to the White House in Virginia. You talk about election integrity. Florida, the third largest state
33%.
We got a final call on this
48%,
less than an hour and a half after their polls closed. Florida is very interesting. You have the Panhandle that actually is in
still about 40,000.
So before Central Time even happened, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we already had a call. Florida was already called. As the third largest state, we were able to go through our mail, go through our early, and go through our in-person on election day votes in a matter of minutes, really, for a definitive call in that state. Why can't the entire nation just follow the benchmark, the structure of Florida elections? I think a lot of people are going to start asking, why are we having to wait days in Nevada, in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania? So I think Florida really is the standard of how to run elections. Kudos to Ron DeSantis. Kudos to the conservative leadership in this state, which has made elections very seamless. And we already have a big, big call. Florida has gone for Donald Trump for a third time.
And what a great testament to the efficiency of how they're running the election in the state of Florida. That's a great point. So many electoral votes, huge population of the United States living in Florida, and they were able to get it together and get it counted and get it done. I mean, that was very quickly that we were able to get the
it's only 20,000
So just an update on some of these states. We have Florida, Alabama,
Virginia.
Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, South Carolina, and Oklahoma for President Trump.
Yeah, we need Elon Musk's Starlink here in the building because Wi-Fi, it's a bit of a struggle.
Elon, help us out.
If we're looking at our phones, we're trying to see if we've established connection, and we're trying to get some information from some of our sources, some of the public data as well. So apologies if we do look down, but there's a lot coming in. Polls are closing.
It's 821,000.
People's votes are being
800,000
counted. The public is knowing where we stand in this race. You have South Carolina already going for Donald Trump, Indiana, Kentucky. Obviously, we talked about Florida, Georgia. Can President Trump win in Georgia? The polls looked very close, but the early vote for Georgia looked incredible. I think the Democrats were starting to sweat a little bit, and I think the turnout for the Democratic Party might not get Georgia over the finish line for Kamala Harris. Still too close to call. But I think Brian Kemp, the Republican Party in Georgia, has done a really good job turning out that vote. You look at the rural areas, you look at the suburbs around Atlanta. it tells a very interesting story. They're breaking for Donald Trump in ways that didn't happen in 2020 and didn't happen in 2016. So I think Donald Trump's team is feeling pretty good in Georgia. We're going to continue to monitor to see when that call comes through. But right now, he is leading in the great state of Georgia.
We had lots of rallies this campaign season for President Trump in Georgia, and it is currently leaning red. So that's great. That's exciting news. Texas, of course, is leaning red as well, and Missouri. And then Ohio is still counting. Pennsylvania, of course. Michigan, Illinois, North Carolina, Virginia. These are all still counting, and they're in play.
Yeah, so we're here in the convention center here in West Palm Beach. You've got the larger of the two watch parties here, and then at Mar-a-Lago, some of the close senior advisors are there with President Trump.
It's 857,000 votes.
Watching over there as well. So
votes.
the energy here is very, very
Less
exciting.
than 10,000 votes separate.
Every time I look back, I'm realizing more and more people are coming to the Palm Beach Convention Center. Mar-a-Lago is also very, very busy. A lot of people are just
Virginia just went red.
You had some anxious energy, some cautious
Donald Trump
optimism,
is leading in Virginia.
And some blatant optimism. I'm talking to some people that really think that Donald Trump is going to win this election, and for good reason. The early vote operation from the RNC under Lara Trump and Michael Whatley has been incredible. Their mission was to get people out early,
votes.
whether that was via mail, via in-person, or other means of voting early, and they achieved that. You saw what happened in Georgia, incredible. You saw in Nevada and Arizona, incredible early vote numbers.
Why don't you tell us about
So they're talking to a lot of people. Mark Lauder, a good friend, he said the math isn't mathing. And I agree. If you look at
math isn't
history, Democrats don't vote on election day. They don't. That has always been a Republican stronghold that even if it's a little close, we know that the Republican votes come out on election day. So if you look at a lot of these states where the Democrats might have been trailing a little bit, they've got to feel a little nervous because their people do not come out on election day. So we'll see it's still very early. I know we've got Michigan, Wisconsin.
Kamala is losing in
There's
Virginia.
not a lot of incoming right now. We'll see what the pundits have to say, but it's shaping up to be a potentially really good night for President Trump.
Sentiment here on the ground in Palm Beach is awesome. Here in the convention center, everyone's in really good spirits. We have tons and tons of media press on the risers here. We've got a big American flag behind the camera. Of course, the stage is set with lots of American flags over there. We have Fox News giving updates on the screens on either side of the stage. Everyone is decked out in their MAGA hats, red, white, and blue, looking very sharp here tonight. And they're handing out MAGA hats as well. There's lots of seats around.
Oh my
Everyone's
gosh,
in
guys,
really
this
good
would be
spirits.
so
Everyone's
exciting.
in a good mood.
They can't cheat
It's a lot of fun here
Virginia.
tonight.
It's become a little bit of a homecoming, if you will. I served in the Trump administration.
Down
a lot of
here in
former
Texas,
colleagues, everyone kind of descended on West Palm Beach
Wales
as a
still
rallying of the team, really. See a lot of former White House press corps here as well, who is now traveling with President Trump throughout the campaign. So a lot of familiar faces in the room. It's very much a MAGA homecoming here in West Palm Beach. Very fitting that the state of Florida went so significantly for President Trump, who has called Florida home. Obviously, the Winter White House, Mar-a-Lago, just miles down the road.
Trump's in
Florida is a
Florida.
very symbolic place
Trump
for a
might
lot of
win
reasons. It
tonight,
goes to show
and
you
we're
the
at a
freedom
MAGA
that
party,
the state
and it's all
prioritizes. It goes
fitting.
to show you
It's all
the
quite
beauty of
interesting.
Republican leadership.
But could you
My
just
old boss,
move
Byron
on to
Donalds, talks
something
about Florida
else?
as really a test of what Republican leadership looks like. We've had 30 years of conservative governance in the governor's mansion, and there's a reason why people are coming here. We've kept taxes low, both personal and corporate. We've let the American people here take advantage of their financial situations. Educational choices here. We prioritize our police and safety here.
You can just be
There's
quiet.
no sanctuary cities in Florida.
You can stop
we saw
talking
what
for a little
Governor
while.
DeSantis did. He shipped them
Just
right over to
leave the
Martha's Vineyard, said
microphone
you're not welcome here
in the
if you're
audience.
illegal. So a lot of people love this state. Miami-Dade, massive Cuban population there, went for Donald Trump, historic levels. So I think
Fascinating.
a lot of Democrats are saying, wow, should we even invest dollars in this state anymore? Because it's truly a Republican state.
I was thinking that
And we have some
myself.
congressional races here in Florida. Rep.
Okay.
Anna Paulina Luna in Congressional District 13. Rep. Matt Gaetz in Congressional District 1.
Matt Gaetz,
Rep. Byron
okay.
Donalds in 19. And Florida, Corey Mills Florida's.
All right, it's 49.3% to 49%. 37%
Mike Waltz
in
also
Virginia.
winning. So no major news out of the congressionals. I don't think there's been any significant flips.
Doug, I
was talking to some of my sources to see if Florida could potentially flip 1 or 2 Democrat seats based on that stronghold. But you got to remember, Orange County, very Democrat. Broward County, still unfortunately very Democrat in the state. So no news in the congressional. But in the Senate side, Rick Scott blew it away. You started to see some polling that Rick Scott potentially may have potentially been getting it a little bit close of a race. Not at all. Rick Scott blew it away.
Gotta love it. And huge thank you to our friends over at Patriot Addict.
Arkansas.
Our sponsor, Patriot Addict, just made their all-time top-selling Trump knife deal even better for elections.
I think it's now
for limited time on Election Day special. They're offering an additional 10% off for RSBN viewers and giving you guys a total of 30% off. Use coupon code RSBN30 to get 30% off as for their Election Day special. Grab your Trump combat knife today. These are super high quality knives that you can add to your collection or gift it to your loved ones this upcoming holiday season. Get yours at 30% off today.
All right,
Use
49.5
RSBN30. Visit the website patriotaddict.deals.com. Again, that's patriotaddict.deals.com.
Virginia
Use coupon code
is for
RSBN30
lovers.
for 30% off. And this deal is an election special that won't last too long.
Nope.
Huge thank you to Patriot Addict.
Yeah, none of this would be possible without our great sponsors and, of course, our great viewers. I'm interested to see how many people are tuning in tonight. I feel like it's going to be records. There's so many people interested in what's going to happen today and what the ramifications will be tomorrow and down the road. A lot of Republicans have had to deal with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in the White House for a long time. I would say about a year ago today, we were like, okay, let's mobilize, let's get ready, let's get re-engaged in our politics. And you saw the RNC, you saw normal everyday Republicans putting yard signs, working at polls, getting engaged, attending rallies, phone banking, door knocking. The Scott Presleys of the world put on their boots and said, we are going to start making a difference in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You saw a really uniting force around the Republican Party to make sure that we regain the White House, hold on to the House, and flip the Senate. Tonight is the big night. Did the fruits of our labor pay off? What are we going to be reaping for the years of sowing into the Republican Party and ensuring that we remain in power in the House and take back power in the Senate and the White House? I think it's still early to tell. But I think if you talk to the Republican Party, there may be some officials that we can talk to later on tonight.
Yeah, please.
I think they did the work. I think they did what they needed to do. You've been to a number of rallies. I've been to a number of rallies. It's not just the rally, right? Because that's 25,000 Trump supporters. It's the driving. Remember when we drove from Milwaukee to Dodge County?
All right, 49.7.
You know, and you were talking about your cookie poll. I'm sure the viewers are going to love to talk about it. She's been tracking this cookie poll out of what state?
It's from the Philadelphia area.
Yes. And
if he wins
it just
Virginia,
goes to show you that the momentum, the enthusiasm truly seems to be in Donald Trump's favor. Obviously, a cookie poll is not going to determine the election, but it does tell you something about enthusiasm. The MAGA base is enthused, and they're putting yard signs out there. They're buying cookies, and most of all, they're voting.
So from Lockel's Bakery, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. The final cookie tally result: Kamala Harris, 3,135 cookies. Donald Trump, 45,596 cookies as of today.
Yeah, incredible. We're getting numbers here in Georgia with over 50% of the vote in. Donald Trump still remains in the lead here, there in Georgia. Obviously, the Kamala Harris campaign really wanted to zero in on Georgia. They wanted to keep it in the Democrat side of the ledger. We also are looking at Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You're looking at Wisconsin, Michigan. A lot of East Coast states are battleground states. There could be a story to be told here early. We're also looking at Virginia. Even if Donald Trump doesn't take Virginia, if he makes it within a 5-point race, that can tell a story about what could happen in North Carolina, what could happen in Pennsylvania. So I think the data nerds, both campaigns are looking very, very closely at the smallest of indicators. Obviously, there was a lot of early vote in this election. What did that mean? We also talk about propensity voters, low propensity, high propensity, medium propensity. The GOP did a really good job of turning out the low to medium propensity voters.
It's actually
what does that mean? It means people that usually aren't engaged in politics, whether they skipped last election, whether they didn't participate in the midterms, whether they didn't participate in 2 presidential elections ago. Donald Trump is pulling these people out. They're getting off the couch. They're getting engaged. They're focusing in on the presidential election, and they're voting. So if you talk about a close election and Kamala Harris isn't pulling out the low propensity to medium propensity voters for the Democratic Party, but Donald Trump is pulling out the low to medium propensity independents and Republicans, that could be a difference maker in this election. It's something that the campaigns are looking very, very closely at. And prior to today, I was talking to a lot of sources that were saying, we are beating the Democrats when it comes to low and medium propensity voters, and that could be all the difference. Still very early to tell where we're at right now, but the Democratic Party was a little skittish, was a little nervous. You had former Obama advisors saying the early vote was a little scary. Republicans turned out early. They listened to President Trump. They listened to the swamp the vote and too big to rig initiatives, and they voted early. And it's very impressive. So if we banked enough vote early and then we killed it today on day of voting, Republican Party could be celebrating here a little bit after midnight or potentially even earlier. A lot of experts are saying if what we're seeing holds up, it's not going to be as late of a night. Still too early to tell that, but I think the Republican Party has a good feeling right now. And I will continue to let you know from my sources how we are looking.
Please just keep
talking.
We're
here. We made it. It's election night.
Just keep talking.
You did the deed. You voted. And now you're huddled around the TV trying to see who the next president of the United States is.
I'm just trying to wait till you finish talking.
A lot of toxicity in this environment. We remember what happened to President Trump nearly losing his life, not just once, but twice. The rhetoric from Kamala Harris, calling him Hitler, calling his supporters Nazis, calling us garbage. There's been a lot of hostile nature from the press and also the Democratic Party. But we've had massive resolve, just like President Trump had when he lifted up his fist and said, fight, fight, fight. The Republican Party is more united than ever, which is really, really crucial going into this election. The Liz Cheneys, the Adam Kinzingers really haven't made a difference in our party when it comes to determining if Republicans are going to vote out or we're going to turn out. And independents. I think last minute swing voters, they're breaking on the issue of the economy. They trust Donald Trump on the issue of the economy.
So?
They trust Donald Trump on the issue of immigration. So if you look at where they're going to go, it's kind of like a seesaw. And I think they're going to end up falling in the Trump category because of the issues. Swing voters are always going to go after the issues.
And the RFK endorsement was so huge for President Trump because he has really tapped into a market of people who either were going to vote independent or
I don't pick on her.
Maybe even were Democrat in the past, and even people who have never voted before ever.
There it is, Virginia.
Now
right? Oh, no,
voting
that's
for
Kansas.
President Trump, and we've seen that with all the rallies that we've done. There's always voter registration booths
right
outside and brand new first-time voters. And then we're not just referring to people who aren't just turning 18.
Yeah.
People who are above age to vote and just never participated in any race are now voting and registering to vote for Donald J. Trump.
Which was a difference maker in 2016. A lot of people were shocked when President Trump beat Hillary Clinton. And then when they kind of did the post-mortem of how did we lose, it was people that never were engaged. People that literally voted for the first time in their 50s came out to vote for Donald Trump. So a lot of the people have been saying, listen, don't look at 2020 as an indicator of how 2024 is going to go. 2020 was a massive outlier. Why? Everyone basically in this country got a mail-in ballot. Everyone had the opportunity to vote because they were sitting on their couch because everyone was pretty much on lockdown, especially if you lived in a Democratic state. It's not the same right now. And the beauty of social media is that it's presented the Republican Party an opportunity to kind of cut through all the negative press coming from the corporate media. And people have been able to get their news directly from this thing, the cell phone, or their computers. Also, Donald Trump prioritized different markets. Joe Rogan,
49.3 to 49
other platforms. He joined TikTok. 40%. So he's reaching an audience that he typically never reached before. And there was a guy in Virginia. He was interviewed, and they said, "Who are you voting for?" He said, "Well, I voted for Joe Biden in 2020, but I'm voting for Donald Trump in 2024."
Fascinating.
CNN said, "Why are you doing that?" Because Donald Trump went on podcasts and he spoke to the American people in a way that Kamala Harris didn't. He felt like he got to know Donald Trump more, and he felt like he is the best guy for this season right now. And he was a young guy who voted for Donald Trump for the first time, Democrat voting previously. So you talk about those little anecdotal stories, but they tell a bigger story of like, where are young men? They're on podcasts. They're on X. They're on TikTok. And Donald Trump is connecting with them. So we'll see what that plays out, but it's an anecdote that could potentially be a determining factor in this election.
And just on the Joe Rogan podcast alone, Donald Trump went on, JD Vance went on, and Elon Musk went on.
Right.
All, of course, for the Trump team altogether, which accumulated tens of millions of views. Yeah. President Trump had over 40 million views. JD Vance did a few million within the first day. Elon Musk, I mean, this is a mass audience that they've been able to reach through the Joe Rogan podcast, and then ultimately Joe Rogan endorsed Donald Trump himself.
Right. And the beauty of those two interviews with Donald Trump and JD Vance on Joe Rogan is that it wasn't that political. It was more of a personal conversation about a lot of things. Obviously, they talked about personality, but if you really didn't know about Donald Trump, he gave you 3 hours in which you can kind of.
All right, can we go
he's
to
just
9
an average
o'clock
guy,
quickly
normal guy,
and change the
who's
subject?
nice, relatable,
change the moderators?
Oh, he's right on the policy as well. So we are here in West Palm Beach.
Thank
on
you. That's
Press
interesting.
Riser. You've probably got close to 100 press right here. And it's election night in America. And everyone's excited. Here, Harrison Fields, Megan Kohler. We are going to toss it back to the studio in Auburn, Alabama. We will be back. It's election night in America. Be sure to don't move an inch. Continue on RSBN. Live from West Palm Beach. We'll be back soon.
I hope not. Okay, let's go. We can't hear you.
Especially on a critically important night like tonight. And what you'll notice here on the map is we are still watching a lot of these states go back and forth from red to blue. However, almost the entire southeastern quadrant of this great nation now covered in red. Now, I really want to take a moment and talk about what's been going on in Ohio.
All right.
Now, Ohio is a really important state to watch because typically Ohio can be a bellwether for presidential elections. And if you've been watching this map as closely as me, you've seen it flip from blue to red and now back to red. 43% of the votes in Ohio have been counted. Ohio is an important state. It has leaned more Democratic in years past. However, when Donald Trump stepped into the picture in 2016 and 2020, we had a clear winner, a clear decision for Donald J. Trump. And so this is a state that we're going to have to keep watching because it really depends on voter turnout. So if we see a big shift in voter turnout in states like Ohio, we could lose a very important state. This is something that we're watching very closely, but rest assured at this point, again, Donald J. Trump is up 51% to Kamala Harris's 48%. Now, obviously, these states are important here on the southeastern part of the country, in fact, for the eastern third of the nation. But some of those big electoral numbers are going to come in later on tonight from California.
Oh, really?
We'll be watching Oregon and Washington.
I didn't know.
Typically blue states. So
hey, Virginia, 49.4 to 48.9.
And as we watch these numbers go up, Donald J. Trump is now at 101 electoral votes that have been confirmed by the AP. This is their projection. 71% now for Kamala Harris, 71 votes now for Kamala Harris. So it's very, very close. 53.8% going to Donald J. Trump. At this moment, 45.1% going to Kamala Harris. However, when you take a look at the map, we're still watching Pennsylvania and Michigan, two swing states very closely over the past hour. North Carolina has stayed red. At this point, 23% of the votes have been counted in the great state of North Carolina, in the Tar Heel state. Let's move now to Pennsylvania and show you what's been happening there. Don't be too concerned just yet. Only 12% of the votes have been counted in Pennsylvania, where we have that
still have the cheating to do.
19 electoral votes up for grabs. Pennsylvania has been known to decide elections, and even though this is shaded a little bit more blue than we'd like it to be at this hour, this is a state where it's going to take hours to count all the votes. When it comes to Michigan, also shaded in a color that we don't love,
he's going to get Virginia.
Only 7% of the votes have been counted. So we're still watching these swing states very closely. Interesting to see Maine right here, one of the northeasternmost state in the country, is shaded red for now. These votes are just coming in now, only 2 electoral votes. Nonetheless, we'll take every electoral vote that we can get for Donald J. Trump. However, we do notice the margin is closing in quite a bit between the 2 candidates. And so again, this is the time to pray. Send your prayers up for Donald J. Trump. You know what he's done for our country. You know how hard he's worked throughout the campaign season.
Yes,
if there's one thing that Donald J. Trump is, it's a hard worker. And right now the polls are closed, but it never closes when it comes to the time that you can send your prayers and your requests up to God. Remember, we're in this together. Our country is on the line. I do love to see this block. Florida has been known to be a swing state in the past. You'll probably never forget the hanging Chad situation. Well, you know what? Florida is straight red, and we're still watching for some of those larger counties, Miami-Dade and Broward County in South Florida, to potentially turn red as well. The numbers keep coming in Florida at this hour. 92% of the votes are in Texas. 52% of the votes are in. We did have some concerns at one point in this election cycle about the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State, but it's a border state. This is a good bellwether for the remainder of the border states. You're talking about New Mexico, Arizona. These are 2 states we're expecting Arizona to go red based on just voter registration alone, but we could see New Mexico flip as well. It's just one of those nights. I do think it's going to be a long night because the numbers continue to increase for Kamala Harris, which is not something that we love. But hey, it's not over till it's over. And we're going to keep watching it for you every moment. Guys, what are you checking out right now from the desk? Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. I do want to let you know about a couple things that we do have coming up. Number one, Mike Lindell is going to be joining us for an interview. Obviously, Mike Lindell has worked over the past 4 years, a culmination of all his hard work in the forefront tonight. What can we expect in the state of Minnesota, where he does his manufacturing? My Pillow Company is located in Minnesota. We're going to have a live update.
Minnesota's going red.
Also, we spoke to Representative Andy Biggs. He's in Arizona. He gave us a really good projection of what he thinks is going to happen. May not be as optimistic as some of us would like it to be, but the man keeps it real. And so stay tuned. That interview is coming your way as well. We have great live coverage coming your way. You just saw that from Palm Beach, where the President Donald J. Trump watch party is taking place. And we're in Cobb County, Pennsylvania. We're watching very closely what's happening in Pennsylvania, because this is a state where election integrity, at least when it comes to our 50 states that make up this great nation, it's Pennsylvania that we're watching the most closely in order to make sure that this is a safe and secure election. And I don't have a lot of doubt about the great state of Michigan. I also think that President Donald J. Trump at the top of the ticket is going to pull up Mike Rogers for the Senate. Let's take a look at what's happening in the Senate race right now. And again, the numbers, it's too early to call. Only 8% of the votes have been counted in the state of Michigan.
Are we going to get the
We're
Senate?
looking good, though, when it comes to the state of Tennessee. It looks like Marsha Blackburn,
but that's not a
has
change.
been given the green light. She will once again be serving us in the Senate. The Senate, 1/3
we picked anybody
up for
else
grabs in this election. In Florida, we're also looking good. Look at Texas. We were concerned about Ted Cruz at one point in this election. Now, with 52% of the votes counted, it looks good for Ted Cruz. And Ted Cruz is an amazing man. He's done a lot for the state of Texas. He does a lot in Congress to keep us safe. And we really appreciate the fact that he ran again, because it's not easy serving in the Senate
He
ran again, and it looks like he's going to win. So we're super excited to see that news as well in North Dakota. We're also looking good for Kevin Cramer, GOP candidate there, 73.4%.
Are we picking
vote
up
right
any
now,
seats?
but only 2% counted. Cramer will likely take that Senate race as well. And in Florida, Rick Scott. We're excited to see Rick Scott in the Senate once again. This is more than likely going to be the case. 55.6% of the vote, with 91% of the votes counted. He works very, very well with the governor in the state of Florida, the two working in tandem to make sure that Florida is one of those states that sets the bar high for the rest of us. And when you think about the power that could be behind President Donald J. Trump, if the Senate continues to go red, if he has that backup that he needs, I mean, it could make things a lot more smooth. Now, this is going to make you very happy when you take a look at this. Obviously, it's still early in the night. We're going to be watching California, Oregon, and Washington. And the atmosphere might change a little bit later on in the night when we start to really take a look at these West Coast states. However, this is your 2024 U.S. House election projection map. And we're looking really good in Texas, almost all red. This is where your representatives are fighting hard for border security.
What pickups
also
do we
looking good
have?
in Oklahoma, in Florida. Of course, there's a couple spots here. You can see Miami-Dade and Broward. Representatives look like they will stay red. We're going to be watching very closely for some of these races with people. Mario Diaz-Balart, for example, 71% of the vote right now in Florida's 26th district. We're also looking good in Central Florida here. Scott Franklin, 65.7% of the vote. So things are looking good. We've got a lot more.
Things are looking good in Virginia.
In order to kind of digest, process everything that's happening. But let me take you
Can
back,
you go back to Virginia?
to the most important situation, and that's our
Why don't you
presidential
talk
race,
about
where Donald J.
Virginia?
Trump sits with 101 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 71. And the night is young, guys.
All right, Christina, thank you so much. Now let's look at Ohio
Virginia.
right now. What are the numbers that you're seeing with the amount of votes counted there at this point?
Oh, Ohio.
Actually show up to vote. That's a possibility that we saw a shift in voter turnout. It can significantly impact elections. However, we're still feeling confident, 51.9% going for Donald Trump. It's really going to be dependent on which counties have been counted, have been tallied up so far. And of course, Cleveland is going to be the big city inside of Ohio. But this is J.D. Vance country right here. And a lot of people are very excited about the future of the Republican Party.
Right, so Virginia, 44% reporting.
Vance. And so
it's
again,
49.6%.
we don't want to jump to conclusions. We want to stay cautiously optimistic. But Ohio can be a bellwether for presidential elections. And so hopefully it will stay red. That'll be a good sign for us. Another bellwether is going to be Nevada as we move late into the evening hours.
Now, Christina, as we're dissecting these numbers specifically in the Buckeye state of Ohio, it looks like President Trump and Senator Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, are neck and neck together in this race. Do you think this is a situation where maybe there's some split voting with almost half of the electorate having been recorded thus far?
It's interesting. And yeah, it really is going to be determined by where the votes are coming in right now. Because if we still need to count all the rural areas that really make Ohio great, then we know it's going to be a clear victory for President Donald J. Trump. But it's interesting how Ohio on the presidential map is red. And then when you take a look at Sherrod Brown, 49.3% of the vote. Bernie Moreno, 48.1% of the vote. But that's for now. And again, if they're done tallying up in Cleveland, that could be what is pushing the numbers higher for the Democrat Party. However, Bernie Moreno is beloved in this part of the country. We know that President Donald J. Trump has backed him. And when you get that backing from Donald J. Trump, it can only help you. And we know that in Ohio, it's still early. Again, 45% of the votes counted. This is what we're going to watch very, very closely going forward. But it's blue for the Senate race. Right now, red, though, for the presidential election. And when you vote for Trump at the top of the ballot, he will usually pull up the congressional members that sit on that ticket beneath him.
All right, Christina Loren, thank you so much for that live report there in the projection room at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We see a lot of red on that map. We're monitoring the numbers and the data coming through. Now, we do want to thank a number of our sponsors for this entire broadcast, including Juvent, big pharma, big medicine, and lobbyists that have made their way into places they shouldn't be, often lead to the suppression of products like the Juvent Micro Impact platform. So we're told that this platform will radically transform the way that you think about and approach overall health. So you see that information there on your screen. Juvent is a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's move on now to freetrumpbook.com, freetrumpbook.com. Everything when it comes to Mike Huckabee and great titles out there, Bobby, for the American people.
Oh, absolutely. We love the work that Governor Mike Huckabee is doing. And think about a great stocking stuffer for those future voters or those interested in the process. I think about that wonderful family we interviewed in Aurora, Colorado. They went back and got to meet President Trump because we reached out and it was great. A brother and sister in 8th grade and 6th grade, so interested in the process. This helps kids to learn those true policies of President Trump and why he got involved in the process to begin with. So only pay on shipping and processing handling, but they are free guides where you could share the truth, not only with future voters, but maybe that neighbor who still keeps their head in the sand and listens to too much fake news.
Exactly. And we are not fake news here at Conservative Media RSBN. So, all right, so we see the breaking news, President Trump winning various states, as you see in the union. Let's go over the states that he has won. Then we're going to tackle some of the other states and see what the numbers are with the amount of vote that has come through. All right, so we know Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and we see that Ohio is leaning red. Virginia right now leaning red. Why don't we tackle Virginia, and then we're going to get into talking more about Pennsylvania in just a second. So let's go to the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Right now, this state is such an important state, 13 electoral votes out of the, no pun intended, blue that could possibly go red. We're looking at 46% of votes counted. The Associated Press reporting Donald Trump has 1.1 million votes versus a little bit less than that for Harris, still over the 1 million mark. So the percentage breakdown right now in Virginia, President Trump, 49.6%. Harris 48.7. So leading in Virginia, we've seen it go back and forth, just like North Carolina.
Exactly. And we're getting close to about half of the electorate actually counted there. But I would equate that to two things. Of course, President Trump's visit to Western Virginia and also Salem, a really great ability to make inroads there. But look at Governor Glenn Youngkin, how successful he's been with keeping men out of women's sports. What happened with the DC suburbs and the response to his election was the fact that he was willing to handle that, and it protects parents against a bloated bureaucracy. FBI agents coming to their home if they were protesting or questioning school board members. Really a creepy moment for big government oversight, and that being tested on the suburbanites in DC. Can that transfer into a presidential win and a surprise upset for President Trump?
Exactly. I mean, you see the proof in the pudding, as they say. Salem, Virginia the other day for President Trump rallying there. Then how about Albuquerque, New Mexico? Wait until we get there. I mean, that's 5 electoral votes. We're going to keep adding them up as we see them. We do know President Trump, 101. Harris, 71 right now, as you guys see on the right side of your screen. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, you saw Christina Loren earlier in the broadcast from Palm Beach, Florida, Harrison Fields, Megan Kohler, and we'll be going shortly to Pennsylvania, the key swing state there with Nikki Stanzione, as there are 19 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls there have closed, except for that one county out there on the west side of Pennsylvania.
We have Cambria County outside of Pittsburgh, and that is extended because there was a malfunction with the machines printing off ballots specifically. So people were voting, and that was not coming out so they could put that in the tabulizer. So that was extended to 10 o'clock. Of course, the RNC does have poll watchers and attorneys on the ground to oversee that. There is no funny business.
Exactly. And so this is video from earlier today. Bucks County
hundreds of billions to Ukraine.
In line.
We can't fix our voting
on the
machine.
day of the election. Many millions of Americans voted early, but right there you saw people waiting in line. I believe we do have some sound, some interviews from Bucks County. Nikki Stanzione was out there a little bit earlier. We'll be going to her live here shortly, and I believe we do have that sound if we want to go to that right now.
Good time.
All right, we'll be getting that in just a second. The director is queuing that up. But, the people there, they want to talk about President Trump a lot of the times. I mean, we saw all of the rallies that happened in
It's 9 o'clock.
just recently. Pittsburgh.
There should be
Reading,
a bunch of...
the Keystone State, as they say, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, a lot of supporters there for the red, white, and blue, but mainly red when it comes to President Trump.
Some of the most exciting rallies were in Western PA, even Philadelphia, PA, when I was with the nifty Nikki Stanzione in the heat of the summer, 97 degrees that day, humidity through the roof. But President Trump visiting Temple University
120 to 99.
In late June to really make that play for the Commonwealth.
North Dakota, South Dakota,
a very popular state for him. Now we're seeing some disparity in the numbers right now. It looks like with 16% of the votes counted,
New York,
Kamala Harris way up, Bob Casey way up. It's looking like that's in the urban centers. So we need to wait some time and see the rest of the state.
All right, that's we're hearing that we'll be going to Nikki Stanzione in a little bit. We'll also be looking at some of the interviews there in Bucks County in a little bit as well. So we do know that we have a number of calls coming up, race calls here for the country for whether it's President Trump or Kamala Harris. So we're going to see what the Associated Press is projecting. We know that President Trump early on, if we remember, Indiana, Kentucky, right out of the gate, the Hoosiers and the Wildcats, not bad over there, huh?
Those two states dropping at 6 o'clock Eastern. Those are the first two to close at the polling, and they went for President Trump right away.
We're hearing right now that the Dakotas are now called for President Donald J. Trump.
They are called.
North Dakota, South Dakota, beautiful Rapid City, South Dakota. The Dakotas for President Trump. Also,
she's at 99.
For President Trump. So
are you out of your mind?
North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming now in for President Trump. So the numbers getting updated. 120 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 99 for Harris, as we are watching every vote come through in the sense of the voting precinct numbers that we see with the Associated Press. So, Bobby, getting a little bit closer to that 270 mark for the next president of the United States of America.
And President Trump saying throughout Truth Social in recent posts, many polling places, especially in the West, remain open. Stay in line, vote, 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 swamp the vote. Make sure your voice is heard and do not leave that line. So very important message from the former and potentially future president of the United States.
So what we're seeing right now, as you say, it says awaiting next poll closings. It looks like at 9 p.m. Eastern time, the following polls are closed. Wisconsin closed. Arizona just closed. Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern. North Carolina already closed at 7:30. So we're just looking at some of the swing states there as we monitor the polls that close. And then, of course, we'll see the numbers come in and the votes counted. We'll be monitoring that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right. So Pennsylvania already closed. So we're watching those numbers too. Why don't we look in a little closer, Bobby, to Pennsylvania on the interactive AP map here, as we know that that's a key state there, the Commonwealth. We'll be going as well to Pennsylvania shortly for some interviews that occurred a little bit earlier from some great voters there in Pennsylvania. We'll be going to that. Why don't we go to that right now, and then we'll talk about some of the numbers in Pennsylvania.
We're getting closer to the end of the workday, so it's starting to pile on as far as the line length right now. But we want to talk to some friends here and see sort of what the temperament has been today and what the turnout has been like. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, the temperament's been great. I'm a Republican committee woman, and I'm here with my Republican committee man, and we always meet the Democratic committee people who are working across, and we just say, you know.
All right, let's just I'm sure they have a lot to say, but let's quickly look at Virginia. Virginia is 48% reporting. Donald Trump has 1,144,000 votes. Kamala Harris has 1,115,000 votes. Roughly halfway through in Virginia. New Jersey, I was wrong. It got called for Kamala. Michigan is blue. I don't think we have to look at Michigan because they already said they're not going to finish until tomorrow. So the only state out here that, New Hampshire. Let's see what New Hampshire is doing. I don't know how to find it. Here, maybe if I touch this. I can. So New Hampshire is, it doesn't look good. New Hampshire is 153,000 votes for Kamala, 125,000 votes for Donald, and it looks like she's going to win. Although I don't know, it doesn't say how many votes have been. 34%. 34%. So I guess maybe it could change, but that doesn't look good for Donald. Virginia is 49.9 to 48.4. 1,160,000. All right, let me get back to them for you guys. Let me get back to them.
Voting there in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We see the electoral votes on the bottom of your screen there as we monitor the numbers coming through, as we await a new projection map here with the AP. Here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we see, again, the newest states, Bobby, that went to President Trump: North Carolina, North Dakota, South Dakota, and West Virginia. Speaking of North Carolina, what I was about to say, why don't we look at that real quick here? It looks like, Bobby, 40% of the votes counted for President Trump, leading slightly in North Carolina.
Right, and they are coming in, rather rapidly, but that will be looking more and more like a crucial state for the Tar Heel state in the Sun Belt. Big victory if that is able to come across, for sure.
Exactly. So we'll be seeing those numbers as we get them. All of that data that is being taken care of out there in the sense of the votes being counted and what we see here. So we see right there, 270, of course, needed to win. President Trump in the lead, 120 over Harris, 99. We have some serious swing states left, Bobby. We still have Wisconsin. We have Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. We still have, of course, Arizona and Nevada. Am I missing any states there? I mean, that's 7 states, right?
That is.
And North Carolina, yeah. So we have all the states, in the sense of we don't have any swing states yet called for the election right now. Obviously having a little bit of a technical difficulty there, but we do know at the end of the day that we have no swing states that have been called yet. So we're monitoring that, and we'll bring you that coverage as we get it.
And it's looking as if the Peach State remains slightly ahead for President Trump with 68% of votes counted. And we heard earlier from Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger that Georgia will be called tonight. They are confident in that, even with military absentee roughly making up around 17% of the vote. Georgia being one of the largest states of those active in the military and deployed overseas.
Exactly. So we are looking to see those numbers come in as the electoral votes now. President Trump at 137 to Harris's 99. So a state just came through. Is that Nebraska? We're looking
Louisiana
right now, as we monitor
Louisiana
came states that are called
Ohio
for President Trump right now. Of course, again, the swing states have not been called yet. Those are the big ones.
It's 137,
93
99.
electoral votes up for grabs within that right now. We're seeing also Minnesota looking pretty good toward the red area.
Minnesota, I told you.
On the votes being counted there. So we're monitoring it all right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Now, Nebraska, very interesting. This is part of the Harris play for that one congressional seat, the second congressional seat. Maine is very similar also with their second congressional seat, where they allocate the Electoral College based on congressional district. In other words, you can win statewide. And that's what President Trump has done with Nebraska, calling 2 of its congressional districts 1 and 3, that making up the statewide vote. The second congressional district independent of that. So you can have a split result in Nebraska and Maine, which could be crucial if it comes down to a 270 split, or 269, 269. And then 270 being the winning factor.
And something that hasn't happened since 1801, the 269, 269. And I don't think we'll be seeing that tonight. We are seeing the numbers come in, though. And as you see, President Trump leading 137 to 99. It would be great to see some more numbers come in here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 11 after 9 Eastern here at RSBN. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez here live. You saw Christina Loren, and also Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler in Florida. We'll be going back out to that Trump team watch party in Palm Beach, and it's quite a pleasure to work with you today, Bobby, as we are, Bobby's been traveling around the country, as you guys have seen, so him in the same studio with me right now is pretty awesome, but it's been quite the campaign trail. Obviously, it stopped last night, and now here we are, President Trump saying, stay in line, stay in line, stay in line if you're voting out there when it comes to some of the West Coast states that are still open for the
Wisconsin is looking red.
So important to do, because you can make a difference in this election, and especially in crucial states like Arizona and Nevada with 6 and 11 electoral votes respectively. Now we're looking at what seems to be somewhat of a surprise. President Trump continues to lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia with 50% of votes counted for by AP. He is up 49.9% versus the vice president's 48.5%. So roughly several thousand votes separating the two candidates.
Exactly. So again, the number 177 to 99 right now, 177 to 99. So another state must have just come through. It looks like the state of Texas, the Lone Star State, called for President Trump here. Great numbers there. 3.9 million people so far for President Trump there. 3.3 for Kamala Harris. That's at 57% of the votes counted. So the AP estimating and projecting President Trump winning the Lone Star State. So the numbers again updated now: 177 for President Trump, 99 for Harris, as we continue to track each state and these locations. Why don't we look at, let's go to Georgia. How's Georgia doing now?
Georgia.
Going back to, I was just checking the Senate races because some Senate races have not been called.
He's going to win Georgia.
Ted Cruz leading in Texas, but that has not been called yet.
New Mexico.
Let's look at Georgia, with 68% of the vote in. President Trump remains up roughly 52.5% versus the vice president's 46.8%. So roughly 210,000 votes. President Trump is up. And as you see there, again, projected the winner of the Lone Star State with 40 electoral votes. A big victory for President Trump in the heart of Texas.
Yeah, exactly. So we're looking at Louisiana has also gone to President Trump. So obviously the southeastern part of this country, including up in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. Right now, Wisconsin, look at the numbers there. Wisconsin and Michigan, two huge swing states.
Minnesota.
Wisconsin at 10 electoral votes. Michigan, I believe 16. So 10 and 16 there in Wisconsin and Michigan. Also, Director, if you could please close down the IFB. If you could please close down the IFB. Thank you. We have a number of sponsors to get to here on Right Side Broadcasting Network
in
as
Virginia.
Well. Let's get to those sponsors in just a second, but let's look back at those electoral numbers.
1,216,000.
So we're looking at Michigan has 15, and then Wisconsin has 10. So I was incorrect on Michigan. It's 15, not 16. So Just want to make sure the numbers are all accurate on that.
And again, you have an urban turnout down roughly 321,000 plus votes compared to this point in 2020. Female turnout down nearly 205,000 votes compared to 4 years ago.
Where, the whole country?
The rural turnout in the UP, that is up roughly 56,000 votes compared to this point in 2020 for the Wolverines.
Ohio.
Exactly. So we're looking at some possible wins there for President Trump as we monitor each of these states coming into the newsroom here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, unfortunately, the state of New York, man, they went to Harris, it looks like, with a decent amount of votes there.
New Jersey,
but that's only with 17% of the votes counted. But the estimate from the AP projection is New York will go to Harris.
From the lakes
again,
of Minnesota.
A lot of people there in that state that love President Trump, as you guys know. We look down to New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, it looks like, and Illinois for Harris right now. But we do know that President Trump has a considerable lead, 177 to 99 right now, Bobby, as we are looking at the time zones, of course, from the Northeast, the Southeast, the Midwest of the country, all the way to the Mountain Time and Western time zones, as we get ready to really come down a final stretch of sorts. We're not there yet.
Things aren't looking so
great. And
great.
it actually looks as if, at least compared to 4 years ago, that things seem to be kind of clipping along, which is somewhat of a surprise. But there has been pressure with a number of secretaries of state and county clerks to really clean up their offices in the process. And they seem to want to get a result fast, but also accurately.
All right. So if you're just joining us right now, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We have crews in Palm Beach, Florida, and Bucks County, Pennsylvania. And of course, we'll be going to our projection room here at Right Side.
Wow, Delaware is close.
We have the latest information when it comes to the AP, when it comes to the projections for each state. You guys see there on the top right of your screen, on the right side of the screen, 177 to 99. And we're looking at, let's go with New Mexico right now. New Mexico has 5 electoral votes that are up for grabs. 7% of the votes counted there, and about a 7,000 vote lead there for President Trump.
Right. And yeah, again, very early, but they were seeing something in Albuquerque and surrounding areas. Again, President Trump closing the campaign in highly blue cities and blue counties, really to make a difference, not only for congressional and Senate candidates, but
it's 20,000 votes separating
the potential of maybe we can grab one of these blue states in the process.
All right. So, producer, if you could please repeat that as we get ready to do a couple of reads here. Birch Gold and Wellness Company. Okay, that's right. We are less than 100 away from that coveted 270 pathway to the White House. Birch Gold Group, all you got to do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold, silver, precious metals, tax sheltered IRA, 401k, right?
So smart to do. We will still have $35 trillion of debt. It's hard to fathom and wrap your mind around a number so preposterous. And the problem is it's the Biden-Harris administration that skyrocketed that. If you look at all the debt over 248 years of this glorious country, President Biden responsible for most of it, adding to the debt much more than any of his other predecessors. So a scary thought if Kamala Harris is to succeed him.
Exactly. So text Trump to 989898. You can also get a free fight silver coin with a purchase with Birch Gold Group. Also, let's talk about the Wellness Company as well. All these sponsors bringing us this live coverage
Trump
here.
Is looking
MakeKillGreatAgain.com. Bobby, tell us about this case in the kids.
Virginia,
there's a lot of prescriptions that actually do the job.
Absolutely, like ivermectin,
it's $20,000.
You even have a nebulizer in case you have a respiratory illness and, God forbid, bird flu. We saw earlier in the month, the World Health Organization organized a bird flu summit and actually mandated vaccines throughout Germany. This was not a story that really broke in many Western outlets, even including the BBC. You think that would be covered,
but
it was not. So again, you see mandates throughout the world. And really the way to take care of yourself and make sure you remain healthy is having one of these great kits. Dr. Peter McCullough a wonderful epidemiologist, canceled for his viewpoints on this. He ended up being right. And his...
in Virginia, it is Donald Trump, 1,233,000 versus Kamala Harris, 1,209,000. It's 49.6% to 48.7%, with 52% of the vote counted. New Mexico's now blue at it's New Mexico at 51. It's 52% to 46%. That doesn't look good. All right, here, we'll get back to this.
Trump has 177 electoral votes. He has 93 to the win. And 93 is that key number that Bobby and I have discussed of the swing states. So the 7 swing states add up to exactly 93 votes. And we know, Christina, can you go through the 7 swing states for us? Let's look at them. And also, we know that none of them have been called yet.
No, and I don't know if that's because AP is just trying to keep the drama or keep the hope alive for the Democrat Party. There are other affiliates out there who are going to do their own thing. AP is typically pretty reserved. And, you know, for good reason, we don't want to make a bad call. But what is interesting is the numbers that are coming in right now. They're looking very favorable in the swing states of Georgia and North Carolina in particular. So let's start there. In Georgia, we are looking really good right now. The presidential election, this is one of the states where we ran into a lot of trouble. We have counted up 70% of the votes, 52% at this point of that 70% for Donald J. Trump. For Kamala Harris, only 46.6%. And that's where she relies on that key voting block in the city limits of Atlanta, Georgia. Well, it's not going to get her where she needs to be if this momentum continues for President Donald J. Trump. We're also looking at North Carolina. At this point in North Carolina, 50% of the votes have been tallied. And right now it's 50.6% for Donald J. Trump, 48.4% for Kamala Harris. You look at the state of Maine. Interestingly, that's a state that keeps showing red. It doesn't matter where you're located on the map. There's a lot of people who want change in this country. They want an improved economy. They want no more wide open border. So that's something that we're also watching. Look at this, Wisconsin and Minnesota now also looking red. We have 5% of the votes counted so far in the Badger State of Wisconsin. But hey, 57.8%. Donald J. Trump is leading right now by a pretty significant margin. That just jumped up. Now, some things to consider to be cautiously optimistic. New Mexico has gone back and forth between red and blue, but California, the state of California, has 54 electoral votes up for grabs. This is the big prize.
And guess
California,
who gets it?
and we know Kamala's home state that she has single-handedly destroyed in many ways as the attorney general. Well, they typically vote blue in California. Also, when you talk about Washington and Oregon, Washington has 12 electoral votes. Oregon has 8 electoral votes up for grabs. Texas gave President Trump 40. So that is a big win. We know that Kansas, it looks purple right now. That's going to go red. This is Kansas. This is agricultural territory. This is rural America. And this is a part of the country we call Trump country. You move just to the east, to Missouri. This is also Trump country. I'm not worried about these 3 states whatsoever. I just want to kind of zoom in for you, show you what's happening in the state of Iowa right now. We don't have a lot of returns, and the returns that we are getting are coming from Des Moines, and that's obviously the biggest city in Iowa. So we don't have a lot of concern about which way that state is going to shift either. Only 10% of the votes have been counted at this point in Iowa. So Donald J. Trump now up to 177 electoral votes. Yes, Kamala Harris at 99. We know she's going to get that 54 in California. Nonetheless, the way that this is going right now, it is looking incredibly favorable for Donald J. Trump. Early projections, you take a look at some of the big pollsters, even Nate Silver of 538, he said that he was going to go with his gut, and he believed that President Donald J. Trump would win this election. We're seeing more and more of that as the trend when you take a look at what people are talking about as we're all processing these numbers together tonight. What's so beautiful about being able to do this together as a country is that we want this change so much. We've been praying for it. We've been hoping for it. And based on the way things are going right now, again, it's still early. We don't want to get too optimistic and then have our hopes crushed as we did in 2020, but things are certainly trending in the right direction.
He's
and
losing.
I'm very pleased to see that, guys.
He is losing in Pennsylvania.
No, President Trump has 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 99. We're looking real close at Virginia. Bobby and I were just talking
Virginia is amazing.
Christina, about the state or the Commonwealth of Virginia.
25,000 votes.
We're just going to add that to one of the swing states at this point because we know the 7 swing states are so crucial. But the fact that Virginia is leaning red right now, that's 13 electoral votes. This could be an 8th swing state that we see possibly won by President Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, it's razor thin, 49.6% to 48.7% in the Commonwealth of Virginia right now. Let me see if I can pop it open so you can see the places that have voted. Some of the larger areas, Norfolk, Virginia, went blue. You can see Richmond, Virginia, went blue. But take a look at all of these rural counties that surround those big cities. Look at all the red on the map. It's unfortunate when you think about the fact that in our big cities, they are the ones making the decisions for all of this territory. You take a look at this map and it is downright inspiring. That is something that none of us really expected to see tonight. I'm really also going to be watching for Minnesota and New Mexico going forward to see which way these states go. New Hampshire is also tighter than a lot of people imagined that it would be. It's looking really good.
40,000 votes separating them
in states like New Hampshire right now. So we're going to continue to watch all of this. Michigan,
Virginia is getting stronger for Trump. This is a big
state. So let me give you an idea of what's happening in Michigan. The numbers that have come in from Detroit, from Grand Rapids at this point. So you still have all those rural counties where the votes still need to be included in the overall picture. And so Michigan is a state we know has a very good chance of going to Donald J. Trump. And this is based on voter registration. It's based on the early voting data that we have received. So again, a lot of this blue, it does not make me feel deterred in any way, shape, or form that Donald J. Trump is going to win this election. 178 to 99. California has 54. We'll see how things go. But we could have a decision in the next few hours, gentlemen.
And Christina, we can see now that the AP has declared the Buckeye state of Ohio for President Trump. Bernie Moreno, not very distant, leading in the Senate race as well. It looks like in its entirety, and you can help us through this, looks like a net gain of 1 seat thus far in the United States Senate due to West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice, now the senator-elect from neighboring West Virginia with Ohio.
That's right. And Ohio, I mean, we just showed you this data not too long ago, the numbers that we're in. Right now, we're looking much better for Bernie Moreno. He sits at the top, 50.2% of the vote. So it's still very tight there. But as we just saw, when you take a look at the presidential map, President Trump has taken Ohio by the AP's projection. Therefore, there's a very good chance that Bernie Moreno will be in that Senate seat.
Ohio and Florida, Republicans always need in order to obtain the modern presidency. They've accomplished that tonight, but now relatively seemingly safer red seats as you've seen people move to places that are better governed by Republican governors and Republican constitutional officers.
Christina, also, why don't we look at New Hampshire, some of the numbers there right now with
New Hampshire. He's really pulling ahead in Virginia.
Good idea. New Hampshire also is just a light shade of red. 39% of the votes have been
50%
counted.
to 48%.
54.2% going to Kamala Harris, but 44% going to Donald J. Trump. And just to speak to your point, Bobby McNeely, you're right. There's 30 electoral votes that came in for Trump from Florida in this election. And we also are looking good in Ohio. It looks like the AP has called that. I don't see that being overturned, but 17 electoral votes coming from the state of Ohio. Now, it did go blue, as we were expecting, across Illinois because of the city of Chicago. And in Illinois, you have 19 electoral votes up for grab. Now, if Donald Trump is able to turn Minnesota red, that's an additional 10 electoral college votes. New Mexico, we keep watching it. It's flipping back and forth. If he's able to claim New Mexico, it's not a huge win, but it's 5 electoral votes that would certainly make a difference. To the right in Arizona, we're talking about really good looking number there, 11 electoral votes. It's a border state. I don't see Arizona not going to Donald J. Trump. So the night is young. It's going to be a tight election, no matter how you slice and dice it, just based on the numbers that we have so far, and knowing that California carries such a heavy purse. 54 electoral votes in the Golden State. So we're going to keep watching. And I think that Donald J. Trump, at the very least, is going to win the popular vote, which is very exciting.
And Christina, to your point, right now, that's what we're looking at, a great graphic of popular vote totals. This is through the last updated returns. President Trump at 30.9 million, Harris at 27.7. Those just got updated, 31.3 now to 28.1. Also, we're going to be looking at so many states coming up. I mean, this is really one of those things where we have 7 swing states that have not been called yet. We also know that Virginia is a state that will be looking at, the Commonwealth of Virginia, of course. Even on Kalshi right now, Kalshi is even hot with this whole process. Right. 75% for President Trump and 25% for Harris, just on the betting and trading sides of things. But outside of that, of course, what we see outside of Kalshi is the numbers right now, 178 to 99. But these key swing states, guys, I mean, Virginia becoming almost a swing state before our eyes.
Yeah, I know. It's so inspiring, the fact that people are still putting their money where their mouth is, and they're voting. They're putting their money, their trading bet, on Donald J. Trump. So it's not just their vote that counts. It's that actual bet. They're trying to make a monetary profit off of this election. And I don't blame them, because it's now legal thanks to great sites like Kalshi. You can place a wager if you're still interested in doing that. But you take a look at the map. Now we have hard data to back those bets up. And I just wanted to kind of focus in for a moment on the great state of Wyoming that has been called for Donald J. Trump. So we took a look at the Senate map. I want to take you back down to the House. The House is looking good. We know that Harriet Hageman, representative of Wyoming at large, she's going to win that election once again, hands down. She's the one who throttled Liz Cheney, as she well deserved. And she's a fantastic representative, a wonderful, brilliant woman that we were so blessed to have in Congress. You take a look at all the red on this map. I'm feeling very inspired as well that we are going to have a Republican Congress. So things are looking good there. When you take a look at the Senate map, there's a couple Senate states that are big Senate races that we're still watching for you very closely. But we're happy to report Marsha Blackburn has won her re-election in Tennessee. New Mexico, as you just saw, turning red here. So that's really good news for Domenici. We're also looking good in states. Montana is going to be a big one once we start to get these numbers coming in tonight. So we're going to be watching the West Coast now, those returns starting to trickle in. But when it comes to the presidency and the man who's been pulling up all those down ballot races, currently we sit Donald J. Trump, 178, and Kamala Harris, 99. So no matter what, guys, it's going to be tight, but it is looking rather favorable for our champion.
Yeah, it definitely is. Definitely is. He has quite the lead right now. But again, it's those 93 electoral votes out of the 7 swing states,
so we have,
including now adding Virginia to 13. So yeah, we're watching a lot of it. And it's great sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As we mentioned earlier, Kalshi, I mean, a lot of people trading and betting on that as well right now, as Ultra Right Beer is another sponsor here for Right Side Broadcasting Network. So you see that on the left side of your screen there, Fight Ultra Right Beer Limited Edition Trump Fight Beer, as you see. And you can go to TrumpFightBeer.com and use the RSBN promo code for 10% off. So that looks pretty cool. It's a limited edition as well. Always cool to see stuff like that here on the network. But let's talk about Tax Network USA.
A great organization. The October 15th deadline has passed, and you may not be prepared for what is coming. If you owe back taxes, or if your files are still unreturned, perhaps you missed that file for an extension. That's okay. October 15th may be behind us, but the IRS is ramping up enforcement. You could face wage garnishments, frozen bank accounts, or even property seizures if you don't take action today. But there's still hope. Tax Network USA has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion, yes, billion with a B, in tax debt, and has filed 10,000 tax returns. They specialize in helping people.
All right, so Virginia is 57% counted. Donald Trump has 1,357,000 votes for 50%. And Kamala Harris has 1,309,000 votes for 48%. And looking at the map, it seems like there's a lot of rural that's yet to be called. A lot of rural. Well, let me fix that for you.
Right now, not favorable, but why don't we look at Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and the numbers of the percentages of the votes that are in so far.
Absolutely. You know, this is what the Democrat Party calls the blue wall. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. So these are states that we have to watch very, very closely. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, I want to show you the areas that have voted so far. And you can see right now it's Madison, where we have a college area. I'm not surprised Kamala Harris has been pandering to younger people in particular, especially trying to get a hold of those low information voters. So it's Madison and Milwaukee. Okay, these are two of the biggest cities, the biggest hubs in the state of Wisconsin. So that is why those numbers are coming in so high. Now, of course, they're larger populations, but you take a look at Green Bay, the numbers also coming in here, and we are looking good for Republican win here. Now, this is also important because there's a big congressional race, U.S. House of Representatives. Congress member, hopefully we'll be calling him that, Tom Weed is going to be hopefully the successor before the night is done. So that's Wisconsin. That's where the votes have come in. But there is so much rural land, beautiful country. This is God's country up here where the votes still need to be counted. So that is what it looks like right now in Wisconsin. I want to show you North Carolina and where some of these numbers have been coming in county by county. And you can see it's around those big city hubs. Again, Charlotte blue, Raleigh blue, Greensboro. This is one area that I actually think is going to turn red before all is said and done, before the evening is over, because President Trump held not one, but two rallies in Greensboro, and they were both to enthusiastic crowds who wanted change. And he is such an inspiration. For him to make two appearances in Greensboro, he knows how important it is. Greensboro is also a heavily Hispanic-leaning area. And so I can tell you right now, he has been able to transcend every demographic across the country just based on the returns that we've seen so far, because we all want change. So that's what's happening right now in Wisconsin and North Carolina. It's the big city numbers that are coming in. We need that rural vote. Rural America decides elections, and those numbers are going to continue to come in as time goes on. So where do we stand as far as the overall vote goes in North Carolina? 59% of the votes have been tallied up at this point. In Wisconsin, just 19%. Minnesota still looks red. This is very inspiring as well. This is home of Old Walls. You know, he's the governor who a lot of people are very unhappy with, especially the way that he brought them through the pandemic. We're excited to see this red. It is still early on. We know that not even 1% of the votes have been counted just yet, but so far, so good for President Donald J. Trump. Let's take a look at Michigan now. And you can see again, Detroit has been giving the most numbers so far for the Democrats. Votes look pretty good here for Democrats in Detroit and Grand Rapids. But again, Michigan encompasses a large area, and the area where those returns have not yet come in, the northern part of Michigan, that's the Republican part of the state, the Upper Peninsula. So I have not lost hope just yet whatsoever in those 3 swing states. I think Wisconsin's likely to go red. Michigan, Pennsylvania, I have some question marks about Pennsylvania, as we probably all do. But you can see again, Philadelphia is where a lot of the numbers have come in so far. Also Pittsburgh, these are 2 areas we typically see lean Democrat, but this is a huge state, and it's going to take a long time for all those votes to be counted tonight. When you take a look at the overall number that they have tallied up, 30% of the votes, that's it for the state of Michigan. And the odds show us it's 52% to 46%. But what I love about this map is New Mexico, once again, back to red. And now we're at 19% of the votes counted in New Mexico, a state that typically leans to the left. Only 5 electoral votes up for grabs here, but they could make a big difference. Colorado, we traditionally see go blue, and that's because of the big city of Denver. And again, things could look great for us across much of the country. And then these states that lean Democrat, Washington, Oregon, California, we've got to consider they're going to be coming in later on tonight. So we can't get our hopes up too much, but look at all this red on the map. I'm encouraged by it. I hope that you are as well, because we've all needed this change so much. We need this man right here. Look at this face. Look at that guy. We love you, Donald J. Trump. We need you back in the White House. We need you to kick those other people out and say, you're fired.
Nice. That's nice.
That is the truth right there. We love that. And we're just laughing right here because it's so true, Christina. And I was writing down on my notepad, common sense leadership. Bobby, don't we just need that in our country?
Common sense and the interactive nature of the MAGA rally goers. Christina, you remind me of those moments where President Trump would say, Kamala, you've done X, Y, and Z. You're total loser. You've just destroyed what you've done. You're fired, with the classic apprentice hand. And everyone in the auditorium or the stadium would do almost the same thing and just say, you're fired in unison. So a fun moment. But of course, we're not quite there yet, but under 100 electoral votes left until President Trump reclaims re-election. Only the second person to have done that other than Grover Cleveland to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. So we're excited to see the potential of that. But we're here with you at Right Side Broadcasting to cover all of it.
Exactly. So 93 electoral votes still not decided on when it comes to those 7 swing states. We're going to go over them real quick. North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, and Arizona. Those are the states that will most likely determine who the next president of the United States is. So President Trump, looking good right now, but we're monitoring what's happening on the electoral map. Also, let's see if we can look at, the electoral vote map. I don't know if we have a graphic for the electoral vote right now. Also, maybe the popular vote or the swing state map. If we have any of those graphics ready, we can go to those at any minute. But Bobby, the one state that we're really looking at, the Commonwealth of Virginia, still looking toward the red right now. As it says there, Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from securing the second term as the president of the United States. Virginia, 58% of the votes are in.
Steadily remaining in President Trump's column. If he's able to pull off the Commonwealth of Virginia and say in Arizona, he might not need the blue wall of traditional Wisconsin and Michigan. But of course, everything too early to call at this point. It'll be interesting to dissect if we do have any graphics specifically on the Tar Heel state, learning more about that. President Trump remaining in the lead there as well in the Sun Belt and the Peach State of Georgia. I think if President Trump remains in that winning column around Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, it will be difficult to upend him as we push further west as this contest goes later on into the evening.
Exactly. So we're looking at all of the electoral map content right now. The data coming through as we are live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 9:45 Eastern time.
15 minutes.
6:45 on the West Coast. A lot of polls closing throughout the country. We'll look at that here in just a second. As we can go to a couple sponsors right now here at Right Side, as I take a quick sip of water here in a sec, because man, we're just going and going, but that's all right here at Right Side.
We are like the Energizer bunnies of media. We do not stop talking, and we are the politicos and really political nerds, but especially for the magnificent Matthew Alvarez and I, this is like sports for us, and we love sports. We've talked a lot about college football here. It will be nice and wonderful when this is, hopefully, God willing, a great victory tonight. Then we can go back to college football without thinking about the stress of a presidential election, but we have our sponsors to get us through it. Angel Paste Miracle.
I'll just turn that off for a second. Virginia is 59. Here, let me go over here. Virginia is 59% counted. It's 1,397,000 votes for the Trumpster, against 1,348,000 votes for the Kamalster. So that is 50,000 votes difference. And it just changed. 1,398,000 to 1,350,000. It's not that much of a change, is it? Georgia is 79% counted. They have to call Georgia soon, unless the Army went for Kamala. 2,233,000 shares to 2,019,000. 52% to 47% in Georgia. North Carolina, 63%, 1,866,000 for Trump, 1,701,000 for Kamala, 51.8 to 47.2. Short that. And then Minnesota, from the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, to the hills of Texas. I don't know how it goes. Wisconsin, 26% counted, 428 to 418. All right, they're talking again. Sorry, I told you there would be a lag.
Go to all for President Trump. 178 electoral votes to 99 for Harris right now. As you see there, President Trump less than 100 electoral votes away from securing a second term as president. Bobby, let's go over Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, those 93 electoral votes. You go ahead and pick a state. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania first. This is interesting. 35% of the voters counted. President Trump has increased and brought that more narrow now. We have 51.5% for the vice president and about 47.6% for the 45th president. So that is a narrowing gap taking place right now in the Commonwealth. It looks as if the more urban areas were counted quicker when that was around 12%. So we're still early on, but now that gap is closing. It's looking right now, and we can't make a call quite yet, but as Virginia closes, as the Tar Heel state of North Carolina closes, as the Peach state of Georgia closes, President Trump remains steadily in the lead in all three of those states, the Sun Belt.
Well, it's great to see that. And you see there the 2024 presidential election, a map there as well. As we know that so far, the states that have come in for Harris, Illinois, New York, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, and that is it as of now. So we're waiting on the big the 7 swing states. I know a lot of you are watching right now, and we are hoping for the right direction for our country, a huge fork in the road that we are facing literally as we speak, as we are 10 minutes away from 10 o'clock Eastern time, 7 out there on the West Coast. This is live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You're watching Election Night in America. We have our hosts, Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler, at the watch party for President Trump in Florida. We also have Nikki Stanzione in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. So, yeah, we're seeing that President Trump now has 188 electoral votes. So did a state just get called is the question. South Carolina, I'm not sure because he had 178, so he's now up to 188.
Right. And now we have other outlets that are calling North Carolina for President Trump, but we want to be careful with that, give you the real time, the correct information. We'd rather be correct than first out the gate. We've seen how that's pinched other outlets in the past just to be the first. And that's what's given birth in the last 4 years, interviewing Mike Lindell in Kinston, North Carolina, when I was with the amazing Ashley Brassfield, who I think is watching tonight. But we were interviewing Mike Lindell, and he really gave a great recap on what took place over the last 4 years. Think about this, Matthew. You have the canceling of people, President Trump thrown off of the major big tech sites of Twitter and Facebook, giving birth to Truth Social. And then, of course, Elon Musk buying Twitter, turning it into X, cleaning it up and saying, this is about Western civilization, willing to put his own time, talent, treasure, and truly life on the line, being threatened by so many people in order to protect free speech.
Donald Trump.
Exactly. So we're going to go to Christina Loren here in just a second. Live in the RSBN projection room. Can you repeat, Director, on that? All right, let's see. Let's get to the microphone there. All right, pretty sure that everything is good on the technical side of things as we see President Trump in the lead, 188-99 right now. You're watching live coverage right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you again for joining us as we are tracking the numbers, especially those swing states. We are on it right now throughout the country. And again, we'll be going to Florida, hopefully for some great coverage there when it comes to a win or on the way to a win. But we'll see what happens. Again, we'll go to Pennsylvania as well. So Christina Loren is in the projection room. Once we get the directive, we'll be going over there shortly. Bobby, as we know, Kalshi is hot too right now with the amount of percentage that President Trump is leading even on that website, which is a great site if you like to bet or trade. So 73-27.
Very impressive to see that. I would be very nervous if I was in the Kamala Harris camp right now based on these bets. It's a very reputable site where you can actually put forward a bet in real time. And if you're not a gambler, you can also just watch the numbers as they go up and down and other questions too about who will control the House, who will control the U.S. Senate and specific races. And the Senate seems to be tighter in different areas. And I think that this is on account of people like Senator Sherrod Brown, who has actually been dropping with 68% of the vote there. Bernie Moreno taking a significant lead in the meantime. And also Wisconsin with Tammy Baldwin leading slightly with only 32% there against Republican Eric Hovde. Baldwin aggressively ran ads talking about how she would combat China along with President Trump and endorsing his use of the tariff. And this is something that I believe President Trump in a bipartisan fashion really changed Washington's outlook on China policy. Of course, we know Joe Biden welcomed them into the World Trade Organization as a United States Senator. He made much of his money as a side gig, taking many Air Force Two trips with Hunter, his son, over to China to meet with Xi Jinping. Again, that should be investigated perhaps, but that has not really occurred yet other than some questioning from congressional officials. But if you look at Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, also Senator Mark Warner, a Democrat out of Virginia, two hawks on China. And President Trump really is the man to thank for that because he unveiled that curtain and said, the Chinese Communist Party does not have our best interests at heart.
Well, we definitely know that. And we definitely don't want a radical leftist, AKA Harrison Walls, running this country. We need that common sense leadership. We know that happens through President Trump. We also see on the bottom left of your screen right now, President Trump 188, Harris 99.
Wow.
That is the latest count as we
North Carolina
Associated Press. Now, when I say that, I
closing
don't mean
in for a
editorially, I don't mean
victory
with
for Trump.
any scripts or any kind of political ideology. Simply
Georgia
the data, the numbers,
is
and
very
the
close to a victory for Trump.
and all of that.
Whereas
So,
these are the
we're
percentages
tracking the numbers
we had
as
last
we get
time,
the
and all of a
data
sudden
from
they
the AP.
stopped and they
And
dumped,
hopefully we can see
dumped,
another graphic
dumped.
as well of the country a little bit when it comes to maybe even the swing states, the electoral vote, the popular vote, or also the just the country when it comes to the electoral vote, as we saw right there. Thank you, guys. For the 2024 presidential election, you see a good swath, as they say, of red right there. It looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, it's 4 years.
North Carolina looks like
I think a lot of people waited for this moment. I know I did.
It looks like
it's
he's
people
going
who
to get
have
Georgia.
faced career decisions or terminated for one reason or another regarding mandates. You think about those who have lost their lives to illegal immigrant violence. I think of Rachel Moore and that beautiful mother of 5, and Laken Riley. I mean, she was someone who should not have been taken from us in February. And for us in Georgia, it's just a terrible, it's really affected every community.
Exactly. So that southern border needs to be closed. There's a litany of issues that are out there in the country. And as we know, and we've been talking about it, the country's broken. And we do believe that President Trump can fix it.
Michigan
it's not just President Trump, right? When you hire a president, you hire the cabinet. You hire so many workers around him too, and he's going to be picking so many great people in his cabinet.
It's only 15%.
It's a team of people that really have America first in mind.
And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, our future vice president,
Virginia
he is actually dear friends with my state senator, who is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. And they went to Yale together to study law. And apparently they are still in communication. They still talk. And Senator J.D. Vance saying, simply a disagreement on policy should not remove you from a friendship or a relationship. And I think about the great Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, and I'm wearing Thomas Jefferson socks tonight to match my Declaration of Independence tie. So that example we should use and look towards as we keep our friendships.
Yeah, exactly. And we love Thomas Jefferson. We love Abraham Lincoln. We love President Trump and others that have done great things for our country out there, as we are waiting to see who will be the 47th president of the United States. Guys, are we ready? Let's go to
2 minutes.
Stanzione in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. She's at an event there right now. Nikki, tell us what you're seeing out there.
Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness. This is electric energy tonight. So literally about 2 minutes before you came to me, for the first time tonight, somebody decided to get up and speak right behind me. But otherwise, it's been fairly calm. We've been watching the results as they've been coming in. I will tell you, I would say about an hour ago, there was a bit of a nervousness when we started to see some of the numbers in Pennsylvania. But over the last 5 minutes, we have seen the gap starting to close, as you guys have been talking about. We're looking now at about 47 to 51%. So we were looking at a much bigger margin before of a lead from Kamala. And now our President Trump is starting to inch up, and we are seeing some changes as these numbers roll in from county to county, and it's exciting, you guys. It is really special to be in a place that literally could change the fate of our country.
It's so good because, you know, you're in Bucks County. So what was it like earlier today with the amount of people up there? Did you feel like a lot of them were? Did you feel like you were at a rally in a way, like the amount of people that were supporting President Trump in line there?
Yes.
They're exactly tied.
Yes. I mean, you know, here's the thing, guys. When I was talking earlier today, we went to about 3 different poll places. And the first one we went to, I would say, was fairly divided as far as kind of like a 50-50 feeling. And then as I walked our way back to the car, this is kind of interesting. I was wearing a red shirt, right? And I'm walking back to the car, and a few different people stopped me and said, I like it that you're wearing red. And they did like one of those wigs. And I said, I like it that you guys are telling me. They're like, we didn't want to say anything on camera, but they started to kind of come out and tell the truth, as they often do. Then the second
Trump
place we
just
went to,
pulled
which was I
ahead
thought a
in
very interesting thing to
Pennsylvania.
mention,
Trump pulled
which
ahead
is
in
the fact that
Pennsylvania.
we went to a more
Trump is
Democratic
ahead
place.
in
It was more of a
Pennsylvania.
Democrat area.
Ding, ding,
I
ding,
might have
ding,
just lost
ding,
the internet,
ding,
guys. Hold on
ding,
one
ding.
second.
Trump
And
is
so when we
ahead
went
in
to the second poll,
Pennsylvania.
it was mostly supposedly a Democrat city. And there was nobody there. There were maybe 2 people there total. And then there were 2 people in MAGA hats. And in the MAGA hats, they said to me, we're not seeing as much Democrat turnout in this area. However, around the corner and in a few other areas where it's more of a Republican group, you are going to see more lines, which I thought was very interesting and telling. And to that point, I saw hundreds of signs in Bucks County. And although they're saying it's a very purple place, I can tell you now, we saw tremendous numbers of signage for Trump and Vance. That was the majority. I would say 90% of the signs I saw were for President Trump, 10% for Harris and Walz, which I thought was very interesting.
And Nikki,
Oh, wait, there's some applause.
And Nikki,
Utah,
to your point, yes.
It's also Pennsylvania.
We can confirm that as well. The AP projects that Montana and Utah have been won by President Donald J. Trump. So Montana and Utah. And also, Nikki, there's some numbers out of Pennsylvania that I'm looking at right here. Pennsylvania, when we're looking at the map, right, we see shades of blue or shades of purple, shades of red. Well, guess what? Pennsylvania, shades of red right now. Shades of red right now.
Woo!
Let me share with you the numbers that I'm looking at. 1.4 million.
Yes, please.
1.4 million for President Trump. But
It's
also,
one-
let's look at the percentage breakdown.
That's not right.
49.8%
It's
to
1,506,000.
49.3%. So
You
a
guys
slight
are behind
lead
the
right now.
times.
43% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. This is the first time that we've seen Pennsylvania, I think, shade red. So,
Now she's the
Nikki,
leading
being at all of the rallies and being here
Hard
on
to
this
tell you
day,
guys,
what is
she
this
took the
like
lead
for you right now, but also to hear those kind of numbers?
It's blue again.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I mean, first of all, I love being with you guys on this night. You know how I feel about both. You know how I feel about you. And this has
Hey,
been a
look,
journey we have
I'm
shared
sorry,
together. And the
man.
rallies, of course, are all about supporting President Trump. And so I didn't know what to expect today.
know
And
what
of course,
to do
tonight
with
is
that.
more of a Trump party. So, of course, it is that rally kind of a feel. But it's also a little bittersweet, like it was
Mama's
last night on
ahead
the
in
last night of the
Pennsylvania.
rallies. Everybody kind of
Right.
recognizing that this journey, or at least this portion of the journey, coming to an end. But hopefully we turn the page, if we will, and we see a whole new chapter that brings us to the White House. And I think there's a lot of optimism, you guys. There's a lot of optimism
Trump's
here.
ahead in
We're seeing
Wisconsin.
people are really, really optimistic about what's to come. They're cheering. They're getting excited as we see Dave McCormick inching up in the polls, which is so exciting. We've seen Dave McCormick, as you know, Bobby. We see him at almost every rally in Pennsylvania. It's
We have to
incredible
be
to see this
close
kind of
to
enthusiasm on the ground. By the way,
calling,
unlike a
North
rally,
Carolina
you'll
and
appreciate this, you guys. Unlike a rally, there's a bar, there are stations with food, and it's kind of easy to get to the restrooms as well. So a little different than a rally as far as the ease of comfort in the room. But everybody is on pins and needles. And one last thing I wanted to say to you, to your question earlier, Matthew, is the fact that the third polling place we went to, there was one side that was very Democrat, and the other side, oh, we're getting close in Michigan. The other side was all Make America Great Again gear. So we saw, again, a very 50-50 divide. And I spoke to a lot of people there who were very liberal, but
He's winning
then I
in
also spoke to some people
Wisconsin.
who were very conservative, and they both ultimately said the same thing to me, which was, whatever happens tomorrow, we live in the same country and we want peace and we want happiness and we want unity. So whoever wins, I hope that we all can accept that and
Thanks
come
for
together
saying
peacefully.
that.
And I thought that
Were
was
you
really nice
born
to
in
hear from both
October?
sides.
Well, that's a great point, Nikki, because I think about our time together covering these rallies, and that's been this peace, love, and really caring for your neighbor. That's been the overarching,
3,000 votes
Christian
separate them
theme.
in
Whether or not there's
Pennsylvania.
believers at the rally,
3,000
sometimes
votes.
there's non-believers, but it's people who are focused on making America healthy and great again. Do you think that what we potentially are seeing in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is due to efforts of Scott Presler and these great people who really went into blue areas and signed up Republicans in droves?
Oh my goodness, 100%. I saw Scott. It was interesting. When I was leaving the arena last night in Pittsburgh, I was walking to my car in the parking lot. You guys will appreciate this. It was
I don't appreciate it.
And I see a very tall man with very long hair. And I said, Scott Presler, is that you? And he turned around and he went, oh, RSBN, I love.
Oh, God, that's tedious. I'm sorry. It's just a waste of time. That was just a waste of time. It's still here. As soon as it turns to something else, but man, it's tedious to listen to. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is now in the lead in Pennsylvania. It's 1,585,000 votes for Donald Trump. 1,567,000 votes for Kamala. It's one giant leap for mankind. It's 49.9% Trump to 49.2% Harris. And that is Pennsylvania. Virginia, 61% of the vote. Counted, 50,000 votes separate them. North Carolina, 66% of the votes. 200,000 votes separate them. Georgia, 81%. They got to call this. 200,000 votes separate them. Arizona, 34% of the vote is called in Arizona, and they're tied. New Mexico, 21% of the vote counted, and Donald Trump is ahead, 52% to 46%. Oregon, Trump's ahead somehow. Minnesota, Trump remains ahead, but only 2% of the vote counted. Wisconsin, 39% of the vote counted. Donald Trump is ahead by 20,000 votes. All right, let me go back there.
Watch party in Bucks County. So I mean, this is of the campaign as well, right?
Absolutely, yes. It's the Newtown Sports Facility. It's like the Sports and Rec Arena facility, and it looks just like a big place. It almost looks like a field the way that it's designed. And you have people. By the way, I know you can't see this, but I'll tell you. Behind me is a bar, and there are lots of people on that line because they're ready to.
God, could you please stop? Who cares? Who cares? All right, so Wisconsin is 685,000 to 656,000 with 40%. But I really think Virginia is close to being able to be called. It's 64%. Maybe not. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. It's 1.5 million votes for Trump. 1.471 for Kamala. So it's gotten a little closer, so maybe I'm ahead of myself. North Carolina, 68% of the votes counted. And 2,035,000 versus 1,849,000. That's got to be close to being called. Georgia, 81%, hasn't changed. If he wins Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia, he doesn't need Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. All right, hang on. Let me come back here.
Weeks ago, and now we're here to reclaim our great nation. But Sticker Mule is offering a free Trump sticker pack when you sign up using this link, stickerpack.com. Whether you want to show your support or just spark some fun conversations, Sticker Mules got you covered. That is stickerpack.com. Stickerpack.com. Vote for Trump. All great things. These are even some sticker mules right here for RSBN.
All right, so that's
good website right there. Stickerpack.com. Also, we were talking earlier about Kalshi.com.
Virginia is 64%.
Download that, and
but it's only
right
20,000 votes
Trump quite the
separated.
lead over there.
That's
when
a
it comes to
little
betting and gambling on the U.S. election. So if that's what you like
North
to do, you can do
Carolina,
it right there at Kalshi.
68%
It's really hot right now. A lot of people on there. The percentages have really jumped up for President Trump. So Kalshi.com. Check it out. Bet $100 on
Georgia,
Trump.
175.
So a great sponsor at Brightside Broadcasting Network, Kalshi.
Donald Trump is pulling away
Bobby, Pennsylvania
from
right
Kamala
now.
in
President Trump
Pennsylvania
at 50.5%
versus
48.6% in Pennsylvania. That's with 49% of the votes counted. So President Trump has 198 electoral votes.
There you go.
Colorado just went to Kamala Harris. All right, so we know that it's 198 to 109 right now. So what we're looking at here is that close-up number for Pennsylvania, as you guys see, 48.5% in. And then also, if we can look at possibly North Carolina or Virginia, let's go with North Carolina first. Right now, what we're seeing in North Carolina, with 68% of the votes counted, according to the AP, that 51.9% in the Tar Heel state, leading Harris to 47%. So you see that right there. Those numbers are exactly what we have right here on RSBN. So 51.9 to 47. Guys, that is the key swing state of North Carolina, 16 electoral votes. Why don't we look at Wisconsin? If we have Wisconsin, let's go there. 42% of the votes counted in Wisconsin. We do know that Wisconsin is leading 50.6% for President Trump to 47.9 as well. So looking at North Carolina, we just saw Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and also we're seeing the numbers from Wisconsin. So we're seeing a lead in several key swing states right now for President Trump. Also in Georgia, we do see also a lead there, 52.2. Bobby, let's talk about Georgia, 52.2 to 47.2 in the Peach State.
And there is a graphic here with other candidates roughly bringing in slightly over 29,000 votes at the moment. You have Jill Stein of the Green Party, Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party, perennial candidates. We'll see how that comes into play with different options there, because on Georgia's ballot, they had roughly 6 different options at play. And that might come into some workings here in the final vote, as we have 82% of the votes counted, and President Trump with a relatively significant lead and has kept that most of the night in the Peach State.
And you're looking right now at Wisconsin, electoral votes 10 in, 42.5% of the vote. President Trump in the lead of that swing state as well. There are 7 swing states. You guys have heard all about it here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, the 93 coveted electoral votes. But we're going to throw into the mix, not only for fun, but for facts, because Virginia has 13 electoral votes right now. Well, it's leaning towards President Trump. He has a slight 1% lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know we're looking at Wisconsin right now, but I'm looking at Virginia as well. 49.7. That's okay. Do we have an electoral map we can just go to at this point and check out Virginia as well? 49.6 for President Trump to 48.7 for Virginia. So we see a lot of great things happening out there in the country when it comes to some of the swing state leads for President Trump.
Absolutely. And still 198 to 109, less than 100 left to get to that coveted 270 title. At least as of right now in the evening, it really seems as if that early vote initiative has significantly helped the Republican Party.
Exactly. And we're seeing some great numbers right now for President Trump. And, you know, at the end of the day, people early voted. They voted today, and we're seeing the numbers come in with the Associated Press as we look at all of the country right there on the right side of your screen. A decent amount of red, as you see. Colorado just went to Harris. You see Illinois, New York went to Harris. But you see, you know, a lot of other states going to President Trump. So we're going to be monitoring, of course, all night the key swing states. Wisconsin has not been called. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, and Nevada have not been called. And of course, the wild card, as they say, Virginia right now.
I'm surprised at how long that stayed in a light red direction. Of course, we have more numbers coming in and have to dissect all of it. But President Trump, clearly his campaign saw something there, having visited Salem, Virginia. And maybe it's also this crossover from Governor Glenn Youngkin, a very popular governor, very bipartisan, but coming across with that main core issue of keeping men out of women's sports. It's mostly affected the Commonwealth.
Exactly. So let's get ready to go to Christina Loren, who is live in the
let's hear Christina.
Not Christina. Election headquarters there as well.
I want to hear the woman.
You know, there's so many different things going on right now when it comes to the amount of states that we're seeing get called.
I want
so we're going to go to that projection room here in a second. But again, President Trump, 198 to Harris, 109. For those of you that are just joining us right now, thank you so much. I'm Matthew Alvarez alongside Bobby McNeely. We'll be going to Christina Loren here in just a second. We have a couple sponsors to thank. We'll get to that right now. Let's go to Victory Coffee. Fellow Patriots, you're ready to fuel your day with a taste that's as bold as your beliefs. You can do that through Victory Coffee Roasters. You see that website, victorycoffeeroasters.com.
From that. All right, that's done. Virginia is 65% reported. Trump's ahead by 30,000 votes. North Carolina is 72% reported, and Trump's ahead by 200,000 votes. Georgia is 82% reported, and Trump's ahead by 200,000 votes. Arizona just went blue. Kamala Harris is ahead by 16,000 votes. New Mexico. All right,
you know what it's called?
Projection room.
The projection room. Let's go to Christina right now.
Hey, thank you guys. I really have been watching this map very closely and doing some math as well, because after all, you don't want to get too cocky. It's still too soon, but it does look very favorable for President Donald J. Trump. Now, there's two states that have flipped just within the last 5 minutes or so from red to this lighter shade of blue. It's New Mexico and Arizona, but remember, these are both border states. So we're going to be watching very closely for what happens, especially in Arizona. Obviously, it's a swing state. The numbers that have come in so far are coming in from Phoenix. So we don't want to put a lot of weight into that flip from red to blue just over the last 5 minutes or so. Now, New Mexico has looked really good. The numbers that are coming in that are now starting to push it from red to blue. Santa Fe, which is just outside of Albuquerque. As you can recall, however, President Donald J. Trump just had a massive crowd at his Trump rally in Albuquerque. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens here. 5 electoral votes up for grabs within the state of New Mexico. Meanwhile, it's 11 votes up for grabs in that border state, that all-important state of Arizona. Now, obviously, Arizona is a big state for the Senate race as well. We've been watching, hoping for Kari Lake. Right now, you take a look at this map, Ruben Gallego is still looking favorable at this moment, but it's the same deal. We saw Phoenix had voted. All these rural counties that have had to deal with the border, the wide open border, the crime rates going up, the threat of more tax dollars that we're going to have to delve out in order to sustain this brand new population. It's very concerning. Ruben Gallego now at 53.0%, Kari Lake at 45%. It's still early, very early within the state of Arizona, where only 48% of the votes have been counted. Now, when you have to compare what's going on with Kari Lake versus Donald Trump, it's still looking much better for Donald J. Trump. We're just going to have to wait and see when it comes to the presidential numbers that have been included, 48% at this time. Now, I want to take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, because you boys just diligently pointed out Pennsylvania is a state that has gone from blue to red. Now, we have the major reporting sites, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Allentown, and Philadelphia. These are all blue. Most of the numbers have been tallied up at this point. So within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, we now have 52% of that vote tallied up. However, all those rural counties now are slowly starting to be counted. And so Pennsylvania, with 19 critical electoral votes on the line, could very easily go to Donald J. Trump. North Carolina, 73% of the vote has been counted at this point. I want to zoom in and show you what's happening county by county. Raleigh, you have blue. Charlotte, blue. Greensboro, still blue in this area. But you look at all this red, and I really want to point out what's happening here. On the eastern side of North Carolina, you have more of that blue. But on the western side, this is the area that was hit so hard by Hurricane Helene. People still got out. In fact, they were more motivated than ever to cast their vote for Donald J. Trump in this part of the country, because they saw how he was there for them when Kamala Harris was not. And they didn't have any trouble getting to the ballot box. A lot of them went out of their way to make sure to cast that vote. So that is incredibly inspiring. Right now, we currently have Kamala Harris at 112 and then Donald J. Trump at 198. Again, California carries a lot of weight, 54 electoral votes up for grabs, 12 in Washington state. And in between, you have Oregon with 8 on the line. Idaho typically goes red. That's going to be 4 electoral votes. And then, of course, another swing state where we really don't have any data just yet is Nevada, where we have 6 electoral votes up for grabs. Also watching that Senate rate for Sam Brown in this part of the country. We're going to have to wait another hour, possibly another couple hours before we start getting any meaningful data back. But so far, we're looking good. And Alaska is also an interesting
Virginia
state.
just went
And I know, Bobby McNeely, you know all about Alaska. We're going to have to wait quite a bit longer in order to get Alaska with 3 electoral votes up for grabs.
As President Trump says, drill, baby, drill, frack, frack, frack. And it would be nice to drill in ANWR, get that Keystone pipeline back to bring down our energy costs, and once regain energy independence for our great country.
Exactly. So we know that the 20 GOP platform promises, from seal the border, defend the Constitution, secure our elections, the list goes on. So many things, Christina, that President Trump is ready to do for this country. And, you know, in those speeches that we've heard, all 3 of us and our whole crew here at the network, he talks about we are on the verge of the 4 greatest years of our country. He talks about a golden age and common sense politics and leadership. So,
I don't know how
we're watching here. And I know that those of you watching right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network, we want to thank you guys for tuning in, trusting us as we bring you the numbers tonight. This is not something we take lightly.
Really, I don't know how
we are a conservative network here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, all right, let's go back to you, Christina. Let's look at
Virginia is bloody blue.
Is one of the swing states. We know we've talked about Pennsylvania, North Carolina,
67%.
Georgia. Why don't we go to let's go to Arizona once again.
I don't know about
Arizona's
15,000
numbers as the polls, I believe, closed at 9 p.m. Eastern.
All right. And, you know, Arizona is another one of those states where we should have a pretty quick answer. We're hoping for one. But again, we talked to Andy Biggs, representative, and he actually carries part of Maricopa County. He doesn't know for sure. He didn't feel very confident that we would have an answer. He thinks it's going to be incredibly tight in the state of Arizona, and that could very well happen. So we just have to kind of hold our breath for now before we get too excited about anything. But I do want to point out, it is the major reporting sites that surround Phoenix. That is where you're getting that blue right now. And you take a look at all the areas around here where we don't have those votes tallied up just yet. These are rural parts of Arizona. Now, Arizona, obviously, this is a big farming area. You've got the Colorado River that runs through. And so this is big on agriculture. So a lot of these areas, the outlying cities, the small towns that surround Phoenix are likely to go to Donald J. Trump. We don't have a lot of reporting data coming in just yet from Tucson, Arizona either. Let me just kind of give you an idea of what's happening in the House races, because we've got some pretty meaningful data coming in as well. And again, when you take a look at this map, I do believe that the House is going to be able to keep their majority. We're also looking good in states like North Dakota. That has been decided. That's red. You've got Oklahoma, Texas.
She's winning
and a lot
Virginia.
of these key areas, see, even here in West Texas now, we're looking good. That's the Texas Hill Country. It's going to stay red. Now, these are border states. And so it's no surprise to me that people are voting for representatives in their district that are going to be tough on illegal migration. And it's about time. This really tells the story here. We're going to have to wait and see how it pans out across states like Arizona and New Mexico. But look at this in New Mexico. When you talk about the congressional races, you talk about the House, we're already leaning, when you get closer to that border, we're leaning red for the representatives in that state. So overall, things are looking
Georgia
good.
is 88%.
Hopefully we will get that margin
88%.
that we need in the Senate in order to have control for the Republican Party. And of course, we want that big victory for Donald J. Trump. But these two states that are blue right now, Arizona and New Mexico, I would not be surprised whatsoever to see them both turn red. Minnesota is another state that is showing a lot of promise at this hour. You can see where the reporting data has come in so far. Just outside of Minneapolis, the most populous area across Minnesota, this is red that's coming in. And so when you look to the north, when you get up against
12,000 votes
here, this is all areas they have not reported yet. This is rural America. Once again, I do believe that rural America is going to decide this election, and they're going to do so in favor of Donald J. Trump.
Good point.
198. We're looking good right now. We don't want to get cocky, as I like to say, but hey, when it comes down to it, this is what you want to see at this point in the evening. There's not a lot right now for us to get too upset about, except for some of those key Senate races like Arizona for Kari Lake, which I'm going to continue to watch very closely.
Yeah.
And Christina, we're just looking at some of those House numbers that you featured. Brian Jack in the 3rd Congressional District of Georgia winning a victory. So the House looking very good at the moment. Of course, still very narrow. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, with the other chamber, the Senate, it looks like there is a +1 advantage thus far, a gain for the Republicans with Governor Jim Justice, now Senator-elect Justice from West Virginia.
Absolutely. And we're still going to have to wait. There's some key Senate races. Mike Rogers is 47.6 to 48% against Slotkin in the state of Michigan.
They have to call
another one that we're
Georgia's
watching very closely for you. In Ohio, Bernie Moreno, 50.9% to 45.9%.
They should call North Carolina soon.
That is very inspiring for all of us. And then Montana is another big state, and they just started reporting. You got Tim Sheehy, who is going up against John Tester. Now, Tim Sheehy, of course, he's an amazing man. He's a veteran, and that is looking really good for him. He's got 59.5% of the votes so far. Only 2% have been tabulated at this point. Nonetheless, it's looking good for Tim Sheehy in this early stage of counting votes in the state of Montana.
Or potentially a gain there with Tim Sheehy against longtime Senator Tester, who's going for his 4th term. But we've had every 2 of 3 residents moving there is a registered Republican. So a big change for the treasure state of Montana.
You know, Montana, big sky country up here. Again, I mean, even up here, even
Arizona went to the red.
These are all areas that have been
Arizona just went red.
Illegal migration.
4,000
The border
votes.
is going to change a lot of this blue to red. Now, obviously, Colorado, even with Aurora, Colorado, it's
Arizona
just too hard.
just went
Arizona
red.
just flipped right back to red. So that's inspiring right there. But in Colorado, in the city of Denver, where you have the most populous, the densest population within Colorado, I mean, unfortunately, President Trump couldn't get it, but you would think, even in Colorado, being so close to the border, that people would just be fed up at this point with Biden and Kamala Harris.
State of Colorado, it is one of my favorite states because it's gorgeous. The scenery there is amazing. Aspen, Telluride,
wow, I shouldn't have sold
Denver, the whole place.
Right.
Look at
Beautiful
that.
scenery, just unfortunately, leaning to the left again. But hey, you know what? The people are having their voice heard tonight, and I think through a free and fair election, it's always going to be great. So let's go to the couple sponsors that we have here. Let's go with Juvent right now. Big Pharma, Big Medicine, and lobbyists that have made their way into places they shouldn't be.
Told me to buy it back.
To suppress the products like the Juvent Micro Impact Platform. The platform will radically transform the way you think about, approach overall health. So that information you see on your screen, definitely worth it with Juvent right there. You've likely heard of, or possibly heard of, impact loading. So our bones grow stronger when they're exposed to certain levels of stress, like walking or running. So Juvent uses all safe, gentle vibrations to give your bones the boost they need. So that information you see there on your screen. Let's all
right. Let me, while you're not hearing that, let me just tell you that 75% of North Carolina is in, and 250,000 votes separate them. Georgia, 88% is in, and 200,000, no, less than that, 150,000 separate them. Pennsylvania, 56% in, 115 maybe. Trump said. Virginia, it's 9,000 votes separate them, maybe 10,000. And Kamala's in the lead. Michigan, all right, let me go here.
That we're adding into the mix today, Virginia. So Virginia looking quite interesting right now. Let's look at it as we see. Right now, Harris has a 0.3% lead in Virginia, a 0.3% lead. If you look at North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, President Trump right now is leading in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. Bobby McNeely, can you believe it?
Wow. I mean, it's really remarkable. It's showing that for this period of time, even though it's too close to call in these states, that the Trump campaign really did well with number 19 of the Trump Force 47 promises, that second contract with America that we spoke so highly of on this show. Number 19, get out early or absentee vote. If you have to, election day. And this could pay dividends as we keep going deeper into the night.
I don't know about the number, but if it's called
strong looking map thus far for the electorate. It's clearly something where the Republican Party was able to mobilize voters really in a unique way. And perhaps I haven't done this maybe since the Reagan years, at least in these droves of the numbers we're currently seeing.
If you're just joining us, thank you so much. This is Right Side Broadcasting Network.
I shouldn't have
Election Night in America. We are live in Alabama. We have hosts live in Florida and in Pennsylvania. We'll be going to Florida shortly for the Team Trump watch party in Palm Beach. 10:33.
He told me to buy it back, but I couldn't do it.
Let's go through some of the states that President Trump has won already, and then it looks like we'll be going to Florida as well. So speaking of Florida, President Trump has won Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, Wyoming, Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Ohio, and then he has the lead in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and even now, Bobby, Minnesota.
Wow.
I mean, quite the lead, actually. Let's look at this. Right. It's only 4% of the votes counted, but he has a 58.7 to 38.1% lead in Minnesota. That would be quite great to see 10 electoral votes from that state.
And this is one that has been coveted for him. He only lost by 2% 8 years ago, and I think he would really appreciate winning the great white north of Minnesota, because 10 electoral votes could make a big difference in a race like this.
Especially when it looks like the numbers.
Michigan just
198 electoral votes for President Trump right now. Harris has 112. So thank you for tuning in, because we are going to see a result, I believe, tonight for the presidency, for the 47th president of the United States. That is just a guess, but when you look at what we see,
Michigan
it's looking like we might have a result tonight. Now, if not, we'll be definitely covering this all the way through until we know who the 47th president is selected to be through a win tonight. So you see there, Minnesota, as we were just talking about, President Trump with the lead in that state. That's 10 electoral votes. Quite the state to win. It's a wild card state. I'm going to add that to the list here. So we have Virginia as a wild card state, and then now Minnesota as a wild card state. So that is a total of 23, Bobby, 23 electoral votes now just in the wild card state category that we just created. But it's still true, because we didn't know if Minnesota or Virginia would be possibly going red like this.
Right. And as it stands right now, of course, too early to call, but Illinois looks like a lonely island of blue amidst some heavy red right now.
No, that's a great way to look at it. I mean, we can see the map.
Just Chicago
all across the country right now, and you're right. There's that stronghold of Chicago, but even people in Chicago, being from there, I'm not, but I know you are, Bobby. But can you talk to us about that a little bit? We saw people there saying, "I'm fed up with the Harris-Biden administration."
Well, and we'll see more of what is actually happening on the south side of Chicago, because President Trump has been the most popular Republican candidate since Dwight D. Eisenhower in some of those south side precincts, more traditionally Democrat over the course of really the last half century. But that's really one of the main differences. And I can compare that to Oregon. Oregon is really dominated by Portland's population. And you look at the rest of the state, hunting, agriculture, fishing, a lot of gamesmanship as well. So people who actually appreciate their Second Amendment, and same thing for Illinois. Now, going down to my adopted home state now of the Peach State of Georgia, as I was mentioning earlier, that rural area really turning out is actually more significant, because Georgia is much more evenly dispersed, even in those rural counties, versus the major urban center of Atlanta, and of course, Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett, those counties.
And I do want to, there's a possible correction for the state of Illinois. We did just show a graphic there. We just want to make sure that the numbers for Illinois right now has Harris with 70% of the votes in, a win for Harris for Illinois for that 19 electoral votes. That's what we're seeing here on the latest numbers. So just want to correct that, just in case anybody is obviously looking at the graphic there, the one that we previously showed. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So Georgia right now looks like a 51.3% lead over Harris, 48.1%.
And give or take right now, 150,000 votes, President Trump is ahead with 88% of the votes counted. This would be a significant victory to win bigly and boldly for the state of Georgia. And of course, there you're seeing the prairie state of Illinois, those numbers, Harris significantly winning that. Illinois, once a very Republican state, but really has not gone for a Republican since 1988, when President George H.W. Bush, 41, was elected with really, arguably a landslide, over 400 electoral votes in his own regard, coming off of those 8 incredible years of President Ronald Reagan's leadership.
So if you go just slightly north, or exactly one state north of Illinois, it is Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, that whole northern part right there, obviously on the border of Canada, they are all in the red, not in the sense of a race called or projected yet, but you see Wisconsin, 53.8% in. President Trump, 50% versus 48.5%. He is leading in that swing state. And Bobby, that is 10 electoral votes. Why don't we talk about the numbers here? So we know that the 93, right? 93 key swing states.
Look at Wisconsin.
Then add 23 for the wild card swings, the wild card states of Virginia and Minnesota, because right now he's leading in Minnesota. It keeps going back and forth with Virginia. I mean, this thing is real tight right now when it comes to the numbers. 49.6 is Harris. 48.7 for Trump in Virginia. So
I don't see anything in Oregon.
Those numbers coming in. We're going to be watching Virginia and Minnesota closely on top of the 7 swing states.
I don't know why they
let's take a
haven't called
hypothetical.
Georgia
Let's say
yet.
President Trump, playing devil's advocate, loses the Badger state of Wisconsin, but obtains Minnesota. That's an even 93. He's the next president of the United States.
Exactly.
So you have this could actually happen where some surprises take place.
Exactly. So is there a new call right now, guys, as we look and we see President Trump at 204 electoral votes to 112. Looking across the union right now and looking for any states that have popped up, but Montana, so there's the latest numbers, 204 to 112. The key is 270, the path to Washington, D.C., 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. President Trump leading right now as you're watching live here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so having Ohio and Florida, to your point earlier, Bobby, remember we were talking about the older electoral college in a sense of past election cycles.
Right.
Those were huge states to win.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's
very difficult to win.
Right. Mm-hmm. And a lot different now, it seems.
Right. And if you look at, and this is the influence of the Trump momentum and President Trump's endorsement and how key it is, because Governor Ron DeSantis was way behind in the primary. President Trump came in and helped defeat a very popular statewide agriculture commissioner in the state of Florida and a former congressman. Ron DeSantis rises to that, but he only beats Andrew Gillum, the socialist mayor of Tallahassee, by 0.04%. His reelection, he wins by over 20% of the vote. And that shows you the changing of the map, especially people moving from blue areas into the more red states because of COVID mandates and because of what has taken place really in the last 4 years. The map has changed.
The thing that's wild, guys, those of you watching right now, whether you're watching at a election party, whether you're watching with friends and family, whether you're watching by yourself, I want to talk directly to you real quick. In 60 more electoral votes, President Trump wins. Iowa has now just went to Trump. Iowa has just now went to Trump as well. 6 electoral votes for the Hawkeye state. The caucus for Iowa did great there before the primary in New Hampshire, and now look at it, winning in the presidential election, the projected winner, according to the Associated Press. The state of Iowa, Bobby, I mean, we're at 210 for President Trump.
When
we
you're
need
down
60 electoral votes. We see him winning in Minnesota, not winning, leading currently. He may win these states, but my point is he's leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona. Technically, right now on the map, it is in favor of President Trump in all of those states. He only needs 60 electoral votes to be the 47th president of the United States.
A remarkable political comeback potentially. So 60 out of the 93 needed. If you made a bet on Kalshi regarding Iowa, because we saw major news outlets saying Iowa would drop for Kamala Harris, you've probably just made some money.
You made some money, but I'll tell you what, under President Trump, we'd be making a lot more money because the gas prices would be down. But that's for another day. We're talking numbers right now. Let's go to Palm Beach, Florida. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler. They're live at the Team Trump watch party. Man, it might be a party tonight in Florida. Let's go out there to Harrison and Megan. If they're ready, let's go there now.
There they are. You can just watch her while he talks. I guess that's mansplaining. 88%, 84% in North Carolina. I guess it's too close to call.
Okay, obviously a little bit of audio issues there.
A historic.
And there they are.
J. Trump, it definitely seems like 45 will be becoming 47 in a matter of hours. Still early. A lot of returns still coming in, crucial battleground states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But let me tell you, they underestimated Donald Trump again. And I think he is proving to the media and to the world that is a bad bet.
That's exactly right. We have less than 100 votes to go for Donald Trump to secure the 270 votes for the Electoral College. Lots of races being called here on the ground tonight. And every time they call a race for Donald Trump, of course, everyone's cheering. And even as the votes are coming in and he's increasing, like in Pennsylvania, for example, everyone's cheering. People are super excited here. More and more people are starting to gather in front of the stage, in front of the TV screens, getting ready for a Trump victory. We're so excited. He has 198 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is in counting, but Trump is up there. Georgia getting ready for Trump. Kansas, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa are all leaning Trump. So we are so excited to see what happens next.
In the middle of the night last
the
time.
The pathway for President Trump was a number of ways. The Sun Belt, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, that's one path. And then you get one of the blue wall states up in the Midwest. Donald Trump is doing something that he did in 2016. He's winning the Sun Belt, but he's also winning the Rust Belt. If you look at turnout in Pennsylvania, I was talking to internal sources that said Pennsylvania is a wrap for Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. Then you look at Wisconsin. The numbers in Wisconsin are historic for President Trump right now. It's the rural vote, but it's the lack of the urban vote for Kamala Harris. And you ask yourself why. All the exit polls, all the reporters on both sides of the aisle are saying the Black and Hispanic community and the Jewish community are voting for Republicans in ways that they've never seen before. It's a testament to the good work of the Trump campaign trying to court Black voters, Hispanic voters, Jewish voters, and they talked about the issues. Kamala Harris has done nothing for these communities, nothing at all. She sided with the pro-Palestinian groups, which is why you have Jewish Americans voting in record numbers for Republicans. She hasn't done a thing for Black people. She hasn't done a thing for Hispanic people. Donald Trump had a record of success, and they trust him on the issues of the economy, the border, and ending the wars overseas. We're seeing something that's historic right now. And then you look at the Commonwealth of Virginia. Donald Trump is within 30,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Virginia. If that doesn't sound like DEFCON 1, 2, 3, the Democrats are like, wow, we missed something big right now.
They really underestimated the enthusiasm that Donald Trump has, which is exactly what happened in 2016. Again, in 2020, I think they're a little more prepared for that. But now a Trump, I want to call it a landslide, but I think it's a monsoon. Is that even bigger than a landslide? There's so many people turning out to vote for President Trump in this election.
It's not a trickle. Some would say it's not even a wave. Some would say if he gets 316 plus, which a lot of projections are saying he may get 316, tsunami, typhoon, whatever you want to call it, it looks really, really good. The outstanding vote, especially in Pennsylvania, isn't for the Democrats. A source was telling me that they just don't have the numbers right now. It's a math game. Math is simple. There's no fooling around, no funny business with the math. They either have the voters out there remaining or they don't. And a lot of people are looking in, zooming in on Pennsylvania, and they're trying to find the votes. Where are they going to get it? And I think the answer is increasingly starting to be clear that they just don't have the votes in Pennsylvania to get it over the finish line for Kamala Harris. And if Trump wins Pennsylvania, he may be here before midnight, because you have a situation where his advisors are saying, sir, you've won Pennsylvania, you've won North Carolina, you've won Georgia, Arizona's coming out now. He's already in the lead there. Nevada's going to be coming out very soon. It's a wrap. It's a wrap for him if the numbers continue right now. We don't want to get ahead of our skis.
She's about to get another.
I would rather be Donald Trump right now. So very interested to see what Kamala headquarters is feeling right now. I think he shocked the world again.
They're thinking it's Russia,
exactly
Russia,
right.
Russia.
And over on the West Coast, a lot of poll stations are starting to close. It's almost 11 p.m. here on Eastern time. So we'll see what happens with the West Coast states and mountain-type states starting to close their polling stations and get their counting and votes in. But we have some updates on the Senate races. it is looking really, really, really good for Bernie Moreno of the Republican Party in Ohio with 79% reporting. He's leading 50.9%. Dave McCormick for Pennsylvania has 49.2% with 55% reporting. Ted Cruz, they were just cheering for Ted Cruz out there, looking to win Texas. Tammy Baldwin from the Democrat Party in Wisconsin has 49.2 with 50% reporting. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. So
1.7.
Let's see what happens in the Senate. I really believe the Republicans are about to take the Senate majority.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough to see because we don't have all the live numbers. And I'm sure the studio will probably fill in what we can't fill in just because we don't have the resources right now. But I think the Senate basically is flipped. If you look at, let's just call it Ohio, obviously Wisconsin.
The Senate is 48 to
West Virginia. A little disappointed to see that Hung Cal did not pull it off in Virginia based off the projections that I'm seeing. But Trump is still in the game in Virginia. Let's talk about Iowa. For the past 72 hours, they've been talking about this Iowa poll, talking about how if Kamala Harris truly is in the lead in Iowa, then what else are we missing in Wisconsin and other battleground states? The Iowa poll that was released showing Kamala Harris up was a farce. It was a lie. It was a dereliction of duty even to publicize that poll when no other poll was showing Iowa. It reminds me of 2016 when ABC released a poll showing Donald Trump losing to Hillary Clinton by 16 points in Wisconsin. He went on to take the state. So they released this bogus poll in Iowa. The campaign already knew it was bogus. All the people on the ground were saying, Mr. President, this poll is not real. This is not legitimate. This so-called amazing pollster stood by her poll, and Donald Trump won the state by over 12 points. So it goes to show you that, again, the polling did not add up this time. Trump voters weren't answering the call. They kept their vote private. They voted early. They voted today, and they voted with force. And they did something that the media is going to be scratching their head tomorrow. Wow. We underestimated the Republican Party again, but we also underestimated the capabilities and the frustrations of the people. You look at the Hispanic community. I'm half Puerto Rican. We were gaslit for the past week about a stupid joke at the Madison Square Garden rally. Puerto Ricans showed up for Trump today. Black people, we've been told all the time how Republicans are so racist, how Donald Trump is going to put you back in chains, like Joe Biden said. Black people showed up for Trump today. So you're seeing an historic coalition develop, not to mention the Jewish population, who have literally felt like they've had a target on their back because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They showed up for Trump today. So you're seeing a historic coalition of support in every battleground state that was needed. Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona. Minority communities are shifting to the Republican Party in ways that we haven't seen in generations, and they're voting for Donald Trump.
So true, and I really think the Democrats have just taken the minority vote for granted. All those groups you just listed, they basically think, oh, we have it in the bag. The Democrats think they don't have to earn those votes of those people, but the people are waking up and they're realizing, what have you done for our community? Yeah. Our community is worse off under you versus when we were under President Trump.
Right.
So these people are waking up, they're turning out to vote for President Trump, and there's a lot of Black pastors waking up as well and speaking out about Christian values in the church. They're saying, why are we voting for Democrats when they're completely against Christian values?
Yeah. We talked about the underestimating of the American people. They did it again. Never underestimate the frustrations of the American people who have been screaming at the media, screaming at the White House. We have a crisis at our border that they've completely ignored for almost 4 years, screaming that prices were way too high. We can't afford gas, groceries, and rent. The Democratic Party said inflation was what? Transitory. That the economy is the best economy in the world. As if that's supposed to help us. When gas, groceries, and rent are all up 30, 40, 50%, the American people spoke. They've got issues with the wars overseas. They know that Donald Trump was the first president, in my lifetime at least, that didn't start a war. People want that again. When Donald Trump said, my foreign policy is simple. I want people to stop dying, senselessly dying. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets on the phone with Putin and Zelensky tomorrow and gets the whole Eastern European war over in a day.
Literally.
We were so hungry for leadership, so hungry for strength back in the White House. They looked at Kamala Harris as weak, but also someone who didn't have legitimacy on the world stage. because based on the administration's record, how could anyone believe that she would stop the war in Ukraine, that she would somehow help Israel, that she would somehow stand up for Taiwan? Donald Trump has that legitimacy because he brought peace
at
home and abroad. And they're voting on the issues.
The issues
Kamala Harris has not shown strong leadership qualities in any essence of what you just described. I mean, even as the borders are, she did not even go down to the border until everyone kept pressuring her to finally do so. Imagine her on the global stage negotiating trade deals with other leaders of other countries when it comes to foreign policy, being the commander-in-chief of our military. People are realizing that that's we can't even picture her in that position. No. We need real leadership, like with Donald Trump and people in Democrat-run states, Democrat-run cities. They're realizing that over time, why do we keep voting for Democrats when they're not giving us any kind of results? People who have been in office for way longer than they ever should have been. We need some term limits, by the way. I'm all about term limits, but hey, that's just me. Bernie Moreno is doing amazing in Ohio because Sherrod Brown has been a senator for almost 20 years. And how is he doing?
Right.
People are fed up. They want to get Bernie Moreno in there. So I'm really proud of him. Hasn't been officially projected yet, but looking good for Bernie.
Yeah, looking great for Bernie. I just saw the corner of my eye. Hovde in Wisconsin is basically tied 49-49 right now. The edge is going to probably end up going to him.
Map so closely. Thank you so much, Megan and Harrison. They are joining us from West Palm Beach, the viewing party. President Donald J. Trump will hopefully be making a celebratory speech at that venue later on tonight, because when you take a look at what's happening on this electoral college map, it is downright inspiring at this moment. We're talking about 6 out of the 7 swing states now turning in favor for Donald J. Trump, from Georgia to North Carolina. Look at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And we know on the West Coast, the polls are closing in 1 minute. Well, actually, it's 9:56. 9:56, 4 minutes away from just about all of the polls closing. And then slowly but surely, we're going to start to get these returns. And even in California, Donald J. Trump has a chance, and it's not just for him. He knows that we need a Republican Senate. We need a Republican House of Representatives, and there are races, especially in Orange County, California, where we could have new congressional leaders turning blue seats red in the House of Representatives. Now, I do want to point out, we know that California typically goes blue.
You're turning my brown eyes blue.
Idaho, almost always a red state. This is a big agricultural area. A lot of rural communities here. Boise, Idaho sometimes goes blue. Idaho. It has been red before. We're expecting Idaho to be red. In Nevada, where we have 6 electoral votes up for grabs, this is going to be a big one as well. But I do believe when you look at the latest polling data, when you take a look at what's been happening with the registrations, Nevada will likely go to Trump. Now, let's kind of focus in and show you how much of a margin President Trump is leading by now in these key battleground states. We are looking good right now. 51% for Donald J. Trump in the state of Georgia, 48.2%. Meanwhile, that's what we're seeing in Georgia. Now, let me take you into North Carolina. We're looking good for 50.9% versus 48% for Harris. That looks good. He's now at 210. We're looking great there, over 113 for Kamala Harris. We know she's going to get that 54 more than likely for California, so it's still going to be a very tight election. We take you now into Michigan, show you what's happening there. 51-47 in Michigan. We had a feeling the blue collar vote was going to go to Donald Trump in Michigan.
Called it right, but
that
it's
at
only
this time.
27%.
When it comes to how many votes have been counted, 27%. Still going to be a long night here. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but it does look more favorable. We take a look now at what's happening in Wisconsin. 59% of the vote has been tallied, and President Donald J. Trump is up in the Badger State, 50.2% to 48.4%.
In the tampon
in the state of Minnesota, a state that would be a wild surprise for all of us. This is Tim Walz's home state. And go ahead in the chat, light it up. Tell us what you think of Walz having him as your potential vice president. We want to hear what you have to say. Minnesota right now, 9% of the vote has been counted, 61% versus 36% for Donald J. Trump. and the rest going to
All right,
other
1 minute
candidates
to
on the
Kamala
ballot. And of
going
course, we're
to
going to finish off with
200.
Arizona, and then I'm going to talk about
Kamala's
one of our
about to
great
go to
sponsors, Birch
200.
Gold. First up, though, Arizona. Right now, 50% of the vote has been tallied, 49%
And then the
going to
cheating
Donald
can
J. Trump,
begin.
and 49%, they're dead heat right now in Arizona. But again,
She'll go to
Phoenix has
200.
reported. Just outside
They'll
of Tucson
stop
has
all
reported. Look at all this
the
rural
counting
territory
places.
where
The
crime rates have gone up
pipes will flood.
because of illegal
They'll stop
migration.
for
We're looking much
2
better off.
hours.
Right
and
now,
we'll come back
on the map,
and
we
she
have
wins.
6 out of the 7 swing states looking favorable for Donald J. Trump. And of course, the 7th is going to be Nevada. And the polls
That's how it
just
looked last
closed
time.
in Nevada just moments ago. And so we are looking good. Now,
Right,
here's
here
the
we
deal.
go.
How it goes
California,
is
it's gonna
California,
be
Oregon,
called
Washington,
for
Nevada, some of these states that do have later
California,
voting.
call
Obviously,
for
it's the West
Kamala.
Coast.
Oregon,
They have to
call
tally
for
every
Kamala.
single vote. So if you're waiting in
Washington,
line,
call for
stay
Kamala.
in
There it
line. You might be
goes.
joining us on your phone as you're waiting in line.
167.
Stay in line. Make sure that you get that vote counted, because it's not just for Donald
California
J.
is
Trump that we have
called
to
for
concern
Kamala.
ourselves with. It is the entire House and the entire Senate. Now, Birch Gold has been a spectacular sponsor for us here at RSBN. And
Washington,
as
called
we meet
for
up
Kamala.
here tonight on this final night, when we finally get a
210 to
decision,
167.
it's people like Birch Gold that we can
How
thank.
long is it
And
going
our
to take
founder,
Oregon to
Joe
be called?
Seals, started this 9 years ago. He needed some help. He
Then
found
they
great
can
sponsors
freeze
for
the
us.
counts.
And so we're looking
And
really,
we'll
really
come
good
back
right
tomorrow
now on
after
the
all the
map.
trucks
And
come
part of
in
the
with
reason why President
mail-in
Donald J.
ballots.
Trump appreciates what we have to offer at RSBN is because we do not have to hide who we care about so much. And Birch Gold allows us to bring you this
In Georgia,
coverage.
they just
The
need to bring in
Biden-Harris regime,
200,000
they have
ballots.
reduced our purchasing power. Our
North
money doesn't go as
Carolina,
far
they
as
just
it
need
used
to bring in
In order to keep up with the trend,
150,000
many of
ballots.
us have had to max out credit cards. Others of us have had to dip into our 401k. Well, you don't have to do that. You can get some
Oh, can you just
diversification in
be
your life
quiet?
and have a sound peace of mind about your finances with Birch
Oh,
Gold.
God.
Precious metals has been a safe
Everybody's
haven
talking
for
about it
years
now.
and years, since the Roman
That must
Empire,
mean
as a
it's
matter
going
of
to
fact.
pull back.
Now, if we are blessed, as this map is leading us to believe, with the Donald J. Trump presidency, it's still going to take our economy some time to rebound. We talked about the Keystone XL pipeline. If that project goes up and running again, it's still going to take about a year before we start to see it really make a difference in our economy. So you can protect your savings with the help of our friends from
Can you
Birch Gold,
stop the
and
advertisement?
they will help you. They will educate you. They will get you the
Please.
resources that you need so that you can make sound financial decisions
Stop
for
the
your
advert.
family. And if you act fast,
Ugh.
especially tonight before these are gone, you can still get that silver coin that you see featured there on the side of your screen. It's gorgeous. It features
Oh,
President
your
Donald J.
mama was
Trump with his
gorgeous.
fist in the air as he defiantly says, "Fight, fight, fight."
Please
This
stop.
is the man who we want to lead our country.
Ugh.
This is the man who will stand up to our foreign adversaries. And you can commemorate that moment with this coin. Now, if you're
Thank you. That's
interested,
great.
you can ask questions. You don't have to go ahead and buy something right away. They want to help
Just
you.
shut
They'll
up.
help you ask the right questions. Text 989898. Text the word Trump to 989898. Secure your financial future
Can you
with our
understand?
friends at Birch Gold Group.
Shut
And
up.
also, another way that you can educate yourself and your children, for that matter, is with the help of Mike
Ugh.
Huckabee. And he has helped us all out with the Free Trump book. Now, the Free Trump book is one of those things you sign up for and you become part of a club, and they can.
I just can't stand it. All right. So Oregon is now way ahead for Kamala. Georgia, 90%. They halted there, it seems like. North Carolina, 86%. So now they know how many votes they need to catch up. It's just a simple matter of substitution. Minnesota, he's way ahead in Minnesota. He's way ahead in Wisconsin.
Decisions when they become of age.
Oh, God. North Carolina, 86%. Trump's ahead. Georgia, 90%. It hasn't changed. All right.
Is on us again. You can get yours by visiting.
Minnesota.
And not the greatest action, but it's not that big of a shock. We were expecting this. California has gone to Kamala Harris. So now we're at 179 to 214, and the race to 270 goes on. We're still not intimidated, though. Washington State also called for Kamala Harris. Not a surprise there. You think about the city of Seattle. You think about what happened during the riots. This is an area where the Democrat governors have decided to put their hands off when it comes to law and order. In California, Prop 36,
now they know how
we're going to find out what the decision is there before long tonight. That is the law and order. Basically, that's the measure that would keep people from being able to just walk into a store and take $1,000 worth of goods right off the shelf. 70% of the state said that they don't want it. When Kamala Harris was asked about
North Carolina,
she said she wasn't going to chime
87%.
in. That's the woman who could potentially lead our country. Now, when you take a look at this map, it goes to show you that's not what most Americans want. And so things are looking much better, because even when you cast these votes, when you think about what these votes mean for Kamala Harris, it's only brought her up to 179. We've still got Nevada, and this will likely turn red. And again, 6 out of the 7 swing states at this point in the evening are all shaded in red. Now, I'd like to jump in the chat from time to time. I like to see what you guys are interested in knowing more about. And somebody said they want to know about Colorado. So here's a look at what's happening in Colorado. This is why it turned red. I mean, you can see it pretty vividly here. Denver is the reason why. You go just to the south where you have cattle country in Colorado Springs area. That area is red. So within the big cities, even in Fort Collins, that is what turned the state blue, or kept it blue, to say, to just be quite frank, because this is one of those states that typically votes blue, just like some of our other states that are heavily influenced by the populous areas,
now 88%.
where you get that dense population hub, and it's Denver in Colorado. So let's take a minute and kind of look around a little bit more, see if there's any changes of note here. I'm feeling really good about the fact that you see so much red here in Minnesota. Even at this hour, we continue to tally the votes up there. 12% of the votes now have been counted. 60.6% to Donald J. Trump. So guys, I mean, this is downright inspiring. The fact that 6 out of the 7 swing states are looking favorable for Donald Trump. Now, Virginia, I know you two are getting pretty excited about Virginia. I had a feeling it was going to go blue. Just want to give you an idea where Virginia is right now. 50% Kamala, 48% Donald J. Trump. So it's still relatively tight. But because of its proximity to Washington, D.C., obviously D.C. within Virginia, this is an area that typically goes blue. So Matthew, Bobby, I don't know about you. I know it's still early, but boy, oh boy, we're looking good for our Donald J. Trump.
We are. It's 11:07 Eastern time. Thank you so much, Christina Loren there, breaking down all of the electoral map that you saw right there. And we're talking about Virginia. We know that Harris has about a 2% lead over there. Still polls, precincts to be counted and votes to be counted there. Let's look at North Carolina again real quick. It looks like President Trump is leading in North Carolina 50.8% to 48%.
Yeah.
So 50.8 to 48 over Harris.
Yeah.
That is one of the key swing states. We're looking at 16. That's a huge number. 16 electoral votes, Bobby.
If that's 88% of the votes counted as well. If the Tar Heel state and same with the Peach State, if they drop in the direction of those 32 votes going towards President Trump, it's looking relatively clear that it would be very hard for Kamala Harris to have a pathway to victory if President Trump sweeps the Sun Belt here.
Also, let's talk about Georgia. It looks like there are other areas that people are calling Georgia as a win for President Trump. The Associated Press has not yet, so we are going to wait until we get that confirmed. And then, of course, we'll be glad to say Georgia.
Somebody else called it for a win?
We're going to be waiting here. You see right there, 90% of the votes in, 51%.
I wonder who did.
51.1 to 48.2. That is looking likely, Bobby.
Georgia on my mind. It's a beautiful thing. Let's hope it keeps going in that direction, but we want to bring you fair and accurate results and not just jump the gun too quickly here.
Exactly. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, what those states have in common right now is that President Trump is leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Right now, the numbers out of Arizona, the Grand Canyon State, President Donald J. Trump has the lead out there on the West Coast with 50% of the votes counted in Arizona as well, as you see those Georgia numbers with President Trump in the lead there. So things are, listen, it's not about worrying about getting too excited about certain things. I mean, the facts are the facts. And right now, President Trump is, as you said, Bobby, 56 electoral votes away, right?
Right, correct.
From being the 47th president of the United States. And if you look at each of the states, again, guys, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia are all leading. President Trump is leading every state that I just mentioned in the union. This is quite interesting and quite wonderful to see, Bobby.
And I do believe that many times it doesn't matter ultimately who you select as your running mate. If President Trump is able to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, I believe Senator J.D. Vance and his performance in that debate was truly crucial. And we know that President Trump has an eye for finding talent. And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, the next vice president of the United States, really compliments President Trump so well. And he's shown that with his tough yet gentle nature, really calling out other reporters, saying to certain folks, are you listening to yourself, talking about migrant crime and Trende Aragua taking over the apartment complexes in Aurora, saying, oh, it's just one or two. And said, well, what if you live there? I mean, J.D. Vance goes right to the core of policy, and he's been there. He knows how to do it. His life has been affected from big government policies and how to make something of yourself when you're up against the ropes.
J.D. Vance's interview with fake tapper over at fake news CNN. These are words that President Trump uses, so I'm using those words as well, but did such a great job. This was about a week and a half ago. J.D. Vance just shut it down. Jake was trying to angle with all these questions. And when you go against truth, you're going to look dumb. If you're not on the side of truth, you're going to look stupid.
Well, you and I and classy Christina Loren, of course, all coming from mainstream news outlets. I remember those discussions, those trainings, especially early on in our careers. The idea that it's not right or left or conservative or liberal or what have you on a topic. Is the sky blue? Is it sunny outside? Is it raining? There are just specific truths and natural law that binds us. Well, that's changed for a lot of mainstream outlets in the last few years, because when Donald Trump came onto the scene, they just kind of lost their minds in the process. Kari Lake talks a lot about this. She was the lead anchor for nearly 2 decades out at Fox 10 in Arizona, an outstanding news person herself. And wow, she's like, the whole industry went crazy when he came onto the scene.
Exactly. So she was an anchor at Fox 10 in Phoenix. And then now we should actually check that race. So why don't we do that?
Let's do that. Absolutely.
So there's a lot of races to check out there when it comes to congressional and Senate races. Let's also look at Hung Kao, the race in Virginia for Senate there. We know that Kari Lake and Hung Kao are Trump-endorsed candidates. Those are big races. So let's see if we can get some numbers on Kari Lake. But we do know, we see right there out of Virginia, President Trump down by a bit of a percentage there. Not too much, of course, 1.7% down, but 89.4% in with the vote count in Virginia. So that is a wild card state that we've been watching. The other wild card state was Minnesota. And we know that President Trump is leading in Minnesota. And I think, this is just my guess, not a prediction, but just a guess, that President Trump will win the state of Minnesota. President Trump, get this, has a lead in that state, 60.5% over Harris at 37.4%. Now, when I look at the numbers a little closer, Bobby, 14% of the votes are counted in Minnesota right now. So only 14%. So he does have quite the lead there in Minnesota. We still have a little bit to
trying to find
some time to go. It's a significant lead at the moment.
Been called
again, early count, as we saw in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania tonight, where it seems as if they counted the urban areas first, because there was a strong lead at first for Vice President Harris, but now that has seemed to be much more even and narrowed. Just going back to the Arizona Senate race, Ruben Gallego, a relatively popular Democrat congressman, slightly up right now, 52.5% against Kari Lake's 45.8%, with 49% of the votes counted. So too soon, a relatively narrow race, and the Green Party candidate there right now, Eduardo Quintana, with 1.7% of the vote, 31,000 roughly of the popular vote in that race.
And you see on the right side of your screen there, the U.S. Senate election right now. So if you look at the state of Virginia, or the Commonwealth of Virginia, Timothy Kaine is leading against Hung Cao, the Trump-endorsed candidate, 52.5% to 47.5%. There's 75% of the votes counted there. So Timothy Kaine has 1.8 million, and then Hung Cao has 1.6 million. So not looking too good right there, but we still have about, 15% or so, 25% of the vote yet to be counted.
North Carolina's 89%.
So that's a little bit of the Senate races there. We know that it looks like Joe Kent. Let's check out Joe Kent in Washington State. Don't see that specifically on this right here, but we'll be checking that in a bit. How about Vermont? We were interviewing Gerald Malloy quite a bit here at the network. Bernie Sanders, the career politician, won that race there. But let's get back to the presidential race right now. As we know, President Trump in the lead, 214 to 179.
I think
you are looking live.
Everything.
West Palm Beach.
To rig the rest
Actually, Palm Beach, Florida, right now at the convention center there. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Coleman, Bobby, they're live. The energy in that room must be, guys, those of you watching that have been to rallies, all of that excitement and hope for our country, not just an emotional high, but just something that says, you know what, I'd much rather have common sense leadership, or I want to have the Constitution as the law of the land. The basics, right?
Wow,
that energy there is probably all the rallies culminated in one room. And for those of you watching, wherever you're watching right now, we're with you guys. We're seeing these numbers come in. And this is looking good. As you see on the lower part of your screen there, President Trump at 214 to Harris 179. President Trump, 60 electoral votes exactly. You were saying 56.
Harris roughly, according to the AP, he has 214, so 56 electoral votes needed, and he will be reelected as the 47th president of the United States.
Exactly. So you see that number right there, 214 to 179, getting closer. All of these campaign rallies, all of these campaign stops all across the country, and all of the common sense Americans, the everyday Americans, Bobby, showing up with early voting, showing up to the polls today, as of right now, looking toward a victory for President Trump. Not confirmed. We're not projecting that right now. When we get the numbers, I believe there will be a result tonight. Do you believe that too?
I do, because you did have the secretaries of state in Georgia and Michigan who have been under fire during a couple of past cycles with different discrepancies there and late counts, things of that nature, come out this afternoon, early afternoon, said we will have a result at some point in the evening or the early morning hours, and they're tabulating quickly. And you can see that with 90% of the vote in the Peach State. Now, Michigan's still somewhat behind. 31% is in the Wolverine State, but very close. And in the meantime, you may have noticed that the vice president's numbers electorally jumped. Of course, Washington and California going for the vice president.
Breaking news right now, the Tar Heel State, 16 electoral votes.
We got North
President
Carolina.
Donald J. Trump has won the state of North Carolina. This confirmed right now. The AP projecting President Donald J. Trump, as you see the numbers there, right there on your screen, President Trump winning North Carolina. That, again, a big win, 16 electoral votes. That is, Bobby, the third election cycle that President Trump has won North Carolina.
And they worked hard for that on the ground. A huge congratulations, Chairman Jason Simmons, and an outstanding group of people who really crisscrossed North Carolina. I was so privileged to, I believe, spend most of my time in North Carolina at those rallies, all the way from Asheville to Asheboro, Greenville to Greensboro, down in Charlotte on a couple of occasions. It's an extraordinary state. It's a beautiful state. And common sense people, they've had a lot of people from New York move there for a better way of life. And gosh, there was a beautiful sunset yesterday morning that seemed to be smiling over North Carolina State's beautiful basketball arena to see President Trump start the first off of 4 different rallies yesterday to seal the deal in the Tar Heel State.
So what we're looking for right now for the next 4 years, if this actually happens, is a golden age for our country, right? And the verge, as President Trump said, of the 4 greatest years of our country. So a golden age, same difference. So let's thank a couple of sponsors real quick as we get ready to see the races called for the rest of the swing states and a few others out there, including Virginia and including Minnesota, the 2 wild cards, Arizona, of course, a swing state. So let's go to Ultra Right Beer. And this is one of our sponsors here at Right Side. You see that can there? That's a tough looking can. I'll be real.
You know, I think I'm going to get a 6-pack, and whoever I have Thanksgiving with, especially those who might have supported our vice president, I might offer them a fight can as we're watching the Lions and the Bears. I don't think any Tigers are playing, but regardless, oh my.
That is wild. I mean, TrumpFightBeer.com, save 10% using RSBN. Next up, AngelPaste.com. Angel Paste. This company is out of Spring, Texas. They hire military veterans. A great product there. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. All you have to do is go to AngelPaste.com. Check out what's on the website there. Another great sponsor right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All you got to do is go to AngelPaste.com. Check it out. It's an awesome sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Okay, so we're at 2:30 in the sense of the electoral count right now. We are literally 40 electoral votes away from a win.
Well, they should call Georgia.
So we know that North Carolina just went to President Trump.
Georgia's 90%.
Pennsylvania that has 19 electoral votes up for grabs. We have Georgia at 16, Michigan 15, Wisconsin 10, Arizona is at 11, Nevada is at 6. The wild card races would be Virginia and Minnesota. President Trump is not leading in Virginia currently, but that is such a close race right now because it is literally 50.1% for Harris, 48.3% for President Trump, with 76% of the votes counted. So we'll keep our eye on Virginia.
It's
but
too
Bobby,
much
as you see there, let's talk about, look at this beautiful thing right here. This is, you're seeing it right there on the map. I'm going to show Bobby the same thing. He's looking at the same thing. Look at this. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all leading for President Donald J. Trump.
Right. And then Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth, and the Peach State of Georgia with, well, 90% in for Georgia, 76% in Pennsylvania. If those two drop, it would be very difficult for the vice president to overcome that.
Yeah, exactly. So those of you that are watching right now, and you might see other outlets or other places saying that Georgia has gone to President Trump, well, trust us, we can't wait to say the same thing. But the point is, we're waiting along with the Associated Press on this one. And totally, when that number comes through, we'll be declaring and projecting President Trump the winner of the Peach State. And you'll be doing that one, definitely, if that's the case, coming up here any second from now, because, of course, living in Georgia, quite awesome.
Good common sense people. They were not happy with the last 4 years, and I have been resident myself for nearly 3 years in the beautiful state of Georgia, and they have an opportunity here to literally save the nation.
And one of our production crew here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, you didn't see him and we won't name him, but literally came in. He had to work on the camera a little bit, and he pointed to the peach sticker that he voted for, I believe, President Trump. So
we say post the peach, and I did that with the wonderful, handsome Harrison Fields back at that Atlanta rally on October 15th. I voted the first day of early voting, and it was a special moment, but we like to post the peach, and you can see that on my personal social medias.
Harris has 187, President Trump 230. We are 40 electoral votes away from the 47th president of the United States, the commander-in-chief being Donald J. Trump. All right, let's go to a couple sponsors here.
Yes, Sticker Mule. You can see these beautiful stickers right here. Great examples of their work, but Right Side Broadcasting, I always double check when I take my laptop out. Is it mine? Because when I'm at the airport, it gets to be pretty busy there. And you see the Right Side Broadcasting stickers, and I know it's mine. But some exciting news for you guys. StickerPack.com. With this election right now in real time, you're watching this, a very exciting election, the most historic in most of our lifetimes. You can sign up using this link at stickerpack.com, whether it's for fun or you want to support President Trump, of course, further, and put that on your laptop or maybe even the car to show your MAGA energy. Whether you want to just spark up some fun conversation, Sticker Mule is your place to go, and they've got you covered. That is stickerpack.com to get your free Trump sticker pack today.
I don't know what else.
And hurry, it's only for a limited time. And who knows how many there are left with this election seemingly closing in on 270.
Exactly. So stickerpack.com. Let's move on to AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It's actually the leading conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. So members will receive a whole slew of items, a subscription to the AMAC magazine, exclusive discounts on a wide range of benefits as well, and some free resources. So it's just amac.com for that information, as well as it is that website, as you see, if you go to amac.us/RSBN. Let's go back to some more coverage here as we get ready to see what the swing state results will be here in the country. We're looking at Pennsylvania still. We know that right now there's a video being played in West Palm Beach. If we want to go there, we can. Director, just let me know if you want to go there for that video as we are waiting for the numbers to come in here at the RSBN studios. Of course, you've heard from Christina Loren. Okay, we're going to stay right here because obviously, you know, in rally coverage, of course, we go to those videos, don't we, Bobby?
And that's that fighter video, that boldness of this lion, this great leader, President Donald Trump. He's an extraordinary human being. And that's what I hope to convey in those last few weeks, especially after meeting with him briefly in Aurora, Colorado. He's extraordinarily approachable. And yet he's this American icon, someone who did not need the American presidency, but rather used his business acumen to change the landscape of Washington, D.C. And what I'm most excited about is this second cabinet.
Let's go to West Palm Beach and check out the rest of that video. You know, those political videos that we've seen at all of the different rallies, I remember there's so many of them, and they're all really good, aren't they?
Why don't you?
I mean, it really speaks to the character and this man who's engaged the culture. I actually sat in a meeting during my tenure at Turning Point USA with the Duffys, and wonderful people, and Sean Duffy, a former congressman. They spoke on the difference between the Mitt Romney Republican Party and the Donald Trump Republican Party. You know the difference? Donald Trump was unafraid to engage the culture. Romney thought he was above it. He thought he was, it's all about the country club meetings. It's all about civil society.
Minnesota, they're going to have a hard time.
No, it's about the American people. It's about these great people who have attended these rallies, regardless of their background.
It could easily.
Who care about the future of this country. And President Trump is the leader of really a populist movement that this country needed. Dwight Eisenhower warned us of this. The military-industrial complex, JFK, I believe, lost his life for going up against a deep state. And we've seen this in the modern presidency. We've seen the ones who go along to get along. We've seen the ones who buck the system to make a difference for everyday Americans.
That's why we love an outsider president, an outsider candidate, and that's who Donald Trump is. And that's who Ronald Reagan was.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've got, it's always good to see people that aren't career politicians. If there are any out there that have done good, then great. But not many have done great things, especially in Washington.
And it's a society where you scratch each other's backs. It doesn't matter R versus D. And I think people have realized that. And one of the most glaring examples of that is James Comey and what he did at the FBI and how scandalous that was. You don't need people like that, dishonest individuals who are watching out for themselves and for specific institutions rather than protecting the American people.
Exactly. So we know that this election isn't right versus left. It's right versus wrong. And we see that right now, right is winning, and winning by quite a number. So 230 for President Trump, 187 for Harris, 40 electoral votes to go for President Trump to be the projected winner of the White House, of the presidency, when he will become the president-elect Donald J. Trump. And on Truth Social, for those of you that love Truth and love X out there, if you want to follow us, it's at RSBN on Truth Social, or at RSB Network on X. Now, the reason why I bring up Truth is last night, it was the last rally for President Trump, the last campaign rally. And I just posted about that and got a decent amount of people liking it. Then I truthed something this morning. I quoted the Truth and I said, today is the day, the first day where President Trump will be called President-elect Donald J. Trump. I just threw it out there at 8 this morning as we are believing and hoping and praying and working hard for it to happen. And as of right now, this may be what happens. Literally, Bobby, we both went into the day today. At least I did. I'll share my story here real quick as we were tracking the numbers. I really didn't know. I know that under a free and fair election, we know that President Trump would win. That's my opinion. But I still, you didn't know what's really going to happen. So that's where I'm at. But now we're seeing the numbers, which we're going to talk about here in just a second. What was your initial thought?
I think very similar. I was hopeful, optimistic, especially watching on the ground with the early vote initiatives. I mean, the Republican Party under Laura Trump and Michael Whatley has done an extraordinary job. Now it's still early in the night. It looks like there will be a Senate majority. We're at 49 right now to 40. And then I still need to break the numbers down, but looks like a net gain right now of at least one. Governor Jim Justice, now the senator-elect from West Virginia. But we have leads of Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. We have leads in Michigan with Mike Rogers, and a lead in Pennsylvania with Dave McCormick. And just up to a moment ago, Royce White was actually doing fairly well in Minnesota. He's fallen back a bit against Amy Klobuchar. So we'll see how that continues to develop. But many races, very narrow, very close. Ruben Gallego slightly ahead of Kari Lake in Arizona as well. So we'll keep developing and watching that. And this legislative agenda, crucial for President Trump, because we've seen what they do in times when they have the majority, and God forbid they try to impeach Donald Trump simply for winning an election. They might do that. Christina, do you have any updated numbers or breakdowns specifically on the legislative side that we can really dissect? Perhaps we have the lead in the House thus far. The Senate also a lead, but is there any projection of what the Congress may look like?
Congress right now, if you're talking about the Senate and the House both taking the lead for the Republicans, it looks like it's going to be a unified body backing President Donald J. Trump. Now, we can start to get a little bit more comfortable at this point in the evening. When you take a look at this map, you know that North Carolina has just been called for President Donald J. Trump. Georgia, Bobby McNeely's home state, is also looking good. Pennsylvania, when you take a look at what's happening, 19 electoral votes up for grabs. 77% now of the vote has been tallied, and Donald J. Trump, 51% to 47%. So if President Trump takes Pennsylvania, he takes Michigan, which is also looking good for him, 51.5% to 46.8% in Michigan, where 37% of the vote has been tallied. You factor in Wisconsin at this point, 51% for Donald J. Trump versus 47%. So we're talking about some pretty good margins that he's leading by at this stage of the game. Now, Minnesota, which we were watching for much of the night, was actually leaning red. But at this point, now that 47% of the votes have been counted, it's 55% to Kamala Harris, and they're giving 42% to Donald J. Trump. And what you'll notice is a lot of these outlying areas in Minnesota, it's still not over here just yet. They still need to tally up these votes, and we need those returns before we have a final decision. So let's talk a little bit about North Carolina first. I want to take you in a little bit more granularly so that you can see what happened here. Because the big reporting sites, the big cities, Charlotte, Raleigh, even Greensboro, the third largest city within the state of North Carolina, all showing us blue. But it was the rural areas. It's rural America that decided this race for Donald J. Trump. And this is a big winner for Donald J. Trump. I know that he's probably very excited to hear about this. Lara Trump, of course, this is her home state. She's from Wilmington. And so this goes to show that the big cities aren't able to call the shots when everybody shows up to vote. Record early voting turnout, women, Republican women amongst that group showing up in droves. We had more women than men, Republicans voting early. So that goes to show what can happen when we all unite as a party. Now you take a look at Ohio, that's solid red as well. We had some questions about that earlier on in the night. Michigan will more than likely go to Donald J. Trump, and we're also looking good. We're still waiting on Nevada for any sort of information, where we do have those 6 electoral votes up for grabs. But even here in the state of Nevada, the early voting data shows us that President Donald J. Trump will likely win. Now, you asked about the House and the Senate. Take a look at the House map. This is what we're expecting. This is the leadership that we will have representing us in Washington, D.C. And right now, for the majority that you see here, we're talking about representatives that will more than likely, it's still going to be a rather small margin, it looks like at this point of the game, but we're going to have a Republican House. And that is going to be so important for Donald J. Trump to have that backup. And then when you look at the Senate race, there's still a lot of states where it's undecided. We're not getting really a lot of information about some of these key Senate races. A lot of course, Senates are incumbent and they're going to stay there because we have a new senator every 6 years. However, things are looking good in the races that we were watching. A third of the Senate was up for grabs. And as of tonight, we are also looking good towards a red majority. And a big part of the reason why is because Donald J. Trump pulled up that ticket. Now, I'm a little concerned about Kari Lake here. 49% of the votes have been tallied. She's still at 45%, and that is versus, for Ruben Gallego, 52%. It's not over till it's over. It is not over till it's over, gentlemen. So these are races we're going to continue to watch as the night draws on. But at this point, most polling places have closed. We might still have some people waiting in line in some states like California, even Nevada. Every person in line will get the chance to cast their vote. So it's going to be a little bit longer. I would say another couple hours, maybe 3 hours, if we are to get a decision tonight. But it is looking more and more likely, gentlemen, like that will be the case.
Exactly. And you know what is interesting is that there are 8 states that we're really keeping our eye on. We have Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, Virginia, and Minnesota. I know that Virginia is going a little bit to the left right now. Can you double check the numbers on what the latest is there?
Sure. Virginia is interesting. As you both know, you see Richmond here. Richmond is where you're going to find the majority of people. Then you have Norfolk, Virginia as well. This is where you have your population hubs. And so a lot of people here are going to be voting for Kamala Harris. And then right up against the District of Columbia, we have another area where you have a lot of people who actually live here, and then they commute back and forth into Washington, D.C., also known as the swamp in parts. And so that is why you have that blue really starting to show up. Now, when it comes to the state of Virginia, just to give you some of the details there, we have 50% for Kamala Harris, 47.6% for Donald J. Trump. And it was the northern areas of Virginia that just started coming in. And that's really what kind of changed the game and flipped it back to blue. But it was red most of the night. It really brought up a lot of encouragement. This is a state that going into the next presidential election, if they did a lot of work, if the Republican Party really worked hard, they could flip this state red, even with its proximity to Washington, D.C.
Yes, again, that heavy, Christina, thank you for pointing that out, the heavy D.C. suburbs having a huge influence over the state. But another net gain for the Republicans, we can project along with the AP that Bernie Moreno is the senator-elect from Ohio, a big pickup against Sherrod Brown, who really tried to run with President Trump. And we're now seeing even Eric Hovde with 70% of the vote nearly in Wisconsin. He's in the lead by 25%, a very tight race with Tammy Baldwin. We also saw the same strategy from her, being tough on China and being for President Trump's tariffs.
This would be a good time to stop.
Even some Democrats running with President Trump's message.
Nation and have
absolutely. And again, I mean, you take a look at the way that the Senate breakdown has occurred here in the state of Wisconsin. And again, you've got Madison, which is a college town to the south here in Wisconsin, and Milwaukee blue. But as you get north toward Green Bay, that is where the Republican turnout has been tremendous. And then you take a look at all these outlying cities and these rural counties, they have made such a difference in this election so far. Now, we're still tallying up the votes across the state of Wisconsin. For the Senate race, we actually, let me tell you how much is done here. We are at 69%. So Eric Hovde just jumped up to 49.8%.
Senate said 50.
Versus Tammy Baldwin at 48%.
You can see it at the top of the page there.
A lot of states still too early to call, even though President Trump is leading in these huge swing states, everywhere from Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, correct?
Absolutely correct. You're right on point. In fact, in 6 out of the 7, he's still holding a strong lead. So that's Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He won North Carolina and Georgia as well. They're almost done counting the votes in Georgia, where we now have 91% of the votes counted, 51 to 48% in Georgia. So we're looking good in the Peach State. Arizona could be a game changer as well. We have 49.7 to 49.5. So it is razor thin margins at this point in the state of Arizona with 50% of the votes counted. But you take a look at these numbers. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, for the great Matthew Alvarez, I'm going to shut my mouth and take a step back and listen to what you have to say. What were you going to ask?
Oh, come on now. That's not how that works here. You know that. But anyway, that's fun. I like it. But the point is, Minnesota, can you update us on the numbers in Minnesota right now?
Yeah, so now
my point is, with
Harris took Virginia.
States of
so
Virginia
now they'll
and Minnesota.
up the
I've seen them back and
counts.
Forth. But I'm starting to back off on calling them wild card states if Minnesota and Virginia are not going to go red. I hope they do, but what's the latest thing?
Well, Minnesota turned blue not too long ago, and kind of by a rather large margin. And I think the reason why is because
Wisconsin,
this area,
maybe
the
he'll get
suburbs
Wisconsin.
Surrounding Minneapolis, of course, that's the big concentration.
And it magically
of
overnight,
people.
she'll
that's
get
where you have your population
at
center.
4 in the morning.
Here
She'll get
in the
enough
state of
votes to be
Minnesota,
president.
wildly went blue. But you take a look to the north. We still have a lot of counties that need to report. Duluth is another area that will likely go red. And so this
In
race
Georgia,
isn't quite finished
not
just yet
over.
either. That's not decided
Pennsylvania,
yet.
81%.
And when it comes to Minnesota right now, we're
Not
at
over.
53.5% versus 44.4%. But of course, you have to factor
This is just
in
what happened
Minneapolis,
last time.
and we'll see what
It
happens. Right now,
felt good.
51% of the votes have been counted.
And then all of a
in the state of
sudden,
Minnesota.
Now we can make the call that
fix was in.
AP is projecting Virginia is in the column for the vice president.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but as we know, the swamp
That's with
is nearby,
82% of the votes
and a lot of
counted.
people
Where
who
Georgia
commute back
is
and
at
forth to DC,
91%.
it is
and they won't
outrageously
count it. They
expensive
won't
to live
call
in
it.
Washington, DC, even just to stay there, to travel there to our nation's capital. It's very expensive. So a lot of people live to the south in the suburbs, and so that is probably what pulled the blue there. So we're at 205 now versus 230, but the odds are with us. They're looking really good. And again, I'm very cautiously optimistic. However, we're going to continue on in this night until we have a decision. If we do get one tonight, it is looking more and more likely that we will get a decision in just a few hours.
Exactly. So we're laser sharp focused on now the following states. We're laser sharp focused on Pennsylvania, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. That is
what's wrong with Nevada?
What, six swing states right there. We know North Carolina, as you said, went to President Trump. So, all right, so we have 6 to go. Let's see what happens. We're 40 electoral votes away. The thing is like you said, we can get a little comfortable, but not too comfortable, because at the end of the day, you never know, right? So we really have to see this come through.
All of a sudden,
40 electoral votes still
all
to go.
of a sudden, this is
and we see that he's been leading, though,
and all she
in these swing states in red for a while. Right?
Michigan,
like we haven't
Wisconsin,
seen
Pennsylvania,
PA or Michigan go back and forth too much as of the past hour, correct?
That's absolutely correct. And then Pennsylvania now with 82% of the vote, then 51% for Donald Trump and 47% for Kamala. I'm feeling really good.
They should be calling
about
that. They called Virginia at 83%.
We're talking about he's up to 249 if we get Pennsylvania. And then it's only going to take a couple more. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada still on the line. His chances are looking great. You factor in Georgia, which is also leaning towards President Donald J. Trump.
205
and you see why I've got a little extra
230.
spring in my step. But you're right. It ain't over till it's over, Matthew Alvarez. I completely
100%.
know.
It's going to be quite awesome. Let's just look into the future, maybe 4 hours from now, right? Say President Trump wins the 2024 election. What is it going to be like throughout the country tonight in various cities, various towns, rural areas, suburban areas? What about tomorrow? Just hopefully a lot of joy in the country. And then those on the left, hopefully it just stays calm. But the point is, we're looking at 40
Trump
more
wins critical state.
Thank you so much for all of that live reporting there in the projection room, the RSBN
North
projection room.
Carolina.
Absolutely. Let me know when you want some more, and I'll be right here for you.
I hear it. Thank you so much. All right, awesome stuff. I mean, 230 for Donald Trump, 205 for Harris. So we see we're getting closer.
Flips
But now it's just kind of watching the clock
held by Democrats
and see what happens. Kalshi.com as well has been really hot tonight because obviously the election.
Right.
So let me look at the latest numbers there for Kalshi.com.
Florida.
Let's see. Kalshi is, wow, look at that.
94% chance of Donald Trump becoming next president of the United States.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Yeah, 6% for Harris, 94 for President Trump. That's on Kalshi right now, so that's pretty awesome. Director, can you let us know the next direction? All right, so we'll go to Victory Coffee. If you go to victorycoffeeroasters.com, that's the great website for this veteran-owned, and it was actually founded by an Army colonel and his wife who proudly support.
He probably, knowing Donald Trump, he probably could, because it's really interesting, and we can get into
Donald Trump signed.
Colors fill in tonight for one party or the other. And of course, in Alaska, polls have yet to close. So we'll be bringing you those updates as the night continues. Right now, though, let's check in with our very own Jack Bradley, who is in Pennsylvania. So I think, Steve, you're taking that one.
Yeah, well, no, to your point, Tiff, it's really fascinating. Still a lot of different paths. We're going to take a look. But yes, we are going to go to NTD's Jack Bradley, who's in Pennsylvania, taking a close look at that state. Jack, what's the latest?
Well, like you said, it's definitely too close to call, but we've seen last time I talked to you, the margin was much wider. We had Harris in the lead, and now we have Trump slightly in the lead with a little over 80% of the vote now in. Election officials have said that because there's been slight delays in some, like the Cambria County and then isolated polling centers across the state, as well as, the mail-in voting, how in Pennsylvania, they had to count the mail-in votes on the day of at 7 a.m. All of that, according to the top election official, is going to push that result that we're going to get out of Pennsylvania a little bit later than anticipated. And so here behind me is the tabulation center where we just saw a wave of election workers leave here and then another wave come in to do the night shift. So a lot more to look forward to over here, Steve.
Now, Jack, there have been a number of things seemingly delaying the voting in Pennsylvania. What are state officials saying about this?
Right. So what is delaying the vote over here? Like I said earlier, we had in Cambria County where the voting machines experienced a software malfunction. Of course, that was confirmed by election officials, and they said that it got back on track, but it did delay people voting. It wasn't scanning their ballots. So that was the countywide problem there. Voting had been delayed until 10 p.m. rather than the 8 p.m. Now, in isolated cases like where we were at, over just not too far from here in Philadelphia, there was an incident of people waiting outside before work going into the polling center there. About 50 people up in line. An election worker told me that the ballots arrived late, causing them not to be able to go in. About 1/3 left at that time. So some of them were allowed to submit provisional ballots. It just depended on the timing. Now, as far as what state officials are saying about this, they're saying that things like this happen in elections. So the state's top election official has said that this is a very, this is common. But there also have been unsubstantiated bomb threats that Governor Shapiro has addressed and said that they are not a concern to the public at this point.
Michigan, they got the chick for the governor.
In Philadelphia. Thank you, Jack.
Damn.
Now let's go to Behind the Numbers with Roman Balmakov. Tiff and Roman, take it away.
All right, thank you for that. And yes, I am here with Roman Balmakov from the Epic Times. Roman, abortion's been a big topic. We saw that in 2022 with the congressional balance of power there, the rat wave that we were promised didn't quite happen. A lot of it attributed to the issue of abortion. Tonight, though, abortion is on the ballot in several states. What is the latest so far on that?
Well, yeah, abortion.
What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean?
Exactly. And if we could see maybe West Palm Beach here on the monitor, that'd be great, as we can hopefully see how the Team Trump party is going there in West Palm Beach. Also, we were up in Pennsylvania as well. Nikki Stanzione there at a Team Trump event as well. So always good to see various events going on around the country right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're waiting to see which states are projected for President Trump. Okay.
This just in.
Okay, so the race is not called.
Pennsylvania
about Georgia
has
right now,
flooding
but the
their
Georgia Secretary of State says
All
President Trump has an
shut
insurmountable lead right now
until
but
tomorrow
the
at
state has
9
not
a.m.
called it for Georgia at this point.
This just in, Georgia
the Associated
has
Press,
mail-in
and
ballots
others
from the
make that
military.
call. And of course,
So
right now, President Trump with this
until
sizable lead in the Peach
this
State.
just in, Arizona machines are using black magic markers that are ruining the ballot.
We see the 47th, possibly the 47th president of the United States. Looking on various pictures here live in West Palm Beach, the place is packed. Just having a great time there as they watch the numbers come in, Bobby.
Oh, it's an exciting room, and it's great to see that in West Palm Beach because these people have worked so hard on this campaign. The blood, sweat, and tears.
Abortion is on
literally,
the ballot.
In the case of President Trump, taking a bullet for democracy.
You can't go to
and perhaps the stalwart that changed the dynamics of this race. People that have come to politics like Joe Rogan and Megyn Kelly, who once covered it or had an interest in it, but then saying, for my family, for the future of this nation, I have to get involved and I have to endorse President Trump.
Exactly. So I believe you're looking at on the screen there, Director, if we can get that on the monitor here, the president leading in Pennsylvania, 51.4% over 47.6% over Harris. So we're looking at 2.9 million votes you see there for President Trump to 2.7. What a swing state to win if President Trump wins this one. That's a big one there, Bobby.
That is gigantic. If looking at this now, if it's the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Peach State of Georgia, and of course, Nevada, he is the next president.
Exactly.
So that would put him over 270.
Do we have, Director, do we have the popular vote numbers? Do we have the popular vote numbers anywhere? There they are, popular vote totals. Through the last updated returns, 60.1 million Americans, over 56.1 for Harris. So that's the popular vote totals. We know the numbers right now when it comes to the electoral map as well. Possibly we could take a look at that too, as we are here just reporting live for you guys as we see the numbers come in on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We know that President Trump at last look was at about 230 electoral votes. So still that 40 to go. And we'll be looking to see what races are called. And of course, we'll call them right here. Just a shout out to everybody also here at Right Side in the studio that is working on all of these.
I don't know if you're there,
everything come.
Did you see those two numbers?
And all of the graphics, everything going on.
Last
we're just
time,
as a team right now, as we
Joe
11:52 p.m. Eastern time, we're approaching
83 million.
November 6th, Bobby, and by November
Trump
6th. I believe we'll know who the next president will be.
No, Joe got 81
Trump
million,
said this
Trump
is
got
Liberation
73
Day. Remember the 5th of November, and what a
What, did
potentially
all those voters
historic
die?
moment. This doesn't happen often where someone loses the presidency and then makes that comeback. This
He
will
hasn't
only be
come
the
back
second
yet.
time, in fact, in American history.
Stop
As you see at
counting
the
your
bottom of your
chickens.
screen, I agree with you 100% on that. You see awaiting results from key swing states. So that's exactly
Stop
what we're
counting
doing here
your
at Right
chickens.
Side. That's what you're doing there at home or wherever
Before
you're
they-
watching us. Thanks so much for tuning in.
Before they
We're live
hatch.
streaming in. I keep saying tuning in. You're not tuning in. You're live streaming in. Let's talk about now. So let's go there to live from a Trump.
Well, not her again.
Hey guys, this is pretty unbelievable what has just happened over the last few minutes. There has been a very obvious shift in the energy. I think people were getting very excited about what was happening, throughout the night and seeing these numbers starting to get really good for Pennsylvania as we were starting to initially close the gap. But now over the last few minutes, as we saw the lead that Dave McCormick has been taking, he has been working relentlessly on the campaign trail. Every time President Trump has been here in Pennsylvania at a rally, we've seen Dave McCormick take the stage. He has been fighting hard for this state, and this crowd wants to see him go over the edge and take it home. And of course, every time we hear these Pennsylvania results coming in for President Trump being approximately around 51-47 at this point in the lead against Kamala, I'll tell you what, it's a different feeling. It's a feeling of confidence. It's a different level of optimism. And when we saw Bucks County
Well, it wasn't on
take
the
it
ballot.
from earlier in the night when we were at about, I think it was about 76% when they first started rolling in for her side. Now It is absolutely in a tie position at the 49% mark or so. So it's very exciting here in Bucks County. I just can't even believe that we might just be hours, if not less, away from a decisive victory. It could be big. Now the lights just went out.
Guys, you're not there yet.
It's getting very exciting in here.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting there. And the fact that that Commonwealth could go to President Trump. Everybody was talking about Pennsylvania, right, Bobby? I mean, everybody was talking about it. And now what we're seeing is a possible win for President Trump. He is leading there right now. In your time there, Nikki, just talking with some of the great people of Pennsylvania, what are they saying? Are they optimistic? Are they nervous?
Very nervous. Everybody's kind of in that holding their breath mode. I see people doing, this like hold on to nothing pose where they're just kind of waiting to hear. Every time we hear on the televisions, okay, we have another call to make, everybody gets silent. You could hear a pin drop, and then all of a sudden there's eruptions of cheers because we've had so many moments of good news tonight. Of course,
Georgia is at 93%.
I'll tell you when the biggest boos came out. The biggest boos came out for Adam Schiff, not surprisingly. The other big boo came out when Virginia got called for Harris. That was a big one. But overall, I've been hearing a lot more cheers than boos tonight, and the optimism, to your question, has been really off the charts, which I love to see.
Well, it's what President Trump spoke of, Nikki, as we were there.
He's a liar.
So much of the activity in the Commonwealth ever since June. President Trump saying if he wins Pennsylvania, it's great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, you just went out for one moment. I think
that's all right. We don't need to hear what you're saying.
I think you guys just went out for a moment. But I'll tell you, if you were asking me about what President Trump had been saying on the campaign trail regarding the idea of if Pennsylvania gets this, America gets this, and I have to tell you, the path is very, very close. Not only for Pennsylvania, but when we start to see what could be happening in several other swing states, it could happen even before we get to Pennsylvania. I mean, it really could happen. And I'm hearing people saying tonight that if we bring it home here, they know that they will be calling President Trump the 47th president of the United States.
The steal could happen before.
What's going to be great is, Nikki, if we get the chance, if President Trump pulls the win for Pennsylvania, we'd look forward to coming to you live again and seeing you all with the people there in Pennsylvania, just enjoying the moment.
I have the chills just as you say it. I'm starting to get a little bit clamped, as they say. I really have to say, I know that's what.
No, you don't have to say.
They're kind of on the edge, just waiting for that moment. I will tell you this. We did get an announcement. Somebody came out and said, stand by. If you had any intention of leaving anytime in the next half hour, don't. Because we might have some really good news and we want this room full to hear that news together. So I believe that is a very likely possibility and maybe even leaning now toward a probability.
Swell.
And that's a once in a lifetime experience to watch the energy of any campaign at any level become victorious as you get into the early morning hours. And as I look behind you, Nikki, it seems like quite a mix of different ages and people showcasing that same energy that President Trump did just 24 hours ago to finish his last rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Absolutely. It's funny because I would say this crowd is very reflective of what I saw at the polls today, as I talked to you about earlier, seeing a real mix of demographics, seeing a lot of men, but also a lot of women, seeing a lot of seniors, also seeing a lot of children, and certainly seeing a lot of first-time voters. I'm looking around, of course, over by the bar. I'm seeing a lot of those college-age kids who might have just voted for their very first time in this election. And I have been walking around talking to some families, and even the kids, like we talk about at the rallies, and like you just mentioned, Bobby, the kids get so excited and so invigorated because this is a moment that they'll remember to talk about one day to their own children, that they were a part of history. And actually on the lines today, I spoke to two young little girls and I asked them, why they were excited about being here. And they said, well, their teachers wanted them to see what the voting process was like, and they wanted to be a part of that experience so they could share it with their classrooms. But they
Oh, God. The tedium. That is just pure tedium. Why would anyone listen to that?
Election night HQ. A couple of hours ago, people were singing and dancing. The mood was very buoyant. Well, that has completely, drastically changed now, especially when that result was read out. People are watching on the big screen here as the results come in. When it was revealed that Donald Trump was the projected winner in North Carolina, it felt almost eerily silent here. It was so quiet that even with 10,000 people in the crowd, I could hear a drone buzzing above. There are a lot of dejected, despondent people here. I was just taking a quick wander around, and there's lots of people holding stars and stripes flags, but they're just, dangling by their waist. And I think the hope that they might see Kamala Harris appearing on this stage this evening is dwindling too. The Harris campaign still trying to strike a positive note, particularly with campaign staff. There was an email sent by the campaign chair for Kamala Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon, in which she said that she still believes that they do have a route to victory. She said, we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 electoral votes lies through the blue wall states. She said, we still feel good about what we're seeing there, about the data that they're seeing, especially from Pennsylvania. In that note to staff, she said, we'll continue to keep you all updated when we get more information. This is what we've been built for, she said. So let's finish up what we have in front of us tonight, get some sleep, and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So she's clearly trying to keep spirits high, clearly trying to keep their staff buoyant. But I think there's certainly a recognition here at Howard University that it's an uphill climb for Kamala Harris now. That path to victory is certainly narrowing.
Martha, thank you so much. Let's go straight to James now. And James, interesting listening there to Martha. It's almost like the Harris camp have given up on the Sunbelt states, and they're focused now on those northern Rust Belt states.
Hi, Yalda. Yeah, looking for results where they can. I can tell you they like what they're hearing in terms of results here at the convention center in West Palm Beach. The Trump Watch Party, several hundred in here. I mean, they've been here for several hours now. Free food, free alcohol. So there is a party atmosphere of sorts. I'd say relatively subdued. I mean, Dom was making the point that they've been here before. They've been confident on the night of polling before and woken up only to have their hopes crash. So I see a bit of both. Certainly they're sounding optimistic, they're talking the talk, but I look around and I see not grim faces, but studied faces watching the rolling news coverage very closely. At one stage, the news stopped and they threw on YMCA, Trump's big celebratory tune, probably just giving it a rollout and practice, a sound check before he turns up, because he is due to be here at some point. In fact, about half an hour ago, they were talking, his advisors, about, the fine detail of that and whether or not the results were on a trajectory such that he might come here sooner than expected. They were talking about midnight. Well, midnight's passed here, so we'll see. We'll see how that pans out. But Team Trump previously were talking about being cautiously optimistic. They have since said that their stance is now shifting to optimistic. Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, is taking a flight down to Mar-a-Lago, presumably to talk business. That's a sign that they think they are in business. There has been a social media picture posted in the last hour of Donald Trump sitting at a table in Mar-a-Lago in deep conversation with Elon Musk, who's there, and also Dana White. He's the CEO of UFC, an old-time buddy of his and big campaigner on his behalf, as is Elon Musk. It has the look of, I don't know, a kitchen cabinet. Maybe that's one of the questions going forward, without getting ahead of ourselves. You know, these people who have campaigned hard for him and thrown money at his campaign, what do they get now? What's the kickback should he get the position that he is starting to believe he will? And certainly there's a growing belief, a growing sense of weary confidence, I would say here, that things are looking up. They came here saying that they would win. They are getting a sense that their belief was justified, I think.
James, thank you so much for that update there. Well, let's welcome our latest guest here on the panel, Democratic strategist Hillary Rosen. But before we get to you, Hillary, we've got a bit of an update, Mark, from New Jersey.
Some really interesting preliminary results coming in from New Jersey, which fit a pattern. 85% of the vote counted. And Kamala Harris has a 4.5% point lead, I should say. But Biden won the state in 2020 by 16 points. So the swing to Donald Trump in New Jersey at the moment is about 6 points, which is the largest of any state so far. So this is, as I say, it fits a pattern, and it's pretty remarkable for Donald Trump. Biden won the state by 16 points in 2020. And Harris is expected to win by less than 7 points. So I think she will win New Jersey. That if she didn't, that would be an extraordinary result. But it's as we've been talking about through the course of the night. It's the swing. It's Donald Trump eating into what Harris and the Democrats had assumed were safe margins. It's appearing not to be the case at all.
Yeah, and that was really very much part of their strategy. Where they could, they would try and bleed into her votes.
And it seems to have worked. New Jersey has been solidly Democrat since 1992. It's got both its senators are Democratic, the governor is Democratic, and yet among the population there, a significant proportion have chosen Donald Trump.
Let's bring in Hillary Rosen. Hillary, throughout the night, we've been speaking to our Martha Kellner, who is with Camp Harris, and they started off quite optimistic, then cautiously optimistic. They're now talking about, telling people, look, just rest. We'll see how we go in the morning. What sort of messaging are you hearing from?
I was over at Howard University earlier, and the optimism earlier in the day was significant. Look, after 2020 election, the Republicans spent a lot of energy in Pennsylvania. And I don't know if this has been discussed much. It's been little reported that the Republicans went into this new cycle with a net gain of about 425,000 new registered Republican voters in Pennsylvania. Now we see the margin right now at about 180,000 difference. That's why. It's because they registered that many more Republicans in this last cycle. And, we've been saying all day, this is going to come down to Pennsylvania, and it will. The Harris camp tells me they still feel like between the mail ballots and outlier counties that they think they can make up this margin. Hopefully, in my view, they will. But if they don't, that's going to be a big reason. I think it's just one other point based on what Mark just said. Every time we compare Trump's numbers this year to the Trump-Biden numbers in 2020, it's really important that people know that Joe Biden would not have done better than Kamala Harris is doing this year. The Joe Biden of 2020 is not the Joe Biden that would have been running in 2024. And so I think that there will be this tendency to sort of pick on, oh, well, maybe he shouldn't have dropped out, and maybe he should have, stayed the Democratic nominee, et cetera. There's just no way. He would be doing much worse, in my view.
But why is Donald Trump doing so well, do you think?
Well, Trump is doing well, as I said, in Pennsylvania because they actually had a kind of
God, I can't listen to her either. It's all terrible. Let's go back to the other one. What analysis she gives. Just terrible. We have to go back to this chick?
It's great. You go to jobs and use that RSPN promo code for quite a discount there. Sponsor side casting network. That Georgia went to President Trump. We know that Pennsylvania, we're waiting to see the numbers.
They called Georgia
to
Trump.
In
All
Arizona,
right.
Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, here we go. What's going to happen? It's 12:14 in the morning.
246.
And we're going to see a possible
Georgia
victory
goes to Trump.
For the 47th president of the United States. As you see there, RSBN calls Georgia for President Trump.
That's a special chyron to look upon, joining all of you now into November 6th on the East Coast. And President Trump said this was going to be Liberation Day. Things were looking good. And right now, in all categories, it's not set in stone, 246 to Harris's 210 in the electoral count. But this is clearly the get out the vote effort on the part of the Republican Party. The apparatus was truly
Trump is at 246.
Exactly. I remember interviewing Joan Reynolds from Alabama, who worked with people that were Trump delegates out of Alabama. They were actually doing a GOTV, a get out the vote, all the way over to Georgia and Macon just the other day when Liz Willis was there live. And so you see that Americans helping Americans. I mean, crossing state lines.
Did you hear
and just saying, hey,
what Hillary
we're
Rosen
said?
Hillary Rosen said,
and just it's the basic word of mouth.
They can make up
when you make that nice impression on somebody, and they're thinking if they're on the fence a little bit. But what we see is a win in Georgia. So let's look at Minnesota real quick too. I know that looks like it's going to go the other way, but let's just double check some of the numbers there.
All right, I like
Minnesota right now is 51.7% for Harris, 46.2% for Trump in Minnesota. That's 57% of the votes counted there, so that may go the other way. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Latest numbers: 3,093,600 votes for President Trump. 2,921,948 for Harris. So that's a small lead, but a lead that has about 86% of the votes counted there. And then if we look at Michigan and Wisconsin, it looks like Michigan is in the lead. Pretty sizable lead for President Trump.
I'm scared to go to bed.
3% to 46%.
Because
and Wisconsin about the same, 51.2%, 47.3%. I mean, it is looking good right now, Bobby, at 12:16 in the morning.
And again, if you have, let's just say Michigan and Wisconsin, that's 25, he becomes president with 271.
Exactly.
So Georgia's called for
okay,
Trump.
so what is the number? So we're at 230 still.
Now
we're at
46 with our projections.
Yes, so 246 right now. So we're getting close here on.
So let's say that he gets Wisconsin.
All right, so so we see that Georgia called for President Trump. We'll be possibly going back there live soon to Palm Beach, Florida, where Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler are standing by. And, that is where the Team Trump watch party is. Great time there, I'm sure, right now in Pennsylvania as well, with where Nikki Stanzione is. So we'll be heading out there soon as we watch the numbers come in right here on Right Side.
If you heard what Hillary Rosen said.
All right, we are lining up some various reports here, as well as we know that President Trump has 246 electoral votes to Harris's 210 at this point. So let's just double check a couple things on Truth Social as well when it comes to President Trump. The last thing he posted about was California saying 1 more hour until the election lines, the polls would close. That was 2 hours ago. So President Trump, of course, having a great time in Palm Beach, Florida. Mar-a-Lago is not too far from the convention center there. So looking forward to hearing possibly from President Trump tonight as the president-elect we'll see. We still have those key swing states to call yet, and we'll wait for the AP. And also, as we did for Georgia, that's a huge call and a great call right there for Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we'll see what happens with the other 5 states, swing states that remain in this election. Actually 6, right, with Nevada.
Right. And Matthew, I'm curious on your thoughts with this. This is seeming to be a turnout election more than anything else. Well, we're not seeing necessarily, there have been early voting records broken. Ultimately, will we reach that 100 million mark? I'm not quite sure yet with all the absentee coming in and overseas balloting. But this is very interesting. We still seem to be a very divided country, at least speaking electorally.
Exactly. I mean, that's what's interesting, because we've seen the numbers. We see the popular vote. If we can possibly take a look at that number, we see that there are still people that are voting, of course, for the other side. But at the end of the day, the majority rules. Right. When it comes to the election, when it comes to the electoral votes, that's how it's been. That's the way it is. So we know that there is a majority in this country that is for President Trump. So we're going to be going to Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler here shortly, as we're also trying to line up Christopher Macchio, the opera singer, who's going to be possibly performing tonight under a Trump win with Harrison and Megan. So let's go there to Florida right now.
Welcome back to the Palm Beach Convention Center. Megan Kohler and Harrison Fields were here on the ground at the Trump watch party. The vibes are high. It's electric in this room. Everyone's so excited. Every single state that gets called for President Trump, everyone's cheering here. We're super excited, and I am seeing this path to victory for President Trump.
Everyone here is seeing that path. You know who's not seeing the path? It's Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. A lot of advisors telling a lot of reporters they just don't see it. The door is closing. The path has become more and more narrow. You look at Macomb County, you look at Wayne County, you look at areas around Philadelphia, the numbers aren't there. And I think the Republicans showed out too much that the numbers can't just magically appear either. I think the math is just on Donald Trump's favor, and nothing really can be done about that at this point. A lot of people are expecting that he will be the 47th president of the United States. In a matter of hours, I think there could be a resounding call that Donald Trump has been reelected president of the United States. Only the second United States president to do that. The first, obviously, being Grover Cleveland in the 1800s. A historic night here in West Palm Beach. Absolutely amazing to witness. Against all odds, it seems like the Trump campaign has prevailed.
Right. So Donald Trump we're predicting it, will become the second president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. So exciting. This is historic. This entire campaign has been something like we've never, ever seen before, and we're never going to see again. We want to thank each one of you for being a part of it. We feel blessed to be a part of it here, and what an amazing night. I don't even think I'm going to sleep tonight. I'm too excited.
What is sleep?
I'm too excited. I can't even think about sleep, and it's past midnight. Usually I'm very tired by now, but there's no way. I'm too excited. I'm too jazzed up.
Yeah.
President Trump has 230 electoral votes, 40 to go.
40 to go.
So many states in play right now. He's projected to win when it's not 100% in yet. But Michigan, he's leading by 194,000 votes with 40%, 47% of the vote is in. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Trump is leading with 84% of the vote in, and that's 170,000 votes in the lead for President Trump. Huge. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Trump leading with 93% reporting in, 120,000 lead. Georgia's huge.
Yeah.
Basically, RSBN's calling it already.
Yeah, I mean, RSBN is basically here, and they're basically called it, projecting that Donald Trump has been reelected. You look at Georgia, you look at North Carolina, you look at Pennsylvania, you look at Wisconsin. The numbers aren't there for her. There's no real path for her to win. And we haven't even talked about Nevada or Arizona, where Donald Trump is in the lead as well. And you talk about the early vote totals and the voter registration totals in those states before Election Day. It's very hard to imagine a path for Kamala Harris. again, we have another situation where the Democratic cities of Milwaukee, they don't know how to run elections. Here we are, another election. Milwaukee County has completely butchered this election again. Meanwhile, in the state we're standing in right now, the third largest state, we got a full-on projection. Over 10 million votes were reported out less than 2 hours after the polls close. And here in Milwaukee, they can't even get the polls in a city. It's absolutely incredible to see.
Let's just go deal with this one. Let's go deal with this one for a little while. We don't have to stay long, but we can deal with it for a little while.
Same as Wayne County, it's Detroit, not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out, so I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more middle class, a little more working class. It is a suburb of Detroit as well. Republicans do very well here. Trump was at 53%. There's only about a third of the vote in. He's at 57, so he's overperforming there. Some of the other areas we want to watch: Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held the rally last night, and or I should say, yes, on Monday. Sorry, getting my days confused here. Biden was at 52. She's overperforming there. That's good news for the Democrats. I also want to talk about Washtenaw. This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is. Half the vote is in. Biden was at 65. Harris is at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harris and Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend lines we've been seeing in the other states, we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well. But again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's a lot of that vote that's out.
So interesting to see you do those university towns because
it's shocking.
Well, yeah. Because there was a lot of turnout and Democrats early in the day were kind of giddy about that. But I think this might be a function of what we've been seeing, which is young men turning out for Donald Trump and maybe skewing what you normally would expect from university towns.
And something we haven't mentioned just yet, because so much of the vote is out in Wayne County. You have Detroit and you have Dearborn. That makes up Wayne County, that Arab American Muslim vote. We're talking about more than 200,000 voters there. Again, it's probably not going to be monolithic, but they're uncommitted votes as well. The question is what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote third party? Do they vote for Trump? Or do they stick with Harris? We still don't know.
Okay, Tom, hang tight there. We want to go right to Detroit, actually. NBC's Jesse Kirsch on duty there. Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Savannah, I know we're wondering when we're going to have those votes from Wayne County, specifically Detroit, where I am right now, as Tom was just mentioning. Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around midnight that the full tabulation would be completed. So we haven't received word that that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of the absentee ballots were ready to be tabulated before Election Day. So that was what was the expectation heading into tonight. Just a short time ago, we heard from the Secretary of State here in Michigan herself, and she says that they are further along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated.
They
Her
needed
initial
to find
estimate
out how
before
many
Election Day
votes they
was by
needed.
midday Wednesday. So today we would have an answer on the unofficial results. She says it could be sooner now. There is a caveat. Remember, in 2016, former President Trump won this state by around 10,000 votes. We are told there are around 6,000 ballots outstanding from military and overseas. If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday.
They need to figure out how many votes they need.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in battleground Georgia, Ellison Barber is in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Oh, depression.
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you, when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2022.
Yeah, they cheated last night.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson is there in Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
Democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The machines are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those votes to get counted. In-person votes that come in today have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn to vote. So this is going to take some time. We're also understanding there was a University of Nevada, Reno, that took a while. There were about 50 people that still had to vote after polls closed there. That is because we're hearing same-day registrations were spiking at college campuses. College students realized, you know what, I think I am going to vote. And so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while. And as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey, guys. We've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight. And at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states. And it's worth noting here the places where the...
Oh. God. Maybe women shouldn't be able to vote. Let me show you guys something. Let me show you guys something right here. I don't know if I can find it. That's not it. They just showed it. Okay, here. Well, I can't find it. Darn it. But what I notice is their votes, their cumulative votes, don't add up to what Joe Biden got last time or Trump. You know? Let's see what these people are saying here.
Win the White House, the House, and the Senate, but the count remains to be counted in so many of these states. So many top Democrats, I'm talking about people I really trust as sources on the Democratic side, are growing alarmed, frankly, as they look at these numbers.
And what is in particular in the numbers that's alarming?
They're not seeing the kind of support they need to from working people in the Midwest. Labor union members. I talked to Sean Fain, the head of the UAW, and other labor organizers. They were confident all night. But former President Trump, with his message on the economy and immigration, in the view of my Democratic sources, has been able to make gains with working people who are affiliated with unions or in a union by talking about the border again and again.
Mm-hmm. I think it's important now to go back to Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett to look at where the outstanding vote is in these blue wall states and the additional battleground states. Major?
So, Nora, I told you in the audience a few moments ago that there were trends beneath the toss-up designation. Those trends have continued to play out in Wisconsin. That's why we have changed the rating to lean Trump. First thing I want to show you is the vote margin. Why do I want to bring our audience's attention to that? Just remind ourselves, 2016, Donald Trump won Wisconsin by just over 20,000 votes. 2020, President Biden won it by just over 20,000 votes. Look at the margin right now. It is in the range of 100,000, and there's a reason for that. Look at Milwaukee County. They're talking about that at the Harris campaign headquarters. 60% in. How does that compare with 2020? The vice president is running well behind what President Biden achieved in Milwaukee County. That's one of her problems. In Dane County, that's Madison. About equal, but still a little bit behind. And I can tell you, Nora, this red area of Wisconsin, redder than it was in 2020, which means former President Trump did precisely what his campaign said it would attempt to do. Run up the score in internal parts of Wisconsin, rural parts of Wisconsin, and try, if they could, to eat into any percentage gains in urban areas. And that's precisely what's going on. Let me show you Racine County. Harris running behind the president. Kenosha also running behind. These are systemic problems for the vice president. And we're going to go to that crucial definition of where things stand. 58% of the outstanding vote. What do we believe our projections of that underlying vote is achievable? 47%. That is becoming a gap that presents us with the designation moving from toss-up to lean Trump.
So can you do that? Because let's say, as you said, Wisconsin is now lean Republican.
Mm-hmm.
So if she loses Wisconsin,
10 electoral votes.
Right. She might need the 11 electoral votes that is in Arizona.
Oh, she would desperately need the 11 electoral votes.
Right. That's the only path to victory.
That's it.
So where does the vote look like now in Arizona?
Arizona, when you were at the board with me a little bit ago, we were at 51%, Nora. We're at 52% now. It has not really moved that much. The needs for Harris, 50. Our projections, 51%. That same designation we had a little bit ago because they just haven't counted that much vote in Arizona.
Stand by. We have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of Georgia and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Georgia at this hour. Our first projected winner of the night, Georgia, for Donald Trump.
The first flip.
The first flip, as we know that Joe Biden won Georgia 4 years ago. That's significant.
Yeah, and I can give you a little taste of why that is if you look at the exit polls for Georgia. And we look at three groups here that Donald Trump performed well with. The first is independents. He won 54-43. That's an 11-point victory with independents. In 2020, Biden was the one who won independents. Voters of age 65 and older. We told the story about how in the Midwest, the older voters are going for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Well, not in Georgia, 59-40. That's a 19-point victory with voters over age 65 in Georgia. And then finally, white non-college degree. Remember, that was always going to be a good group for Donald Trump, but Kamala Harris,
huge margin,
gargantuan, 81-18. If Harris was going to have to do well anywhere, it was because she was going to have to live in the mid-30s in that number. That's a deep Trump stronghold, but you've got to at least be competitive with your opponent's stronghold, or at least lean into it. She was not.
Now, one thing about Georgia, though, it does not have the size of an electorate of white non-college degree that Michigan and Wisconsin do. Almost 50% of the electorate in those two states is white non-college degree.
But the reason she's having problems there is because it's a larger share of the electorate, and she's not doing well enough in that larger share. It was always a share that Donald Trump was going to get. That was never a question. But she has to do well enough in that group and then do well in her groups, and she's just not doing well enough with white non-college, whether it's in Georgia or in the Midwest.
And perhaps our CBS data going back to September should have forewarned us on this. If you look at the way economic concerns resonated, 8 in 10 voters at that time told CBS their income wasn't keeping up with inflation. At that time, 7 in 10 said housing in their area of Georgia was unaffordable. We saw repeatedly concerns about accessibility, affordability, and people often, when they're asked about the state of the economy, that's what they think of, is what am I paying at the grocery store? They're not necessarily thinking of the data points that we are delivering on the national news that say, hey, the jobless rate is pretty good. Inflation is coming down.
Eggs and milk.
It's the lived experience of what you encounter. And that's something we saw in Georgia.
And I have to say, too, I think probably
I think I'm hearing it. I think I'm hearing that and you're not. All right, so now let's go find present, share screen, share.
How Democrats do not know how to run elections. It's pathetic. Every state
to be required.
Yeah, that's well said. And if you talk about anyone on the Republican side that's cut through that culture, not just in your field, but even Black culture, Hispanic culture. I mean, Donald Trump has built a life of being a part of the culture, being a part of this of society. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps ahead of the curve. And his relationship with you is a hat tip to that culture that he loves.
Yes.
You know his music style.
I do.
I couldn't tell you what Kamala Harris likes. She said her favorite rapper alive was Tupac. And Tupac was dead before I was even born, I believe.
Well, maybe she got confused with the hologram. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Before I let you go, I know I'm putting you on the spot. Do you want to test the acoustics of the building for the millions of people at home? Just give a little taste of what's to come. Well, everyone turned and everyone was looking at us. That was just 3 seconds, and you're going to be on the stage for a while, and even bigger stages later to come.
Yes.
So thank you for making the time. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
Your musical instrument in the best way possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and God bless you, and God bless President Trump and the United States.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Megan, we'll get back here.
Voice. Thank you. Thank you.
Awesome. So we're going to end right now because, I mean, how can you follow that? We can't follow that. We're going to take a quick break.
Slightly beats what George W. Bush did in 2004, if it stays there.
And it shows that they don't want an open border either.
And and David, if I can say, the one thing that strikes out is that question, the are you better off? Well, only 24% in our exit polls said that their family's financial situation is better than it had been. And you had 45%, almost half, say that their families are worse off. If you combine that with the number who said it was about the same, over 70% said they were either worse off or the same as they were 4 years ago. So Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's facing a situation where 70% of the country is on the wrong track. And then when she is asked in the closing days of the campaign what she would have done differently from Joe Biden if she had been president, she was just vice president, what would she have done differently? And her answer is, there is not a thing that comes to mind.
We know that.
That may have been the single most devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause too, because so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the moment, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question, and she did pause, and it was just, in that moment, that is not what the voters who feel like the economy is issue number one, and some of the other issues that Reince Priebus just listed, which we know are real issues to Americans, Democrats and Republicans.
We gave them a
You
chance.
talked about that moment too.
We gave them a chance. Nightmare. How can anyone watch those people? We'll go back. We'll go back. We won't have missed anything. We won't have missed anything.
I think we all kind of needed that to wake us up at 12:43 a.m. Eastern time on the pathway
The last
to victory
thing I
for
needed.
President Donald J. Trump. Let me show
First
you
thing this
what
morning.
he needs to do to take this election at this point. So you can tell here, this is 2:30. That's the electoral vote count that we're currently watching from the AP. However, you see there on your screen, RSBN has called Georgia for
So is
President Trump.
CBS.
That brings that total from 2:30 to 2:46. So I'm really watching Pennsylvania because obviously these eastern
Yes,
states have been
yes, you
counting
are.
the votes.
But
And
of
this is where
course
we're going
you
to get
are.
our next answers. Pennsylvania continues to look good. That's where we have 19
Pennsylvania.
electoral votes, all expected to go to President Donald J. Trump, where he is holding steady with 50.9% to 48.1%, with
course you are.
87% of the votes now counted. So if he has that additional Pennsylvania, if he gets those electoral votes,
It's not gonna
that brings
get
the
it.
total then to 265.
It's not
After
gonna
that,
happen.
he only has to take one of 3 states in order to win.
Wisconsin
If he
he'll
takes
get.
Michigan's 10, that pushes him to 275.
He's not going to get Michigan.
Wisconsin's 10 pushes him
He'll
to
get that one.
275. Or he could just take Nevada, which we're still waiting on a vote count from Nevada, but with the 6 there, that would put him at 271. So the odds are really looking good for President Donald J. Trump at
this
this
is a
point.
fallacy.
We're excited. We're hopeful.
That is a
and
fallacy.
We're getting closer and closer to
You're
seeing
wrong.
the benefits of the hard work. This is a man who has done nonstop rallies. I don't think he took a day off for the last 35 days.
Now
And you can
it's
see what
65.
happens when his message was able to get out loud and clear. He swamped the vote. He made sure it was too big to rig. And at this point, it does look very likely like he's going to win the election. If you take a look at some of the headlines that are coming across the board from the opposition on the mainstream media side, like MSNBC, you can tell that they're very scared at this point, because when they see a map like this and then they do the math,
Those
it
are
starts to look more and more
MSNBC. I can
likely
try to
like
find
Donald
them.
J. Trump is going to win the whole
I
thing.
can
And
try to
he's pulling
find
up the congressional
MSNBC.
races with him. We take a look at the Senate map now, even more red here to talk about. We know that Marsha Blackburn was the big winner in Tennessee, in Texas. It's been called now for Ted Cruz. We're looking better and better up in Wisconsin. I want to show you where we stand right now for Mike Rogers, as well as Eric Hovde. He's at 50% of the vote. That's Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. In Michigan, Mike Rogers is at 50% of the vote, with 56 now counted. So they're looking good. In the state of Pennsylvania, we're watching Bob Casey versus Dave McCormick. Dave McCormick at 49% of the vote. So President Trump, as we've all seen, is the tide that raises all boats. And I want to push it further down now and show you what's happening in the House. And there's some fantastic news to report. Look at California. Look at all the red that we're watching right now in California as they're still counting the votes. This is a lot of red for California. You see Kern County, which is notoriously, it's very well known as being a Republican area. Vince Fong won by 67% to 32%. That's basically the only House race that's been called in California right now, but these numbers are slowly but surely coming in. When it comes to Arizona, Paul Gosar is victorious. We love Paul Gosar, so we're really happy to see that. I want to take you a little bit further now to the north and show you what's happening in Wisconsin. Tom Tiffany, who we also love from the state of Wisconsin, he was definitely very active in President Trump's campaign in his rallying, and we're looking really good. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back to you on the desk, but as we continue on, this journey just looks brighter and brighter for our victorious champion, President Donald J. Trump.
You have a real fallacy of your odds.
We are back live in West Palm Beach. Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler. Cedric Richmond just addressed the crowd in Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. It was the we lost, but we don't want to say we lost, but we lost conversation to the number of supporters there in Washington, D.C. I literally just got off the phone with a dear friend who's crunching a lot of these numbers. He said it's 99.99999% chance Donald Trump has just been reelected president of the United States. Now, you have a lot of media organizations, the AP, New York Times, Politico. They're going to try to keep this window open before calling it. RSBN has already called it. I'll be interested to see what Fox News.
All right, let's try one more. Try to get somebody that's worth listening to. Those guys were okay. The young girl and the young man there, they were both okay.
I mean, these talking points didn't resonate.
Yeah, but you have to do. You have
not a lot of joy in that room.
Exactly.
The joy is gone, and I think the reality is Americans didn't want joy; they wanted jobs. And President Trump had 7 million new jobs pre-COVID. President Trump had the lowest unemployment for Black Americans while he was president. So these are the facts. And they thought that they were in a pre-2020 America. They were not. They were in a post-2020
Howard
America,
University's
where PTA moms are put on terrorist watch lists. The border was overrun, and they started basically chaos abroad between Gaza and Europe and the South China Sea.
That October jobs report too, 12,000 was just another nail in the coffin too.
Let's we're going to tell Chrissy and Joe to stand by. We'll get back to them in a little bit. We're going to be up late tonight. I guess I should say this morning. But let's get out to James Rosen, who is joining us from Howard University and what once was the Harris Watch Party, but it is not a party anymore, James.
Not a party anymore.
Watch here as the crowd is now dispersing, having been informed by Cedric Richmond.
It's not a party
former
anymore.
Congressman and former director under President Biden of the White House Office of Public Engagement, who came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home, that they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow. It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary crowd that turned out here. There were several thousand people here as of, say, 4 p.m., and the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these people were standing on their feet literally for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. And it's baffling to this reporter, having covered presidential politics for the better part of 3 decades now, why the vice president didn't come here and reward that loyalty and, frankly, that suffering from her supporters.
There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear and to say briefly that the votes are still being counted, to thank these supporters for their faith, and to urge them to keep the faith and stay tuned.
You're welcome, Stan.
Even if she had spoken in advance of former President Trump, as long as she
think
didn't
you're the
declare
only
victory, she
person
would have been on terra firma. And
that's not
instead,
true. There's
I think
many.
it's safe to say that the vice president
quite a few people
and
that
her
shut up
campaign have
stuff.
left a very bitter taste in the mouth of the supporters who showed up here
Thank
tonight,
you.
who waited patiently for their candidate to appear,
Nice
who
to hear.
stood on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours, and who had to go home
I'm glad you're here.
empty-handed, in a sense. To be sure, the actual results of the balloting were already casting a pall on the party atmosphere here, but it was extremely, I think, disappointing to these supporters that the vice president not only turned out to be a no-show, but didn't even appear via video, didn't phone into this crowd. Remember how many times we saw presidents before President Trump became the first sitting president to visit the March for Life rallies, the anti-abortion rallies in Washington? How many years we saw presidents call in to those rallies? She could have done that as well.
They have
So it's
her at
baffling to see,
2:13.
but
They could
nonetheless,
stop it here
the crowd
and
is just
engineer
about
it
gone at this
overnight.
point, and life will return to normal here in the yard of Howard University outside Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. John?
It's not even phoning it in tonight for her watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe James can get out of there. Well, at least one of us can have it earlier tonight.
Well, thank you, Jay. Excellent reporting as always. And she'll take some heat, but also we should note Donald Trump is heading to his supporters. Now, granted, it's under, a more jubilant crowd who's waiting, but they were still cheering for her. And no one, they're still having called some states, but she'll get heat from that. But Donald Trump is going to show his face, not even just call it in. He's reportedly on his way, perhaps even with Elon Trump over to the West Palm Beach Convention Center. So we're watching that.
Elon Trump.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
They were talking. There
effect.
was a picture of Elon Musk and Dana White and Donald Trump sitting down, huddled up at Mar-a-Lago tonight, and the caption was, "Which government agency are we cutting first?" Elon has, he has the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's really what he wants to do. He thinks he can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget.
Yeah. Well, he's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington and in business. So I'm sure he'd have some fun doing that, and probably to the benefit of many Americans. All right, let's bring in our very next panel as we wait for Donald Trump possibly to show up at the festivities there. Former New York Congresswoman and board member of the Independent Women's Forum, Nan Hayworth, with us. Also, the national affairs reporter at the National Review, John Fund. Welcome into you both. Thanks for staying with us. We know it's getting a little bit late, but we knew it would be.
Great to be with you.
All right. Kamala Harris and James Rosen really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically, called video. Nan, why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously, we think we know why, but Donald Trump's going to at least show some face this evening.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
Congressman, Nan, can we just stop
sorry.
you real quick? Dave McCormick is stepping out on the stage right now. Who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. He has a lead there. Let's listen in and see if he's going to make a victory speech here.
What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together. Something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina.
Oh, she's a sweetheart. She looks absolutely perfect.
And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And, listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country and we feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. but that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every.
Let's go back to something about the president. The president. I can see why that gentleman suggested Right Side Network is so calm compared.
You got some vote lingering, but not enough for Kamala Harris to go over the finish line. So I think a lot of people have kind of come to terms that Donald Trump.
All right, did they call something else?
Thing that I feel like Americans across the board are starting to understand how important the foundation of the family is.
Yep.
Faith, family, and freedom is what this country's founded upon. And I think that all Americans from all different backgrounds are really coming together on that foundation.
Yeah. And, really the world is looking at us, really, because, I always often said, do we want to lead or someone else lead? And that's what I tell everyone. It's like, when you say America first, what's wrong with that? When you go to the Olympics, I remember we were blessed to get the 96 Olympics in Atlanta. I was on the steering committee to help bring the Olympics, and I'm dating myself. Amazing. And I'm sitting here like, wait a minute, we got the Olympics from the world stage here in our backyard because we're a city that's too busy to hate. That was our reputation. So let's get back to that type of attitude where this one tent is for everyone. So that's what we're after.
Exactly. Love that. Congratulations on the Olympics. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it was a while ago. But yeah, still great accomplishment. And congratulations on an amazing election tonight with the state of Georgia.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to say to our wonderful RSBN viewers?
keep the faith though. We're gonna win. We're gonna get. I think the sleeper is gonna be between Wisconsin and Michigan. That might be the sleeper. And if we don't get Virginia this time, I guarantee we're gonna get it next time. We're real close. Governor Youngkin did a great job out there. You saw the polls getting higher and higher for us in Virginia. So there's a lot of good states that you're going to see. If we don't get it tonight, we're going to win, first of all. But on the next go around, if we keep the same momentum up, we're going to bring more and more to this great big tent called the America First Tent.
Gotta love it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I'm not as good as Harrison, but I can try. I just got to I just got to take a little more online tutorial classes.
I'm in good company tonight. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I'm going to turn it back over to Brother Harrison.
The great Bruce Lavelle. Been in the game for a while, a long time. I met him when I was assistant press secretary for Trump. He came through the West Wing, and ever since, he's really someone you can count on as like a mentor. And he'll never let you forget that he's been in the game for a while. It makes me feel very, very young when I talk to him. Like, wait a second. I'm like, how old? And he humbles me at times. Great guy, very loyal to President Trump. Like I said, knows Georgia like the back of his hand. And President Trump knows and respects him, and we'll see what role he may play in a future Trump administration. We'll see what happens. But it's been incredible. Incredible. You look at the numbers, very clear, still no winner. Right? Still no winner.
Georgia.
But it's looking great for President Trump.
So it's 1, 2,
I was talking to someone off camera when I was gone. They're like, well, the blue wall's still standing. Could Kamala Harris potentially win? I said, well, they would have to literally find votes at this point to kind of give her that path, because the path doesn't exist right now, according to a lot of the pundits on both sides. But it's not over until the fat lady sings, as they say. And we'll see. No projection yet. But if you were on Team Trump or Team Kamala, where would you want to be right now?
Much rather would be on Team Trump. We can see victory. We can see the path to victory. As far as the Kamala Harris side, the numbers just don't seem to be there. I really don't think that. And if you want to give a flashback to the 2020 election, in Arizona, Biden only won by 0.3%, which is just over 10,000 votes. So you mentioned they would have to find votes for Kamala Harris. So
at this point,
just kind of reminded me of something. So Joe Biden only won Arizona by 10,000 votes, just around there, 0.3%. Georgia, Biden won by about 11,000 votes, 0.2%. Of course, this time President Trump wins Georgia. So congratulations for that one. votes. Biden won by over 80,000 votes for Pennsylvania last year, but it's looking really, really good for President Trump right now for those 19 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Michigan, Trump is doing great in Michigan right now, but in 2020, Biden won by 154,000 votes. Polls closed at 8 p.m. Michigan, our eyes are on Michigan, 15 electoral votes. Looking amazing
Pennsylvania
for
is
Trump.
90%.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at
of
all
the
the states
vote.
that you mentioned, a lot of people back home say, wait a
It's
second, it's 1 in the
3.3
morning.
million
How do they
to
not have results
3.1
yet?
million.
Yep.
When a state like Florida had their results within an hour and a half. Again, you talk about voter integrity, you talk about
They're
the
gonna
way
screw
different
up,
states count their ballots.
Michigan.
If the legislatures in these
60%
states do not wake up and say the American people, the American voter deserve better than what we're giving them right now, there is no excuse why we still don't know the state of Wisconsin or Michigan, because their two biggest Democratic cities just don't know how to count votes. And I'll say kudos to Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is doing a lot better than they did in 2020. I think they could be a lot faster. But overall, Pennsylvania has kind of been a little shocking that the picture is pretty clear when it looks to Pennsylvania.
Wow.
But again,
Nevada,
luckily,
they
Georgia,
counted
North Carolina,
75%
Florida,
of the votes
they have
already.
their voting laws intact right there.
And Trump's leading.
The picture is looking clearer right now. The picture is looking clearer.
And President Trump is also leading not only in the Electoral College votes, but also in the popular vote right
Which
now.
you called a long time ago. You had a big number. We won't talk about the number you had unless you want to talk about
I still
it.
think it's going to happen.
Where are we at now?
I'm predicting 100 million votes for Donald Trump. Right now, he's at 65,618,000 some change. Kamala has 60,803,000.
Yeah.
This thing is too big to rig. So many people came out in droves for President Trump. Last election, he got around 75 million votes in the popular vote.
Yeah. Well,
And
he's outperforming
that's what I'm saying. He's outperforming 2020. So 100 million isn't that out of reach if you really think about it.
Yeah. I mean,
Just
rest of
based off of
California
that.
still has to come
Those
in.
votes did
Whatever
not
other mail is, scattering around the country. We'll see. You never know. I don't think people would have believed you yesterday if you would have said he's going to win the popular and the electoral college. But when you just look at the polls, if we took the polls with any grain of
I need
reality,
to find something else.
if
to
he
watch.
was
Let's see.
tied in the national vote, that's when you started putting two and two together. Like, wait a second. So if he's tied nationally, then that means he's going to win the popular vote. And then if you look at the battlegrounds and he was winning in the battlegrounds as well, then you're like, okay, he's winning nationally, or at least tied nationally, and then winning in the battlegrounds. How does he lose? So I think when a lot of people in the room were cautiously optimistic for a while, that optimism started to go up and go up and go up, because you started just realizing, okay, we killed it in the early vote and all of our people showed up today, and we had non-traditional conservatives, Black people, Hispanic people, Jewish people, young people voting for us in ways they've never voted for a Republican candidate before. It almost seems very clear how we could win. And again, no call yet, trying to figure that out. If you're watching at home, you're probably wondering why hasn't there been a call yet. Still some outstanding vote in the blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Hopefully we'll get some clarity on that soon. But the campaign has clarity. There's a reason why Donald Trump will be coming here shortly. His team has given him the clarity he needs, the confidence that he needs to go and address this growing crowd. I mean, I turn around and it's like, wow, here they are. It's a sea of people. So here we are.
The stage is set for President Trump to arrive any moment now. I saw his guys come out and adjust the teleprompter, adjust the microphone. Everything is set for President Trump. YMCA came on. They had his dance on the screens. Everyone was doing his Trump dance on the YMCA.
Yeah.
So vibes are high. The energy here is electric. We're getting ready to see President Trump any minute now. And you make a great point about Florida, how efficient they were with their vote count. Pretty much as soon as we got up here, started reporting here in Palm Beach, they called Florida shortly after.
Yeah.
very shortly after the polls closed, and especially with this early voting system that we have now across all these states who are voting for many days, weeks, many days and weeks before election day. How have they not efficiently gotten their vote count? With all that extra time, so early voters came out in droves, broke records in early voting. So of course you had time to count those, and then anyone else who was remaining for election day. How could you not get your vote count together by 1 a.m? We're on the East Coast. We're talking about East Coast states here. We're not talking about West Coast. We're not talking about Mountain Time. We're talking about Eastern Time states that close their polls around 7, 8 p.m., somewhere around there. It is now 1 a.m, and they're acting like we can't get the vote together.
It's ridiculous. For election day, you have a lot of states like Pennsylvania that don't allow you to even open the envelope until polls close at 8 p.m. on election day. So that's why it takes so long to come in. Why aren't they counting these ballots when they come in? We can debate the election law. I think you're going to see a lot of people in the conservative movement go to every state and say, hey, guys, you have the power to change this, change your reporting style, change your election laws to make it easier for the American people to kind of get the sense of a victor. We're here in West Palm Beach. President Trump, I hear, is on his way soon. And
it's just filler. Nothing they're saying is important. All right, I'm gonna torture you. I'm gonna torture you. See how long you can stand it. Just see how long you can stand this.
No, Anderson. Obviously, we're waiting to see what this is going to look like because this is so new to the Trump campaign as well. They've been watching these numbers carefully all night as John King has been going back and forth on the magic wall, but they themselves obviously were waiting to see, were there any surprises in store? They were watching closely. The gut check of North Carolina and Georgia obviously came through for them. And now we are told Donald Trump is he is making preparations to head over here to the convention.
Oh,
RFK. Official watch party is. And Anderson, we saw aides preparing a teleprompter on stage, heightening the lectern and the microphone to make sure it's ready. So a clear sign that we do expect to hear from him. When that happens remains to be seen. And Kristen, obviously, as we've been looking at this, Trump is famously very superstitious. He doesn't like to, start planning things too far in advance, talking too much about who he'd put in a potential cabinet, much less working on a speech, which he said today he did not have remarks prepared.
And even the people around him were hesitant to put anything down. There were some conversations about potentially drafting something either way, drafting 2 versions of the speeches, but they were still hesitant to even do that. And a reminder that Donald Trump finished up his rally last night at 2:30 in the morning. When they got on the plane, there were some conversations about what tonight was going to look like, but essentially everybody was like, let's wait and see, let's go and see. Now, I am told that when Donald Trump gets here, it's not clear if he's going to go to the stage right away. We know, obviously, they have called North Carolina and Georgia, which were big wins for the Trump campaign. Whether or not they're going to wait for one more of those big swing states remains to be seen. We do believe he's going to be here imminently, that he's going to leave Mar-a-Lago, head over here. We obviously know that they've bussed over all of the people from Mar-a-Lago who have just arrived here. We've seen this room fill out. Through how exactly he's going to handle this moment remains to be seen. We know what happened, obviously, in 2020. I am told he's in a very different headspace now than he was at that point, probably because of the fact that they are telling him that he could win this.
Yeah, you could sense that today when he was voting at his polling place as well. He was talking in more reflective ways about the campaign. He was saying he believed it was one of the best campaigns they've ever run, talking about in terms of just pure messaging. I mean, obviously, some of his allies would have disagreed with the candidate himself on that front. But one thing about this room tonight, obviously, it's filled with his supporters who are here, who were invited by the campaign. A lot of his allies were also at Mar-a-Lago with him, people like Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Dana White. We've seen Senator Marco Rubio trickling in here. House Speaker Mike Johnson is also on the way. So it's also important to see who's going to be around him. And
that's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot.
This
it's going to matter to Donald Trump a lot who actually steps up and shows up here tonight, who left their race.
I guess they all just talk at some point at night. They all just blab. All right, so let's switch back because we want to hear Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We want to hear Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
An historic day. Vibes are high. Still too close.
Closely for you. So let's get in there and get this taken care of. We are looking at Pennsylvania right now. So Pennsylvania is likely to be the next state that will be called, and 51.2% to 47.8% is where we stand, with 90% of the vote accounted for in Pennsylvania. So if that is the case, that's going to quickly bring that total up to 266. It's only going to require 4 more electoral votes once we get beyond Pennsylvania, which does look very good for our President Trump. But again, we want to be responsible journalists. We don't want to call anything before we know. Although I will say, when we had that projection for Georgia, right on point, RSBN called it early. We have leadership here in the House with us tonight, watching this like a hawk. They made the right call, but only based on factual evidence. All right, let's move you up north now. We're going to talk about Michigan. Michigan, 62%. They are going slow in Michigan tonight. Just 62% of the vote has been tallied up at this point. However, the margin is wide. 52.5% going to Donald J. Trump over 45.8%. So we're talking 42 to 45.
It's a huge
That is
margin.
a significant difference. And we knew that that was going to be the case because this is blue collar America. This is the working class that is voting in the state of Michigan. So that doesn't surprise me, although they're taking their sweet time tonight in the state of Michigan. So that likely will not be the next state to come in. We're expecting Pennsylvania. And then after that, I think it's going to be Wisconsin, where President Trump is leading 51.4% to 47.1% in the Badger
86%.
state. And then, of course, we saw the polls close later in the evening in Arizona and Nevada. Arizona now, 51% of the vote is tallied up. So they're moving faster in Arizona than they are in Michigan. And right now, President Trump is leading by a very slim margin, 50% to 49.2%. In Nevada, this is what's so impressive about Nevada. Finally, we started to get some data, and Nevada is already 75% of the way done. So if we get Pennsylvania and then we get Nevada, we get President Trump. If we get Pennsylvania and then we get Michigan, we're looking really good for President Trump. Same thing for Wisconsin and Arizona. We just need Pennsylvania, and then we're only going to have to wait for one more state tonight. And we are getting so close. Now, obviously, things could happen. We went to sleep thinking that President Trump was going to win. He didn't win. So we have to make sure in the last election that we don't get ahead of ourselves. And the same thing happened in 2016. The vote looked really good for Hillary Clinton. And then in the wee hours of the night, President Trump won. So anything can happen. We want to make sure that we're cautiously optimistic. But based on everything, if you're looking around on X, if you're reading the New York Times, if you're getting some of these headlines that are coming out from MSNBC, it's looking good.
All right, 22 J.
I think some of us are probably going to cry tonight because this is a blessing and something that we're praying for if it does in fact happen.
Well, this is interesting, Christina, because it's almost as if it was announced or predicted. The Maricopa County officials, if we could find more on that, they had said that this might be 10 to 13 days past the election, and Nevada started counting later than Arizona, and they seem to be getting closer to having an outcome. Now, a smaller state population-wise, but nevertheless, Nevada might be called before Arizona.
You know, it likely will be. And I think when you take a look at some of these congressional races, we are going to possibly have to wait for at least a couple days. But here in the state of Arizona, we are slowly but surely getting there. But take a look at how tight it is. 50% even for President Trump, 49.1% for Kamala Harris. I think a lot of us are feeling a little bit more confident that she's not going to be the commander in chief again. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves. It could still be a possibility, but it's something that we've all, especially at this network, we've worked so hard to get the word out about how great President Donald J. Trump is. I know we still don't want to make a call because that's not the right thing to do. We're looking at the podium now. You see that live. That is in West Palm Beach, hoping that he's going to come out and make a victory speech. I've been checking his Truth Social page. He hasn't really said much because, again, he's waiting until he knows for sure that he is going to be returning to the White House. But look at that crowd.
Smart.
That is where we could see
That's
a
smart.
raging celebration before too long. I think maybe in the next hour. Pennsylvania will likely finish up here in the next hour. And then after that, it could be Nevada,
Michigan,
it could be Arizona, Wisconsin, or Michigan. We're
86%
not going to have to
Wisconsin,
wait until tomorrow. I think we're going to have an
51%
answer
Arizona,
tonight. We're going to be right here with you every step of the way
75%
on
Nevada.
RSBN.
23 electoral votes to go for President Trump. All he has to do is win 23 electoral votes. So to your point, the pathway to 270 could be a win with Wisconsin. That's 10, of course. We can go with Pennsylvania, and there it is right there. So we'll see what happens. We're waiting for the numbers to come in. To your point as well, and Harrison was also saying, President Trump, I believe, is on his way to West Palm Beach. As you guys see on the bottom right of your screen there, the crowd in anticipation of seeing President Trump. How loud will that environment be, guys? You know, all of the rallies that we've covered between us three right here, and then all of our hosts across the network. The energy, the joy, the genuine. That's the thing, though. This isn't just some fabricated junk. This is the real deal, genuine, authentic thing that we feel in this country for our country. So, yeah, tonight's going to be quite awesome, and it'll be cool if we can to go up to Nikki Stanzione in Pennsylvania as well, especially seeing what's going on there. So we're hearing some possible news happening here, and we'll be reporting anything. The New York Times saying that President Trump projected. Okay, we know that RSBN right here, Right Side Broadcasting Network, projects that President Donald J. Trump has won the swing state of Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania won by President Donald J. Trump. 19 electoral votes. When Bobby read about Georgia, I understand where you're coming from now, buddy. Being born in that state, 19 electoral votes,
see what the
and we are now 4 votes. Is it 4 votes?
I got to take myself down.
4 votes away. And then President Trump will be back
No, you got
at
it
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
You got it.
Thank you, God. Thank you, God.
Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Jesus.
19.
Amen. Wow, President Donald Trump, there it is, guys. 19 electoral votes.
19,
The huge swing state is won by President Donald J. Trump. Christina, Bobby, your thoughts about that huge, huge win, guys. We are literally 4 electoral votes away from the win
A-Dog called it.
for the main man himself and the outsider,
A-Dog called
Donald Trump.
I think it's a beautiful thing. I think if he wins Nevada, which is now 75%
amazing.
counted, they have 6 electoral
I
votes.
never thought he. Oh,
But it's
that's
those
amazing.
6 that could carry him over the finish line. Arizona as
That
well.
is
Right now,
just
52% of the vote is counted there. Wisconsin, they're up to 87%. It could be Wisconsin that's called next. And then, as we know, Michigan is lagging with just 63%
Pennsylvania is up to
of the votes
91%.
counted. Bobby McNeely, I know I might shed a few tears tonight
I
just
wanna
because it has been
see
such
what
an
the
emotional journey. I
total
mean,
is.
both of us, we just
Well,
got
they
off
didn't
the
add
road
it in.
covering rallies, rally
Well,
after
they'll
rally
tell us.
after rally, and cheering President Trump on all the way, letting him know that there is a news outlet out there that believes in him, that believes in America.
It was really those tearful moments at the last rally, the nostalgia, saying goodbye to those wonderful patriots, especially in the Tar Heel state of North Carolina. Right now, I'm feeling a sense of relief as we get closer to
I'm starting to feel
potentially
relief,
it being
too.
official and doing it right, and being not only on the forefront of history.
There it is, 266.
Having the privilege of announcing
Sorry,
Georgia and my
Jake,
friend
I'll
here
put
to
that out
announce your home state of
66
Pennsylvania,
and
the Commonwealth.
214.
It's a really special
I wish
moment,
she hadn't
and
gotten
this
over
is
200.
we're born for such a time as this.
We are, and it's something that we
means
have fought for
Nevada
in
could
this country.
do it.
And everybody that's watching right now, I don't care if it's 10 people or 10 million or 10,000, whatever the number is, We're all in this together. We've been saying that since day one. All of this coverage, all of these campaign rallies, So this is quite awesome. This is quite awesome.
It truly is. And I just want to remind our viewers at home, we called Pennsylvania. RSBN has, this is data that is provided to us by the Associated Press. They have not yet called Pennsylvania. They likely will be calling Pennsylvania momentarily. And, as we get closer and closer to a decision, it looks more and more likely for President Trump. So many of us had our hearts broken last time that I don't think that any of us are actually going to believe it until it happens tonight. I think that we've been so cautious about getting excited, knowing that he's the right choice, knowing that he's been saved by God, not once, but twice, and anointed for this very position. But the fact of the matter is, we don't want to have our hearts crushed. I mean, the three of us as journalists, we basically took ourselves out of the workforce when it comes to going back to the mainstream media. When you took a stand for President Donald J. Trump, you were taking a stand for freedom, and something that's not appreciated by the mainstream media. I think all three of us recognize the fact that it would be very difficult to get a job for one of these legacy networks. Again, putting it all out there for him, at this point, finally, hopefully, seeing
I said a lot of things
the greatest
out of
reward
nervousness
that we can possibly have, and that is a Donald J. Trump presidency, and America is worth fighting for. And I know there's a lot of other journalists who wish that they would have made the same decision as us, especially if we get the outcome that we believe we're going to get.
But it looks like he
moments.
will. Yay.
Christina, we're seeing at the bottom of our screen right now that we are now calling Alaska for President Donald Trump as well. So, Bobby, that must feel good as well. Bobby, of course, worked in the state of Alaska. So just seeing even that happen must be a nice thing to see.
And the great people up there, you will have more energy jobs, more energy independence, and will help save not only our country, but the American continent with our Canadian friends as well. Even the socialist Justin Trudeau was begging President Biden to not rid us of the Keystone Pipeline. It's coming back. We're going to frack, and drill baby drill, and the world will be safer as a result, and we'll have energy independence in our great country. And Christina, to your point as well, with everything that's happened in the last 4 years, my dream job was cut short. I've spoken on it here because of a mandate. And I'd like to thank the great Joe Seals, the Seals family, our great COO, Grace Saldana, for this opportunity to cover the real news and defend this beautiful Declaration of Independence that I'm wearing on this tie right now, because that's what it's all about. This job that we have as journalists, as reporters, as political commentators. This is the only position that's actually outlined in the American Constitution about not only the free ability to assemble, but the freedom of the press and how essential it is to a free and fair society. And we did it right. And this has been a wonderful project over the last decade.
It is so true. It is so true. Christina, we talk about the 20 GOP platform promises with President Trump and the new cabinet that he will be most likely picking, as we have not said that he has won yet. We're getting
Where do those voters go?
Sealing the border, carrying out the largest deportation operation, ending inflation, making America the dominant energy producer, defending our Constitution, securing the elections. There are so many items that he's going to take care of with a great cabinet, and to be a part of being on the right side of history with Right Side Broadcasting Network. For 9 years, this company has done this, and it's for the freedom of this country. It's for the speech of this country, and it's for we, the people, and that is what is great. And at the end of this broadcast, I'm not going to get there yet. We might have something for you to show you guys at the end here. But Christina, your thoughts right now as we're getting closer.
I'm reasonably happy. Oh, you mean my picture?
I feel like,
all right. We can tell you right now, Christina, that Right Side Broadcasting Network is projecting that Donald J. Trump will become the 47th president of the United States of America. He is now President-elect Donald J. Trump.
Yay!
We can confirm that right now on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Guys, your thoughts?
Oh my gosh, is there
1:28
anything
a.m.
better? I'm sure I'm gonna cry, and especially later on tonight in my hotel room. I'm gonna bawl because
Isn't that
you know,
awesome?
God was on the ballot. Freedom of religion was on the ballot, and as Christians, all we want to do is to be able to share our faith and share the love of Jesus and help people find God. And to think that what's happening in Israel, to think about these people who need our help right now, and Kamala Harris continued to pump money to Iran. I think that this is a game changer. The world needs peace right now. The world needs love. Our checkbooks are running dry. People dipping into their savings. You have credit card debt through the roof, record highs. So many people are hurting right now. This is exactly what we need. And so one man leads the movement, but it's God who's in control, and God chose him and he answered the call, and I believe in him.
Amen. Amen. And I know we prayed before this broadcast as well, and the country praying, the country uniting under someone that has ran and now will be the president of the United States, the 47th commander in chief. As you guys see at the bottom of your screen, an epic headline, an epic lower third, RSBN, Trump wins presidency. Bobby McNeely, your thoughts, sir?
This is only the second time in American history that someone has come back to serve a second non-consecutive term. And President Trump, if you're still in the motorcade heading over to the Palm Beach Convention Center, congratulations, sir. Thank you for having our backs for the last decade. Thank you for stepping up, you and your wonderful family, really leaving a life of luxury in order to serve the American people. And you have been put through the ringer, whether it's fake impeachments or the lawfare, and ultimately taking a bullet for democracy. And God shielded you. You recognize that. It changed the complete outlook of this campaign. And it truly became, as your son Eric said, a cultural movement. This is far beyond politics. It's not right versus left. It's we the people versus a deep state bureaucracy. And in turn, Christina, to your point, the world will be safe once again under the leadership of Donald John Trump.
So many leaders across the world. Think about it, from Hungary's Viktor Orban to the former president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, and others around the world that will celebrate. I believe the free world will celebrate as they hear the news that President Trump is back in office, let alone, obviously, countless millions of Americans. Think about the people right now, guys, right now, wherever people are watching right side or wherever they're hearing this news, the joy, the excitement, maybe even fireworks. I know it's not July 4th, but I'll tell you, there might be some fireworks going on tonight, just
role
out
model
of
for all
joy
of us.
for our country. So
How
this
hard
is
he worked.
very historic, and we are seeing it. We have a front row seat, and as do you. We, the people that are watching this right now,
Understand why
this is all about us. And this is what President Trump said every time he did one of those speeches. He said, when we win the White House, when we win the White House, and we have
Justin,
won
I
the
agree
White
with you.
House. Thank
Where's
God.
the 83 million votes?
I mean, you think about Kamala Harris and truly what a threat that was to democracy, the very thing that they tried to point at Donald Trump for. We have just been given a clean slate is how I feel. We have been able to turn over a new leaf in this country, whereas we've had leaders who want to spend our money, our taxpayer dollars recklessly, our $35 trillion national.
All right. We can start right back where she left off. Don't worry. We can go right back to it. But I want to celebrate a little bit. I want to celebrate a little bit.
I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in new town. There's no need to be unhappy. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out all over, boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the
Hey, NBC.
There's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for young men to enjoy. You can hang out all over, boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at.
All right. So now we'll go back here. We'll delete that. We'll go up here. We'll go get back the Smart Chiquita. Very
That finding
smart.
is a real solution to bring it down. And for our kids, the America that we leave them
Right. We don't
is
need
going
to
to be
listen
in much
to all
better
of
hands now, because I think that Donald J. Trump is going to do everything in his power to go down as the best president that this country has ever known.
Exactly right.
That's
So
a
we
good
see at
thing
the
to
bottom
see.
right of our screen, Christina, as you can see too, in West Palm Beach, Florida. So the Palm Beach Convention Center. And boy, does this make you think of a rally right now, because it's President Trump's podium, but this time it's not a campaign stop. As you see right now, the projected winner, Donald Trump, elected the 47th president. RSBN projects that right now as we get ready to go to Palm Beach, where President Trump, President-elect Donald Trump, will take the podium there. And my, oh my, this is so great because, again, this is not a rally. This is not a campaign stop. This is a speech to the American people. God has protected him. God has been with him and is with this nation. And I believe in great things for the world coming up. All right. Okay, so we are awaiting word on if President Trump will indeed take the stage there, but we do see that podium there right now. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, we're covering it here live, 1:33
Exactly.
a.m.
If I
Eastern
could
time.
say woo-hoo, I
What a
would.
night,
I
guys.
don't
We
know
started
how
at
to say
6
it.
p.m. Eastern.
But
We were calling
exactly.
state after state. And then to see that all of these swing states.
Yeah, Ham was right.
Is it every swing state, right, guys?
Ham was
went
right.
to President Trump, right?
You're
I think
correct.
every swing state went to President Trump.
And
All
you know what?
that
I'm
93
very happy.
electoral votes that were needed
Fine intervention.
went to Donald Trump. Christina, your thoughts tonight? You know,
I'm
we're tracking everything when it comes to the numbers. What's
Very
it like to look at that map and say, hey, it's all red? A lot of it's red.
Very interesting.
I think for the most part, we can definitely count on Wisconsin and Michigan. Pennsylvania obviously has been called. A little bit of undecisive feelings right now when it comes to Arizona because it is so close. There's just a very thin margin. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised because it's right on the border. You think about what these people who live in Arizona have had to deal with illegal migrants coming up, bringing in their fentanyl, nobody to stop them. The Border Patrol swamped, just processing people coming in as opposed to trying to keep the bad guys out. The same thing for Nevada, which is a neighboring state here. I think they're both going to go to President Trump. It's just right now, again, the journalist in me thinks it's just a little bit too close to call. But when you look at this map, look at all this red. This is representative of
Virginia
the
should be
American
red
people.
too.
The American people don't want
Mexico
what
should
the
be
Democrats
red.
were forcing on us. They forced that border wide open. They kicked it open. Biden's first day in office, he shut down the Keystone XL pipeline. And he cut off the American dream over time with the Green New Deal, which was under-researched. It was bad policy after bad policy after bad policy. And here we are today. America is hurting. We need a doctor. President Trump is the doctor that we need.
Right. Exactly. And he will fix the broken situation in this country, along with his great cabinet that he will be picking shortly. And then you think about Linda McMahon, others, the President Trump transition team to the White House. I mean, this is all happening before our eyes. Let's see if we could take a live look in West Palm Beach. We're going to be thanking our sponsors here in just a second. But if we could take the Palm Beach there just to get a feel of the crowd in this great moment in our country, as we do thank the Birch Gold Group. All you do is text Trump to 989898 for more information on Birch Gold. Also, the wellness company, MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Look at that live picture there in West Palm Beach, Bobby. It's great to see the people there. Crowd. Probably so excited at this point.
And we were there this summer with the Turning Point USA Believer Summit, where we invoked the Lord and his blessing upon this great nation. That was shortly after the assassination attempt, roughly 2 weeks. And then after, of course, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. This is another location where Turning Point has had many events over the years. Student Action Summit that has helped mobilize Gen Z, and Gen Z is Gen free. And as we continue to break numbers and demographics, I think they were a significant part of this entire movement. We saw them not only at the rallies, but knocking on doors, making phone calls. Charlie Kirk, the great founder and chairman of that organization, Turning Point PAC and Turning Point Action, really mobilizing young people to get out the vote. And I think of people like Scott Pressler in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, who changed blue counties to red. State College really coming out for President Trump as well. This is an extraordinary moment for American history, and
you're going to see
the resilience, the courage, the true masculinity that President Trump has brought to this movement. And you have these extraordinary leaders around him. You think about Elon Musk and RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard,
you're going to see all of his
Ramaswamy.
children.
This is an American movement. It is we the people versus the globalists. And
I think he's got
as I said in Kinston, North Carolina,
son-in-law.
This globalist agenda is now going into the grave with the Undertaker theme, and nothing could be better.
And working with people like RFK Jr., make America healthy again. When President Trump speaks at the end of these speeches, he's not just saying it for his health. He's saying it because it's going to happen. Make America safe again. Make America secure again. Make America wealthy again.
Ham for FINRA would be great.
Free again. Make
Imagine
America
Ham calling in right
great
now.
again. Here we go. It's happening. President Trump is returning to the White House. And we're glad to say that here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because we love truth and we love common sense, and we love common sense leadership. And we like a guy that's an outsider that doesn't need a teleprompter.
I can figure out.
He doesn't need a teleprompter.
It's a relief. And we also don't need teleprompters here at Right Side Broadcasting.
None of this has been a teleprompter tonight. So, but it's been a lot of, repetition and experience to be able to do what we're doing tonight through work on camera, but also here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So this is quite awesome. We're celebrating a moment with you, the viewer, right now. As you see that live,
we missed out on seeing what CBS, ABC,
we hope
MSNBC,
to see the man himself, President Donald J. Trump.
NBC,
this is great.
What they
this is great news. It's been a lot of bad news that we've had to report.
It was
but
a bad
now
day
there's some good news, some great news.
Anderson
President Trump is
Cooper
returning to the White House.
like
that our country
is sucking
is
on a
restored and can be saved through the work that has. We have a lot of work to do, though.
We do, and officially, we can say here, President-elect Donald Trump.
It's amazing.
Number 45 and 47.
It's just amazing.
And we'll throw it to MAGA Megan Kohler and the handsome Harrison Fields as
just
President
amazing.
Trump. Looks like he'll be presenting to West Palm Beach, Florida.
And if he had 65 million votes.
We are back live in West Palm Beach at the Trump Victory Party. We can finally claim it. President Donald J. Trump has been reelected President of the United States. Incredible. The atmosphere, high five on air.
Amen.
He did it. He did the impossible thing. And here we are. History has been made against all odds. Donald Trump, the MAGA movement has prevailed. Lost for words sometimes. It's absolutely crazy.
Thank you to every single person who supported us at RSBN every step of the way, every rally, every town hall. We've had a blast this entire time. The American people have spoken. This election was way too big to rig. President Trump will be reelected as the 47th president of the United States, and we are so elated. It's hard to describe this feeling right now. I can't wait to see him come out and address the crowd. Everyone's so excited here. The CNN ladies by us are not so excited. They're looking a little stressed, but
we don't want, we want to be not sore winners, right?
I wish he would make more outward.
The biggest thing Donald Trump talked about, and a lot of times, is that unity is in our success, and that's all he wants for this country. He's always said he didn't need to do this. He did not. He could have been in Saint-Tropez right now. He could have been right across the island on Palm Beach on some yacht or in his massive estate, counting his money and eating escargot and
hanging out with Melania
and hanging out with his family. But he chose the United States of America and the success and the future of this country, and it's worked again against all odds. He is being reelected the president of the United States, and we can't forget the J.D. Vance, Vice President of the United States from your home state, the great Buckeye state of Ohio. It's incredible. And here we are.
God bless
here we are.
God bless America.
They just said we're about to explode at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, and that is absolutely right. It is electric in here. Donald Trump has never stopped working for the American people as long as he was campaigning for 2016 in office, of course. During the 2020 until 2024, those years, President Trump was working overtime, and of course now getting elected as 47th president. We're so excited to see President Trump. He had attacks on his business, his life. He had felonies, paraded in the courts against all odds. This man has been through the ringer, but he never gave up. He never backed down. And he is fighting for the United States of America as our next president.
There's so many others.
And you can hear the crowd behind us. The word is out. He's been reelected president of the United States. The Trump War Room came out, claimed victory. RSBN claimed victory. Everyone here knows it. Donald Trump will be the president of the United States on January 20th. He is now the president-elect, Donald J. Trump. And I got to tell you, I don't think he's going to go to bed tonight. He and his team are going to be getting ready to work. The transition team is going to be mobilized and ready to go. They're going to go step by step to prepare this next White House. And they've learned a lot from the first time around. They know how to operate the White House. They know how to operate Washington, D.C. You also got to talk about the Senate. You've been doing amazing work tracking the Senate. The Senate's already in Republican control. I'm not sure about the House yet. Too close to call when it comes to the House. We are very, very close to having the Trinity, the House, Senate, and the White House in just a matter of moments here. And historic night, the American people, not just Republicans. He didn't just win over Republicans. He won over disgruntled Democrats who are frustrated with their party. He won over independents and non-party affiliated people. He won over black voters. He won over Hispanic voters. He won over Jewish voters. He won over young people. He built a coalition of support that the Republican Party hasn't seen in generations. And I heard great pundits on Fox News who said, this is a realignment of the Republican Party. Gone are the days of the Cheney Republican Party, the Adam Kinzinger Republican Party. It is officially Donald Trump's party. It's the party of winners and not losers. And here we are celebrating an historic evening here in West Palm Beach, Florida.
Donald J. Trump projected to be our 47th president. going over the 270 electoral vote threshold in the 2024 election. It's a beautiful thing to see. We're so excited to witness this and bring you that feeling that we have in this room right now, bringing that feeling home to you on your TVs.
Right.
So thank you for watching. Thank you for all your support.
Thank
This
you.
is a truly incredible moment to be a part of. And I feel so blessed to be here, to be part of this movement. The Make America Great Again movement is a cultural shift for the United States of America.
Massive shift. It's a realignment, but it's really a reckoning. You know, the American people for the last 4 years have been telling the political class, the media class, that, hey, we feel like second-class citizens in our own country. You aren't listening to us. You're belittling our concerns when it comes to the border, the economy. You're not hearing us about the funding of Ukraine and all these foreign wars. We want peace all over the world. They ignored the American people. They try to gaslight them at every single turn. You saw what they did, gaslighting Puerto Ricans to think that Trump said something he never said. Those words never came out of his mouth. Puerto Ricans came to the polls in Pennsylvania, here in Miami-Dade, in Florida. Hispanic communities answered the call. They said enough is enough. They cared more about their lifestyle, their well-being, than rhetoric, than media narratives, and they shocked the media again. My question is, will the American media, really the international media, will they learn their lesson from the mistakes of the last 4 years? They gaslit the American people. They divided this country. They've lied about President Trump. They distorted his words. They peddled hoax after hoax after hoax. And guess what? It didn't work for a second.
We have to
I think that they better take note that their radical, insane agenda that they're trying to shove down the American people's throats was not taken well.
No.
The American people don't want a fundamental transformation of this country.
No.
We love this country. We can tweak it here and there, but we want to make it greater. We want to take it to new heights. President Trump said we're going to win so big, we're going to get tired of winning. I remember in 2016, he said, you're going to get tired of winning. And now with the Make America Great Again movement for MAGA 2.0, as I like to call it, with this rock star team, along with President Trump, RFK, we love Bobby Kennedy, Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk. It's just amazing to see what these people are going to accomplish for you, the American people, when they're back in office.
Yeah, and kudos to the Trump campaign, Susie Wiles, Chris LaCivita, Corey Lewandowski, Alex Brusiewicz, Margot Martin, Caroline Levitt, Caroline Sunshine, Stephen Chung, Jason Miller. I'm going to run out of names. If I didn't name you, it's not out of disrespect. Incredible. He's been elected. Fox News has just projected it. RSB projected it about a couple minutes ago. The crowd has completely, we'll pull out.
Wow, look at the crowd.
So we can
Stop
get the crowd.
Let us listen.
It's electric here. Everyone in this room, they're hugging. There's a feeling of palpable emotion right now in the room. I'm sure you can feel it at home. Chants of USA, USA, USA. Donald J. Trump has been reelected president of the United States of America as the 47th president. The only president since Grover Cleveland to win 2 non-consecutive terms. The Republican Party has flipped the United States Senate as well.
Yay!
We are looking at a landslide election in the United States of America, the likes of which no pundit, no media organization would have ever believed, would have never admitted to the possibility. And here, Donald Trump has won. It is 1:48 in the morning in West Palm Beach, Florida. And here we are. Everyone here is claiming victory. It's incredible to see. Absolutely incredible. Megan, you're soaking it in. We traveled the country. We saw it. We
the
saw
American people have spoken. We got to talk face to face with Americans. We did interviews. We talked to the American people, something that these mainstream media people who live in a bubble never do. They never talk face to face with real Americans. So I am not surprised by this result. I'm excited. I'm elated. I'm so excited about this, but I am not shocked or surprised because I talk to people. firsthand.
There's
I knew
some
what was important
alignment
to these
that just
voters. I
happened.
knew
Just
that they
amazing.
loved President Trump. The enthusiasm
amazing.
was on another level.
Right.
So to say
You guys were right,
that I
and
am shocked would be
J
false.
Dog was right, but
Yeah.
you guys were
When
all
you
right.
leave Washington,
I
D.C.
had faith.
and New York City,
I should
and you
not have
enter
gotten nervous.
the real world, you realize that people are frustrated. No one is talking
I
about
thought he
January
won
6th
last
at the dinner
time.
table. No one is talking about
And
threats
they
to
took it
democracy
from him.
or fascism
So I thought
at
it
the
would
dinner
happen
table.
again.
They're talking about the
And I
fact
was
that they
wrong.
cannot afford
I'm so
to put
glad.
food on the table. They don't know whether or not to pay the light bill or their car payment. And the American people said enough is enough. You people have not listened to us at all. This administration has failed us. We remember life under President Trump. It was so much better 4 years ago.
but
And that's
he's
what
got
the
a
American
tough
people
job ahead.
were desperate for.
He's
They were
got a
desperate for
tough
leadership.
job ahead.
And you mentioned it before. We took out, we went to the crowd. The American people wanted to win again. We feel like we've been losing and
No, they're gonna
losing
ask
and
us,
losing,
so-
losing to the world, losing to illegal immigrants. We've been losing to the political class. We
They're
said
gonna
enough is
ask
enough, and we
themselves
voted.
if Joe
And
Biden
it's a testament to
could
hard
have
work,
done better than
coalitions that have been built. The Black Conservative, the Black Conservative Federation had hit the ground, knocked on doors, talked to
Maybe if
Black
Hillary
people.
could have
Wesley
done
Hunt was out there. Byron Donalds was out there. Tim Scott was out there. John James was out there. Women were out there. At least Stefanik was making sure women were going out there. Marsha Blackburn was out there. Hispanics under Marco Rubio. The coalition of support that we developed was absolutely incredible. The momentum seemed to shift. And I was there at Madison Square Garden. That kind of felt like the tip of the iceberg, where you had 20,000 plus people come to New York City
when you
to
bring
support
up,
Donald Trump.
God,
The American
got-
people spoke.
if
They've
he
been
hadn't-
speaking for 4 years,
he hadn't
and no one
turned his
listened.
head.
But you know who listened?
he turned
Donald
his
Trump
head.
listened. He understood it. He had his finger on the pulse of the American people, and they
that was
rewarded
God,
him for understanding their concerns, which is why
Or
he will
his,
be the
his
next
mother
president
in heaven.
of the United States.
When we would go to
Somebody's
all these Trump
gotta-
rallies throughout this campaign season, I would look around in the crowd and I would see the despair of this administration of Biden and Harris ruining the American people's lives. They were the forgotten men and women that Biden and Harris just left in the dust, that were put last on the list. And these American people would look at President Trump and his administration and JD Vance as a beacon of hope. That's why they voted for President Trump, because they remember how great life was under Trump in his first
I'd
term.
love to be there.
And they know that if we vote Trump
But-
in office, which we
No,
have
I'd
now
rather be at
officially
Mar-a-Lago.
voted President Trump as the 47th president of the United States, that life is going to be so amazing during the Trump years. It's going to be on another level. It's going to be MAGA 2.0. People are going to have less money in taxes. They're going to be able to afford groceries, be able to afford a house, maybe take a couple vacations a year, buy a car. There's not going to be all these crazy electric car mandates like the Democrats wanted. You can get gas, you can get hybrid, you can get an electric car, you have freedom. This means the American people are
Freedom.
going to have freedom under President Trump.
Oh,
And
freedom.
the Trump administration wants to take this country to new
Just-
heights that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
Some
America
people
is not
talking.
a losing country. We are a winning country. On the global
Prisoners
scale,
walking
America is
through this world.
the example of greatness. American exceptionalism is back. Loving our country, patriotism,
There's a
seeing different
video
generations of Americans
of
is just so
J.D. Vance
inspiring
and
to me
Trump,
because
like
the older
Trump's
generations have
people
lived through
up
all
on
these
that
different
wall.
decades, all these different presidents
But
along
then
the
you
way.
look here,
The newer generations, they are very interested in getting educated. The younger voters came out for President Trump because they care about their future. And it's a
Oh, maybe
beautiful thing
that's,
to see that all
TV.
Americans can come together now under President Trump with the foundation of loving this country and wanting to make it the greatest it can possibly be.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention this as someone who's a believer in God. There's a reason why his life was spared on July 13th. God turned his head ever so slowly and slightly because he had a greater plan for Donald Trump. He's not a saint. None of us are. He's an imperfect human. And I believe as a Christian, he's been called for this moment.
Yes.
Christians came out to vote. They see the demonization, the evilness in this country. Christians showed up. Jews showed up. Muslims showed up. There was almost a uniting factor behind the over-sexualization of kids. That all faiths united and said, we may disagree on some of the particulars, but one thing we can all agree on: do not sexualize our children. Get CRT and DEI out of our schools. Leave our kids alone. God won tonight. God didn't choose any candidate. He's not a part of any political party. But righteousness, godliness, Christian values, religious freedom, religious liberty won today. And there's no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump was saved on that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, because God had a plan for him. And we have to remember to pray for his family. It's only going to get harder. He's a target. He's been a target of 2 assassinations attempts. Iran has their eyes set on him.
So we
have
took
to
the
pray for the
Senate
first
too?
family, the future first lady, first
And
family.
lead the House.
But we also have to pray for our enemies, pray for our opposition, and pray for the unity of this country, which I know Donald Trump is going to tap into today. He's going to feel this moment in a way that only he will be able to describe. The people around him will be able to sense it. But millions of Christians, millions of Jews across this country are breathing a sigh of relief because Donald Trump has been reelected the president of the United States.
189 to 165.
God absolutely had a plan for President
for
Trump,
the
and I
House.
do agree with you that he spared his life on that day so that President Trump could become the president once again to carry out God's will for this country, for the United
The
States,
Senate
and
is 51,
for freedom across the world. Because
51
there's no other
GOP.
country like the United States in the entire world. No one else has our Constitution. No one else has a document that limits the government. The way God intended us to live was free.
So he's
Life,
going to
liberty,
have
and
a
the pursuit of
chance
happiness are God-given rights
to make some
to the
serious
citizens of the United
changes.
States of America, and of course, across the world, that's what God intends as well. But we're the only country that has fought tooth and nail. Our founding fathers created this country specifically with all these measures in place so that Americans could live free.
Right.
And that's why I believe that Trump had to become president in this moment to save our great country so it wouldn't fall to tyranny and it wouldn't fall to the globalists and it wouldn't fall to that radical agenda that we were already going down the path with the Biden-Harris administration.
And the Democrats try to do, and the media try to do something so slick and sinister. They try to flip every single thing that they've done to him, claiming that they did something that he wanted to do to them. Talking about the weaponization of government, going after their enemies. Well, what have they done for 4 years? They've gone after him with lawfare after lawfare,
votes so far.
BS indictments, BS
But I guess
charges,
Biden will be the high
concocted
point of all presidents.
felonies
with
that
81.
should have never existed. They made a mockery out of our judicial system. Our Supreme Court had to knock them down. Good judges here in the state of Florida had to knock them down. They try to get him on document cases. Meanwhile, Joe Biden had documents all the way from the Senate in his garage. They try to get him on case after case after case, and nothing stood in his way because he stood firm. He didn't allow the media to knock him down. He didn't allow the Democrats to knock him down. No narrative got in the way. He fought fire with fire, and he's better off because of it. We're all better off because of it. And you got to mention the family.
Advantage Trump.
Melania, Eric, Don,
he lives
Barron,
like a king.
Tiffany, Ivanka. The unity of that family, the things that they went through, you've got to imagine,
Republicans
try to
take
imagine
control of
what they're
the
feeling
Senate.
right now. To know that they will once again be the first
MSNBC
family.
blames
They will
white
get
women.
all the protections that the first family is entitled to. And the Democrats try to do, and the media try to do something so slick and sinister. They try to flip every single thing that they've done to him, claiming that they did something that he wanted to do to them. Talking about the weaponization of government, going after their enemies. Well, what have they done for 4 years? They've gone after him with lawfare after lawfare, BS they will be again in the driver's seat of this country. They never profited off the White House. These aren't like Hunter Biden, like similar to Hunter Biden.
Right.
The Trump family actually lost money when they entered the White House. Donald Trump never took a salary. He didn't need the salary.
Donated it.
He donated it. He did this for the American people, for the country that he loves. He's 78 years old. He's seen this country through ups and downs, through Republican and Democratic president. And he said, you know what? Both sides have failed this country. Both sides have failed this country. And he wanted to do the impossible and run for office. He shocked the world in 2016. We all know what happened in 2020. But this is an indictment on 2020, in my view. This is proof that 2020 was a farce, that it was allowed because of these ridiculous mail-in ballots, the system that basically allowed for the Democrats to win. This is a reckoning. I said it before. It's a reckoning. It's a realignment. It's a wake-up call. And the last point, I know I've been rambling.
You are.
Juan Williams on Fox News said, this is a sign that misogyny and racism basically were at play. And I'd love to know what Van Jones has been saying on CNN. This had nothing to do with racism. This had nothing to do with misogyny. And had everything to do with the direction of this country, where 80% of this country have said, enough is enough, this country's on the wrong track. And that's why they elected Donald Trump president again.
It absolutely had nothing to do with hate, misogyny, racism, etc. Any of those things listed that the Democrats may try to paint this picture of, because we had on the Trump side, as Trump supporters, we had every single background, age, gender. We had all categories covered. When you talk to these people, these Americans, all they care about is getting the finances together. They care about the economy. They care about the illegal immigration problem. They care about family values. Everyone that we talked to of all different backgrounds wanted to come together because they cared about these core foundational issues that they want to see in America again. Everybody was rejecting this woke, crazy, radical agenda that the Democrats are trying to shove to the Americans, and they rejected that, and everybody's coming together for Donald J. Trump. And I mean, we talked to some people from Georgia, and everyone was saying how back in 2016 you couldn't go into the hood with a MAGA hat on. 2020 maybe, but now 2024
we're emboldened more than ever. Yeah,
they're loving Trump. Everybody, all backgrounds, all ages.
Right.
Everyone's coming together for Trump.
Let's talk about.
So I'm trying to, nobody else is saying.
So we're hearing that Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, will speak to the country tomorrow, which would essentially mean she will be conceding tomorrow. She should really come out now and do it, but it is what it is. That won't change how we feel. But we're in a situation now where the American political landscape in the executive branch is going to be led by two non-politicians, if you think about it. You have Donald Trump, a businessman, and you have J.D. Vance, a businessman, who happens to be in the United States Senate right now, but hasn't been there very long. He's a new senator. So you have a situation now where you have business people at the top of our government right now, on top of the Elon Musks of the world, and other CEOs that have been a part of this in this campaign, that are going to turn this country around, that are going to make the federal government act like a business.
Right.
And the American people are going to be so much better off because of it. Enough with the career politicians that have done nothing for this country, that have only gotten rich, played the game. We've got two CEOs.
You're right.
As the president and the vice president of the United States. It's historic. It's really historic.
It really is. And these businessmen who have created businesses from the ground up, they've hired people. They understand how supply chains work. They understand how economies work. these businessmen who were successful in the private sector are now using their
And it looks like
expertise
he'll get
to
Nevada.
efficiently run the United States government. They know how to negotiate. They know how to trim the
And
fat
it
when
looks
needed.
like
They know
he'll
how to
get
be
Alaska.
efficient with our taxpayer dollars. Government funding is taxpayer money. We're paying the government. We're hiring these people to run our government. And career politicians in the past have just let us down over and over and over again. And when Barack Obama was in office, I knew, even though I was very young, his first term, I wasn't even old enough to vote yet. But when Barack Obama was in
you are
office,
young.
I said to myself, this is going south. And Barack Obama never even hit 3% GDP growth once in the economy, and that's the standard to keep up with population growth, or keep up with times. And to not even hit 3% GDP growth was so spectacularly terrible to me. I said, we need a businessman in office to get this economy back together, to get everything running efficiently. I don't know what these knuckleheads are doing in office, but we need a businessman. So, of course, when President Trump run, I was all on board. I even said President Trump's the only man who could clean this mess up. And here he is, all these years later, had his first term in office. It was a rocking, amazing time. And then, of course, now he's going to be in office once again for his second term, and he's going to bring America to new heights. And the American people have spoken.
Yeah. We are at a point in our politics, in our country, where there's unity. The Republican Party is now the party of the working class, of family values. It's no longer a party of color. This is a multiracial party.
It's going to be 312.
Now we've got a number of
You're
people.
right about that.
As you can see on the
one thing
stage,
he
preparing
did,
the stage
the Republican
for
Party and the Democratic
President
Party
Trump.
were one.
Believe
Trump actually gave us a
messing
party
with the
we can
teleprompters.
be
So they're
part
taking
of.
off the teleprompter screen, which leads me to believe this is not going to be a teleprompter speech. This is going to come straight from the heart, the true Donald Trump fashion. And the team is mobilizing the back. We've got a coalition. The GOP is very different. It's not your grandfather's GOP. It's not even my mother's GOP. This is our GOP. A new generation of Republican Party has swept through this nation, and we are at
that's true.
a new stage in American
Haley
politics.
was
I think we're
supposed to be.
We're very, very excited. We want to win again, like you mentioned before. We want to win again.
Just to place,
And we've got the Senate, too. So you don't have to worry about one, even if they take the House. No
They don't
impeachment
have
will
the
ever work
House yet,
because we got
but
the
they
Senate.
will have it.
Every judicial nomination, for the most part, will get passed through. Every cabinet nomination will go
sure
through.
about term limits.
There won't be
because
any
then it gives
stonewalling
the
or
power
gridlock
to
in the Senate,
lobbyists.
which would be really,
I
really
think
productive.
The most important thing
It'll
is
be
get
interesting
rid
to
of
see
those
who
effing
the Senate leader will be. I know John Barrasso's in the running, John Thune, John Cornyn, the three Johns, someone like Rick Scott, Josh Hawley, Mike Lee. We'll see who the Republicans in the Senate end up choosing, but we've got some really strong leaders there in the Senate. And we're minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage. Minutes away.
What I'm afraid
Again,
of is if
millions
I
of
turn
you
it
are
off,
still up waiting to take this part of
we'll miss
history in.
Trump.
And Megan and I are
Let's
just
see.
honored to walk you through this.
It's a relief. But see, then no, I have to do this.
Historic moment on
and
RSBN,
this,
and we want to thank.
And that way, we just have to watch when they come on, but then we'll miss something. But it is blathering. I have to agree with you. It is blathering. It's annoying. I think it's heartfelt. What he was saying was heartfelt. What she was saying was heartfelt. But yeah, Zelensky, well, they say Trump is going to go after people. He never went after Hillary. I don't know. He'll probably be easy on Zelensky. But I tell you what, they're not going to get back the Donbass and Luhansk or whatever it's called, and Zaporozhye and whatever those 4 areas are. They're not getting any of that back. They may not get the river back. I don't know why he would want Chernobyl, but they may not get Chernobyl back. I think they can have Kiev, but maybe he'll take Kiev. Who knows? It's the cost of war. Thank you, PS71. And PS71, congratulations on this election. Yeah, PA needs to certify. Oh my gosh. Could you imagine if we go to sleep and we wake up tomorrow and Ruby and her daughter find boxes and boxes of ballots in downtown Philadelphia? Yeah, I agree with that, J-Dog. I think it is gone. Hey, Kat. I don't know what you're laughing at, but I hope it was appropriate. People get ready. People get ready. So they have 2-7. All right, I'm going to go back and turn this on.
It's like we're at
Here
the point
comes some
now. Our
blathering.
country is MAGA. We want MAGA.
Here's the blatherer.
We want MAGA. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. America is a MAGA country, regardless of what the people want to say about it or the pundits want to say about it. The American people elected Make America Great Again. And what was Kamala Harris's slogan? We're never going back.
Turn the page.
Turn the page. We're never going back. Well, guess what? We've gone back to Trump. Here we are.
We're going back, and I am proudly going to wear my red with the white letters "Make America Great Again" T-shirt to the airport tomorrow when I go home.
He's just young, that guy.
I'm so excited to rock all my MAGA gear because you know what? We are MAGA. America wants MAGA 2.0. The American people have spoken. Donald Trump is our president, 47th president of the United States.
Oh, they
I feel adrenaline running through my body. I'm too
we're not
excited.
sleeping. If anyone wants to know, no one is sleeping tonight. I'm
know,
going to check
Justin,
my ring
one thing
camera to
Trump-
make sure my home
No.
in Virginia is still standing. Because I was the only one in the
Which we
neighborhood with a Trump
forget.
sign. Not just one, I had 2 Trump signs.
only
The
one.
only one. In Northern Virginia, it is what it is.
we-
But then we
our
got the place in
economy
Florida. We got,
is
in Port St.
a
Lucie.
bloody,
That's been great.
massive
Got a MAGA sign. This is Trump
engine.
country.
We
I think we
have
really got
one
our
of the
first
most
indication of
powerful,
how the country was going to go when Florida went for Trump
if not the
in
most
double
powerful
digits.
economy
Miami-Dade
in the world.
went for Trump in
I
double
would
digits.
say that
Maria
China
Salazar, congresswoman
rivals
from that
us.
area, she won
But
by over 20
we had
points.
the idea.
You would think she
We
was
had
living in
the,
like Central Florida with those numbers. No, she's in
well, we
Miami-Dade.
used to. We had the
So
creativity.
you're seeing resounding victories,
and
not
the
just for
critical
President Trump.
thinking
You're seeing
and the
resounding
ability to
victories in the
question.
Senate.
The other
In
thing
congressional
is, our
races,
schools now,
we're still
and
too
people
close to calling a
I
number of Senate
interact with
races
here sometimes,
in Wisconsin,
we
Michigan,
don't have that ability
Pennsylvania. You've been tracking that a little bit better than me.
anymore.
But the bottom line is historic victory,
challenge.
historic night. I'm just seeing John
And that's
James
a
on the
big,
screen.
important part of America.
Over the
Trump is
50%
winning the
versus
popular
say,
vote, too.
China.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
popular
when you
vote and
there's
where you're
Vivek
not allowed to
Ramaswamy,
speak
Doug
out, or
Burgum
at
are in the
least
house.
I don't know what it's
A lot of Trump
And I've
surrogates
never
are in the
been
house.
there. I
Byron
just was
Donaldson's
from
in the house.
And I need to remind
From,
everyone, it is now 2:14 a.m. Eastern
conversations I
time, which
had
is 24
with a
hours
friend
later.
and a client.
So 24 hours ago, President Trump finished his final campaign rally speech on stage in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The man
big,
took
and
the
so my
stage
point
at
is,
midnight,
we can
didn't stop
use
speaking
that,
until
and he will
2:14
use
a.m. when he
that
wrapped up that rally. The man does not
but
stop for the American people. He was campaigning
He's
over
not
60
president
days in a
yet.
row here at the end of the
They
campaign
will probably
season for
try to get
2024.
us into
He
war
was doing 2, 3,
over the
4
next
rallies a
couple of
day.
months.
He probably
And
slept
then that's
about
gonna be
45
trouble.
minutes in the past
And the
couple
other
days
thing is-
altogether.
Team no sleep.
What's really
Team no sleep.
interesting, she has to
And it's
certify
amazing
the
to see
election.
as we look around the room here in the convention center.
Is she going to?
I'm seeing some familiar faces. There were some
They think he's
extremely
good.
passionate rally
They think he's
goers
good.
that came to many, many rallies. They've been to hundreds of rallies. We saw the man in the brick suit up in the front over there. He went to so many rallies. The passion that people have for President Trump and the MAGA movement is just on another level. It's to new heights. We've never seen anything like this in American politics in our history, and quite frankly, I don't think we're ever going to see it quite like this ever
I don't know
again.
what the word
But
is.
it
Learning
is
is
the
probably
beginning
learning,
of
but
America's
I'm
golden
more and
age.
more
This is a
aware
new era for our country, and I'm
that
excited to see how the
my life.
trajectory
But I
of
don't
American politics
talk
goes
about
moving
it
forward.
Yeah.
unless it
So well stated.
over
It's obviously the morning of
unless it comes out
November 6th now.
just because it's too much.
And
But I
in a
don't
couple hours,
talk about it.
the American media, the morning Joes of the
Maybe
world,
because I'm not ready.
the
But I know
Breonna Keelers
I'm aware.
and John Bermans of the world are going to wake up, if they're not already awake, and have to face their producers.
I didn't like him
their
at
editors,
first. I wanted
and the
Trump
cameras.
to appoint Byron Donald
and look the
who I
American
still
people in
think
the
would be
eye
good. Or maybe
and either take
Tulsi
responsibility
Gabbard or RFK.
for their dereliction of duty,
But RFK was
their
still a Democrat at that time.
ridiculous bias, The View,
But
Alyssa
I've been
Farah,
impressed with
Sarah
JD
Matthews,
JD,
all the other disgruntled my
in
former
his,
co-workers that came out
one-on-ones with the
at the last
reporters
moment because it
and
was politically
questions.
expedient and it
I-
sold more.
I still
Cassidy
personally
Hutchinson,
would have
who lied
Byron Donald,
to get a book,
but
John Kelly.
and oh my gosh, RFK.
You know, I
would
want
have
to
been
bask
amazing.
in the moment and
But
the
RFK should be
joy of the
Attorney
moment.
General.
But you also have to realize what we had to go through, what Donald Trump had to go through.
I wonder what Byron Donalds could do. I
And
wonder if he could
despite
go
it all,
in the cabinet.
he's claiming
I wonder
victory
what
today.
position.
It's monumental. It's historic.
It really is. We see Vivek Ramaswamy in the house.
We do.
We saw Tucker Carlson walking around out here. I know Mayor Giuliani is also in the house. Maybe not exactly this
Tulsi
room.
could
He
be
was in another room at one
secretary
point. Maybe
or
he'll pop
something.
over to the main party. But this is truly amazing to witness.
And it's
We want to
interesting
thank each and every one of you who
where he could put Byron
shared with
Donald.
friends and family your beliefs,
I don't-
and
he
everyone
should put
who
him in
encouraged
HUD or
those who were not registered to
one of
vote.
those-
Hey, why don't you vote in this election for Donald
I
J.
would want
Trump?
him
Thank
to
you to
have more
everybody who
leadership.
went out and stood out in the lines today. There may have been issues at the polling places, but you
maybe
stood
I'm just
there.
too
You
tired
made
of
sure
it.
that your vote was cast and counted because you stood up for truth and righteousness and Donald J. Trump as your president. So we want to thank
I
everybody
like
for
him
getting
now,
out
too.
the vote.
I-
Thank you for watching us.
I
Thank you
think
for being
part of
loyal to
me is
RSBN, sharing our
just a little bit
broadcasts,
jealous of his career path.
following us on social media, retruthing, reposting on X, all the above. Thank you for
Maybe,
every
you
single
know.
person who contributed
But I
to
like
this
him now. I'm
to this
not.
movement,
I'm
because
just
MAGA
admitting
is
to
for
you.
you. This movement, Make America Great Again,
My
is
first
for
reaction, I
people.
was like, yeah, but
So
I like
just
him now.
know
I like him now.
that you are
I
a
think
part of
he can
this.
carry on.
Every single level, every volunteer, everybody involved
Bottom
in this
line,
movement,
I was
everyone that
worried
made a
he was a
positive impact.
rhino. I
This
was
happened
worried he
tonight,
was the
re-electing President Trump
same
because of you.
thing
Yeah.
And I want to
as
thank
a
you for
lot
that.
of these
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean,
people. But
Donald Trump is a big fan of
I
RSPN.
now
It's
think
on the plane.
JD, because Trump is only going to
The
have
viewers
4
love
years.
President Trump.
So it's going to be like
He
a
loves the
lame duck.
viewers.
So
His staff
the
has
person
been
who's
tremendous.
his vice
So
president
RSPN,
has to
tremendous
be
opportunities. I mean, we're
strong
sitting
enough
center stage.
to
It might not be
almost
obvious on the camera, but we
become
are
Trump's
center stage
second,
right now.
term or third term, as it is. But
Absolutely incredible.
His
And
4
then you got to
years
talk
are
about
powerful because
what
they
does
know
it
the
look
guy,
like
in this case, the guy who
in a couple
runs
weeks when a team is assembled.
The next time will
When
carry on
their
those same policies.
cabinet nominations
So it gives
floated around.
It gives Trump's 4
Donald
years,
Trump is going to put
8
together
years
a
of power, or in
team
the case of JD, maybe a
of
total of
rivals in
60
a way.
years of power. That
Former
can
people
all
that went
be
after him
front-loaded
in the political arena
into
that
Trump's
he's come to
name
know and respect.
now. And
You got to think Vivek
I think
Ramaswamy,
JD can handle that at first.
Doug Bogram.
I thought he
You
could be a
know,
rhino, but I now think he
the list goes
definitely
on.
can be.
And you really got to think about the Republican Party. You
carry
know,
on
we went through a
Trump's,
primary process. I'm
uh,
seeing my dear friend Margot Martin. So that means
strategies
Donald
and
Trump should be
policies.
coming out
And he's
very, very
quick enough
soon
on his
because she
with
documents
his thinking and understanding.
Donald Trump's a lot of his movements on the
that
campaign trail come through Margot
he can
Martin.
learn to be as charismatic.
Do you got to think about the Republican Party?
And
We've
he
lost
can
with John
adapt.
McCain and Mitt Romney. We won with Donald Trump. We won again with Donald Trump. How could anyone in the Republican Party question
Oh, it's hard to hear.
the strength of Donald Trump and the MAGA movement? MAGA isn't going anywhere.
Nowhere.
And I think the choice of J.D. Vance solidified where President Trump was going. He could have went with the political choice, the safe.
All right. I'll just turn it off for now. I didn't know that. Sorry, Stan. I wasn't saying anything that important, but I didn't mean to turn it off. I meant to turn the sound down
Choice.
like that. That talking is just background noise. I think they do it to fill the air. They're too young to understand that sometimes you can just be quiet, particularly when you have that loud crowd behind you. Thank you, Stan, for letting me know. I think that, well, I don't know about that Ron Paul on the end there, but Ron Paul's all right, but he's a bit of a kook too. Well, we're all kooks, aren't we? Pat Byrne will be amazing. RFK, I'm just really impressed by. And that's not from this campaign. I really liked his father. I never met him or anything, but I read about him and of course he too wasn't perfect. But anyway, and I've read Robert Kennedy Jr.'s books. Read 2 of them. The one that I must have bought, I don't know, 8 copies or 10 copies, and I gave them away, was Crimes Against Nature. And I gave my last copy away. I'd like to buy it again. thank you, J Dog. Thank you for joining, but also thank you for pointing out it's hard to explain, but all right, here we go. The cameras are coming up, so I got to go turn the sound on.
Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
That Obama.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe it? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like that. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wild.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
Say something. This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. No, he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But the spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any, young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Young man, there's no need to feel down. I said, young man, pick yourself off the ground. I said, young man, cause you're in a new town. There's no need to be unhappy. Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there. And I'm sure you will find many ways to have a good time. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. They have everything for your man to enjoy. You can hang out all the boys. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
you have it. President Donald J. Trump, the 45th, and yes, the 47th President of the United States, just wrapped up his remarks with his family and closest advisors on the stage alongside him. And he claimed victory, but he also sent out a message of unity, saying that he's going to be a president for all Americans. He's got a tall task to do, fixing the border, getting our economy back, peace deals, but he's ready to fight for the American people. It's an incredible night here in West Palm Beach. It's been a pleasure to join you.
Being here,
Harrison Fields alongside
means
Megan
a lot
Kohler.
to me,
Megan,
everyone here.
we've been here since 4 p.m. We felt positive, right?
Hey, Alan.
But around 11 p.m., we
awesome.
started feeling like, wow, he might have done it. We're looking at the numbers.
I'm looking at the
what are your thoughts?
AP doesn't quite have it yet.
We did it.
The American people have spoken. All this hard work has paid off. We don't have to suffer anymore. We don't have to live under this regime that's in office right now. It's time for American greatness.
What I could do is put this on so you can see what she's saying, and you can see what she's saying. But anyway, AP hasn't finished the call. Wisconsin is at 91%, and they still haven't called Wisconsin, but he's significantly ahead. I can't imagine why they haven't called it. Michigan is at 77%, and he's ahead by 300,000 votes. I don't know why they can't call that one. And then Arizona is close. Well, not really. I mean, it's close compared to the other ones. It's about 25,000 votes, but it's only half counted. So I guess, they'll try to get their dig in. But Nevada now is 81%. And it seems like he's going to win. I don't know why they can't call that. And Sarah Palin's town, he's way ahead. I don't know why they can't call that one. But anyway, the Associated Press hasn't called the election yet. He only needs one of the 5 remaining states. Oh, yeah. These guys, RSBN called it for him. I think it was CBS called it. The Daily Mail says it. So they've called it. The networks have called it. I don't know why AP is so slow. Yeah, he'll have Alaska. He'll have Wisconsin for sure. But I think he'll have all of these. The only one maybe they'll try to screw with is Arizona, but I think he'll have all 5, and it'll add up. I added it up. I think it adds up to 312. In his speech, he said 315, but it's just arithmetic. Are we going? I'm gonna I want to just go through the comments that scrolled while I was watching the speech, but you can go. You don't have to stay. I really appreciate that people tuned in. It was a small group, but it is very kind of you to join me. But I hope you got something out of it. I think it's a tremendous omen for what we're trying to do. Imagine I sold my call and I couldn't buy back in. I'll love to see what happens with that call. But imagine if Elon Musk gets in there with the job of streamlining the government. RFK gets in there to get rid of the corruption in the FDA and in I don't know what HUD. It's going to be probably multi agency. And maybe Tulsi Gabbard goes in at defense, and maybe I don't know, but they come in and they start separating the corruption and the lobbyists and the money out of this government. Well, how long is it going to take him to recognize the same thing happens with the SEC, FINRA, NASDAQ? I don't think it's going to take him long. So, I think it can set up a good time. It's also, I'm trying to, some of you, I don't know if you're you guys, but we raised a little money for what I think is a terrific risk reward gold mining company. There's silver in it and other. God, everyone's so young. But anyway, but I'm also trying to do oil and gas and other things. And I think there's going to be a great bull market and all of that. And I think Trump's going to facilitate it. I think Trump understands he's a great financial guy, but he has no love of banks just for existing. He understands. He's always paid his monies on time, other than when he got caught in New Jersey, in Atlantic City. But he's no fan. Well, watch him appoint Jamie Dimon as the head of the Treasury. Ugh. Hopefully he'll put somebody in that's, Dimon actually might be good if Dimon is ethical. He's certainly smart enough. Anyway, it'll be great. The shorting crooks are doomed. We hope so. We hope so. All right, let me go. Hey, Ellie Belly. Good to see you. That's great. USA. Guten evening. Guten morn. How are you, hairline? Good to see you. I hope this means good relations with Germany. I don't know why he calls her Angel. Anyway, I can't remember what he calls your previous president, Merkel. I liked her, but I thought she did a good job, but a lot of people didn't. We did it, yeah. It's historical, and it's you know what? Maybe we'll all remember we were here together. Senator Kennedy, I love that guy from Louisiana. I was in his office 3 times. I never met him though. I think he would good. I think he'd be good. He's probably a little bit too much of his own man, but he'd be good maybe running Department of Energy or the judges? Is that, I guess that's the Attorney General. He'd be great at that. Ah, you're from Florida. You were Florida. Ah. Yeah, I think Byron is great. I went into his office, I think 4 times. I never met him, but I saw him. I sat behind Gary Gensler and I saw Byron. He was the last guy. He waited to the end. Man, he asked tough questions and he stood his ground and he was polite. He was polite. I really liked him. I think he's got a hell of a future ahead of him. It is profound. By the way, I truly believe that if this hadn't happened, our country was going to split. Our country may still split, depending on how the left takes this. I hope we take it with a little bit of, what's the word? To be magnanimous, there's a word, but just to let it go. Let's not lord it. Let's not get into the fights. Let's focus on, like I say many, many times, we can start with the one thing we all agree. Whenever we get in a fight, whenever we get in somebody steps on us or they gets mad at us, we always say, hey, buddy, it's a free country. We can start with that. It's a free country for everybody, each and every one of us. It's a free country. Start there. And then we can also start from the trying. It's hard sometimes, I know, but trying to understand that the person on the other side, whether it's an argument or it's a discussion or it's hard to like them. For some reason, the news they get, the information they get, the way they process the idea of America is completely different. I believe, and I've expressed it a few times, I've taken the risk of being perhaps sounding sexist or something like that. But I think the problem has been the feminization of the educational system. It's okay. Look, don't get me wrong. I think women belong everywhere, and they belong at doing whatever they want to achieve. But something's happened in our educational system where men aren't coming out of school, and it's all, this book. I had a girlfriend, really, I did. She gave me this book by Kate Miller. I read it with horror, but she loved it. And then, by the way, you guys are younger than I am. This was 40 years ago. And it was horrifying then. But I was all by myself. I would try to express, and she would get upset with me, and all the women would get upset, and the guys didn't really understand what I was talking about. So I just went on like a typical guy. I just went on about my life and tried to ignore all that. But what horrible messages this feminism was, I thought. Well, now I don't know what it is. For example, I'll give you one example. If I told you I voted for Donald Trump because he's a man, you would go, "Oh my God, you are a, I don't know what." But all around me are women. They're nice people. The only reason they voted for Kamala is she's a woman. That doesn't make sense to me. Now, I do understand. A friend of mine said that it would be good for her daughter to have a role model to look up to. But it's still confusing to me.
because I don't particularly think that's much of a role model. But then again, in fairness, I noticed that a lot of the men and women, but a lot of the men I looked up to in my life, let's take the Kennedys. There were some aspects of what the Kennedys did that I never would have imagined as I looked up to them. Johnson, I've read all of Caro's books on Johnson. Caro sort of glosses over things, but great books. But Johnson is a complicated man. And so I will admit, I mean, Harry Truman, one of the best books I ever read was his autobiography. I think it was his. It's so long ago. But what a fascinating guy. But he had no talents, but at least he was a captain in World War I. He had learned to be a leader before he became a failed haberdasher, and he failed at everything. What's all this going on? Let me just remove all this. And then he became a good president. So, it might have happened with Kamala. Nothing is as simple as my black and white mind tries to make it. Anyway, I don't know how I got off on that, but I look forward to our country changing just a bit without women losing rights, without women losing anything. But I look around me, I kind of miss that. Well, I guess it's got to change. I mean, if women come into the job force around here, women have the jobs and a lot of men don't. There are some men, of course, but the women have the jobs. You go to a bar, I don't go much anymore. And I went to a restaurant the other day with a friend, and the tables are groups of women, and there might be one man sitting by himself. I pointed it out, and she kind of looked at me, and I said, "No, I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with it. It's just different." And anyway, it'd be nice if men had new roles that they could believe in, because men only have 4 roles, if I can remember them. To provide, to protect, I think it's to lead, and to mentor. That's it. And I lived in the Soviet Union when I was young. And I was young, but my dad would talk about it. But there were babushkas, and there were a lot of women around doing jobs. And like any communist country, there are a lot of what we would consider meaningless jobs. Like you go to Cairo and you go to the men's room, there's 4 guys, 5, 6 guys you've got to get through and out from. They open the door for you. They hand you a towel when you wash your hands. Even when after you're done with your little, number 1, they make sure they hand you a Kleenex. So or you go to the airport and there's guards everywhere, because there's not enough jobs. So there's a lot of little meaningless or extra jobs. But in Moscow, where I was, the jobs were all taken by women. It was all women, except maybe the militiamen. But part of it was because a lot of men had been killed in the wars. But what I noticed, because I went back to Moscow for 2 summers when I was in college, what I noticed about it, or I thought about it, is the men didn't have some men anyway took it that way. I didn't speak the language per se, but they just drank. They didn't do anything because they didn't have jobs. I don't know, maybe my idea was a little screwy, but if you take those 4 roles away from men, you got to make sure you put something else there for them. I mean, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good that women need to get up there and everything. But at what cost? At what cost? There's always a consequence for anything you do in life. There's something you could have done. Doesn't matter. If you make the best choices in life, there's still something else you could have done and you might have missed out on. Also, for example, EV cars. You mandate that because some professor up in Harvard says it's the thing to do. Well, you forget that getting lithium out of the ground is very destructive to children that get involved in it. It requires huge earth movers that burn fossil fuel. It destroys the environment. And then these cars, each car you make consumes oil to build the car and the tires. And then the cars go on the highway, which is built with oil. And it's an unproven technology. I don't know. Anyway, I've gotten lost in my thoughts there. I'm so psyched. I don't think I know. I'm psyched. Let me see what's in the news. Angela, right? Angela. Why? Isn't it Angela? Angela, I guess. Americans have taken back their country. I hope so. I hope so. It's not over yet. We have to be willing to disagree without hating each other. That's what we got to do. My proof of God's existence, by the way, is he's there to love all of us because it's hard for us to do it. It's hard for me to love everybody. I don't know about you. It's very hard to really love everyone, but we have to do the best we can. I'm watching these polls, or whatever it's called, and Wisconsin is now at 92%. Donald Trump has 1,611,000 votes. Kamala has 1.490, and they still won't call it. Nevada is at 81%. Trump has 568,000 votes to 514. Arizona is at 52%, 968,000 votes to 937. They won't call it. And then Michigan is 78%. It's 2,438,000 to 2,125,000, and they won't call it. But I want to see it called by AP, and I guess we'll know that it's done. What's going to be interesting to see is if the House, let's look at the House. There's 192 Republicans so far. There's 173 Democrats, and you need 218 to control the House. But what I understand is the House only has 5 toss-ups. This doesn't talk about it. So if the Republicans got to 220 or 225, it wouldn't be hard for lobbyists to put pressure on rhinos, and the House could vote to not certify the election, the results of the election, because they'll call Trump an insurrectionist because of J6 and because of Liz Cheney's Soviet-style sham investigation with Shifty Shift, and then they destroyed all the evidence. If they do that, it's going to be a real irony if Kamala Harris interferes with the election, just like she accused Trump of doing, which I don't think he did at all. And then the House would vote on who the next president is. They vote, I forget how it works. They vote on the president and somebody else votes on, is it this? I don't think it's the Senate that votes for the vice president. But it's possible you can have a president from one party and a vice president for another in that situation. And I'm tired. I'm having a hard time remembering. But the House would vote for the new president. Nikki Haley, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton. So we're not totally through the woods, but I think the fact that Trump won the popular vote, which is far lower than Biden's 81 million, by the way. Where the hell did all those extra votes come from? I think it's going to be hard. Just the sheer power of this win is going to be hard for them to do what I just described. The Senate is 51-42. So we do control, I'm a Democrat, but we do control the Senate. There's 2 flip seats so far. So we definitely control the Senate. There's 7 seats still to be determined. And there's one on the map, Arizona, that shows blue. And I think that's Kari Lake. Yeah. Kari Lake is losing to Ruben Gallego. So Arizona will probably elect a Democrat. But Nevada, Sam Brown, with 80% of the votes in, is beating Jackie Rosen 523,000 to 514. So it looks like we'll get that seat. Montana, Tim Sheehy is beating John Tester. It's only 47% of the vote so far, but it's beating him 51% to 47%. So it looks good. That'd be 2 more. Wisconsin, Eric Hovde, Hovde, 93% of the vote counted. He has 1.5 million, 50%. Tammy Baldwin, that's great. It's a flip, maybe. She has 1,497,000. So it looks like she's gone, and he comes in. That would be 3 more. Michigan, Mike Rogers is beating Alyssa Slotkin, 2,338,000 to 2,110,000. 78% counted. It looks like we're going to have a large majority in the Senate. I think that's good for the financial, our situation. Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania is beating Bob Casey. Wow. That's huge. 3,200,000 262,000 to 3,190,000, 49.3% to 48.2%. So there's going to be a huge, not huge, but a strong majority in the Senate. The House, it's so hard to read this map, but it looks like there's still a lot of leaning red seats or districts. It's so hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I don't know if I counted it right. 24. So 24, and we're at 192. So that would be, that wouldn't even get us to 218. Or would it? 24. Yeah, I guess it would get us right there. So it's just that slim margin. So it's going to be tough. The House, we've got to fight back on the lobbying. I'm sad to see that in North Carolina, Mark Robinson didn't win. I don't know much about his foibles and peccadillos, but I liked him. But I guess Josh Stein will be good. Let's go back to the president. Kamala Harris has 224 electoral college votes. Donald Trump, 267, according to the Associated Press. Wisconsin is the most likely one that they will call, and I'm going to try to stay up till I see it. Yeah, I am too, Darren. This is big. It's huge, and I think it's going to be good for everybody. I think it's going to be great. And one thing I noticed about Trump's leadership style, to some it comes across as lying. It's a little bit of showmanship. You might say it's exaggeration, but he goes with the positive. He just goes with the positive. He thinks about the positive. He expects that the result can be big and positive, and he expects that of us. So to me, if anybody could get the United States back together, I had this feeling that when Obama was elected, that the country really came together in a lot of ways. It was true here, and I'm not saying that from like lording over. I watched it, and but then Hillary came in, and I think she's the great divider. I also think she has to destroy everything: her marriage, her happiness, maybe her husband. I don't know. I don't know that history's going to look back on him that well. The Democratic Party, and I thought if she got elected, she might destroy our country. But one thing she did, she destroyed the unity in this, or she was one. But to me, she's the one that catalyzed it. She was the catalyst. And one thing I notice about Trump that he pays a price for. He pays a price for. Although there's some photographs, so maybe he plays it a little bit. But he doesn't make a big deal about the race of a person he's hiring. He surrounds himself a little bit with beautiful, and I guess the guys are handsome, I don't know, but beautiful women. And there's theories about that. But he doesn't come out and say, oh, I hired a black guy, I hired an Indian. I have 5 Puerto Ricans working in my and only 1 white male. He doesn't do it that way. He does hire people, at best I see, of all natures, but he doesn't pat him. He doesn't lead and brag on all that, because I think he sees people as people, and I think he pays a price on his first time in office. And I thought about it quite a bit, because he appointed a lot of white men, older white men. And I thought, you know what? He might have been scared. It was a huge responsibility. And he surrounded himself with people who for years he looked up to. They were all his older guys in business that he knew and he could trust and talk to. And maybe that's why he did that. But it's not true that he only appointed white guys. He appointed women and others, but he didn't brag on it. The Democratic Party now, it's all about measuring us. It's so weird. It's racist in and of itself. It's like turning it all on its head. It's insanity. Kamala's not even black, but her skin's a little darker. So that's better than I am. And she's a woman. That's better than me, because I'm a it's just nightmare city. It's all nightmare city. Just that it makes your brain hurt thinking about it. Oh, I've got to hire that person because I can't hire that guy because he's freckled and he looks like he just came off of a hayride. But I've got to hire that person because. And how did white women get to the front of victimhood anyway? I don't know. The whole thing makes my head explode. But Trump ignores that, I think, and he hires everyone. And that's what I think he can do for this country. He can get us off that crap and start seeing each other as people. And we're all a part of the American ideal. And we have open arms to the whole world. And we can stop bombing everybody. Everyone we bomb is brown, have you noticed? Most of them are women and children. I guess with the possible exception of Russians. But can we stop doing that? I think Trump will let us stop doing that. All right, nothing's changed. Beautiful and brilliant. There's nothing wrong with his eyes. And well, Darren, in high school, I went out. I wasn't very good at it. And I went to 3 high schools, so I never had a chance to really, but I did do well. But I remember I learned a lesson. You can date, I'm not going to say it. There's women listening. It's not crude. It's not crude. But I learned that lesson. And there's a tennis coach. His name begins with a B. He's dead now. He's Italian or Argentinian. I'll have to look him up. But he used to write a column either in the Daily News or the New York Post. I think it was the Daily News. And it was back when newspapers were good. And I followed tennis. And I remember a column that he wrote that if you're going to be powerful, and he's a coach, and he coaches tennis players, wealthy guys, and he networks and all that. But he said, if you're going to be powerful as a man, and if you're going to want to network and want to have an impact, he said, you've always got to have a beautiful woman by your side. And he emphasized beauty. Now, the lucky thing is, Darren, there's not just one beautiful woman in the world. To me, all women have beauty, and there's many aspects of that beauty, as you know. If you walk down the street, I bet you check more than one woman out. But he said that is very powerful. And I think he was just stating something that's obvious, and it's true. It's true. It's not that women only have beauty, by the way, but Obama, I think he did. But what he did here, maybe I imagined it, but all of a sudden people could square their shoulders and be proud and think that they too could be president of the United States, and they too had standing equally in this country. They could be jerks or not jerks, make money, just like anybody else. I think that was a breakthrough that Obama created, but I think Hillary squandered it for her own selfishness, because she was not particularly talented. She's a dime a dozen intelligence, even though all the articles and everything write about her in these glowing terms. But there's no evidence of superior intelligence. It's just a lot of people have that kind of brain power. And it made her bitter. All right. So I've run out of comments. 3:45. Let's see what some of the headlines are saying. New York Post first. Don deal. That's pretty good. Don deal. Donald Trump wins 2024 presidential election, defying the odds again. Trump wins Pennsylvania, clinching the 2024 presidential election victory. Oh, Lucky, you can't even walk. Okay, let's see what the Daily Hate says. They support party in the MAGA. Trump declares victory for the greatest political comeback in American history. Biden's accused. All right, let me help you. Let me help you, Lucky. Let me help you. I think I have to put him down. He can't use his back legs very well. I think I'm going to have to put him down. Biden's accused of trying to ruin Kamala's big moment. Trump's war cabinet basks in victory. The Donald huddles with Elon Musk, Dana White, as they prepare for power. There's Bobby Kennedy. Harris's shocking blow in deep blue New York City as she suffers worst Democratic performance since 1988. MSNBC's Joy Reid melts down live on air after Trump wins Florida. What does that say about us? That you're out of touch? Kamala supporters in tears as election victory slips away. Presidential hopeful tells supporters to go home and refuses to address them. All right, let's see what. Emotional Democratic voter reveals what she will do if Trump wins the election. This is unfair. Trump's not going to take away anything from women, but women believe what they've been told. Emotions are running high among Democrats in Washington, D.C., including one voter who says she will be reduced to tears if Trump wins. I think I'd go home crying, a young woman said, when asked what she would do if Trump wins the race. I think it'd be very tough. I think the number one thing on voters' minds right now is the state of democracy in the United States. And I think that's what's on our mind right now. And the man alongside her said he would be devastated. Well, I don't know what they're going to do. Let's see if there's any other headlines. Fox News projects President Trump flips Pennsylvania. Just in, Georgia called for President Trump. Breaking, 91% reporting in Georgia has flipped. Trump, MSNBC, Trump takes the lead in Pennsylvania. Breaking, Republicans officially capture Senate majority. U.S. embassies in Europe cancel election night celebrations. Joe Biden is a no-show at Kamala's election night watch party. City of Milwaukee will recount 30,000 ballots after tabulator error. It says error. It should be error. Attributable to human error. That's why it's taking so long. All right, let me try. What does The Guardian say? Trump says we made history as he closes in on victory with win in Pennsylvania. So they're not saying he won, but they wouldn't. I don't know. What do you think could happen with the New York case now? I don't know. I don't think it'll change it. I assume you're talking about the one against Trump? I don't think it'll change anything, but you make a good point. If they could put him in prison, how could he become president? It's interesting. It's an interesting. You have a good point. Maybe they'll go all in on all that legal warfare. Holy hell, I'm longer winded than Trump. Did he win? Yes, he won. But Trump says he's a genius when he does that. He calls it winding. He ties it all back in. But I don't, I guess. Holy hell, mate. He did win. But not according to AP. So Shane, in a way, I'm doing what I got annoyed with that guy, and then the other woman on the other channel did, just talking. All right, you called me out. You caught me out. All right. Let's see if they're going to call it yet. No, 267 to 224 by AP. It's 69 million votes to 64 million votes. I don't know how Joe got 81 million last time and Trump got 63 or 65. No, 73. Trump got 73. Joe got 81. I guess a lot of voters died. We could listen to some. What do I think about D-Dit? I sold my one call. I wish I had kept it. I don't know if it'll be a big squeeze, but I think it's going to go up. And imagine if you're Elon Musk. Would you buy Truth Social or would you merge it into your X? Or I don't know. The only caveat I'd have is that Trump is going to have to put that asset anyway, in a blind trust or give it to his children. But I think it's going to go up quite a bit. I wish I still had my, let's look what it's doing right now. Well, it's up 3.5. It's at 37.48. Well, it's not really trading. I don't know. I think it'll be up tomorrow. Big time. Big time. Big time. Just like Ham said, who would want to short that stock when he's the most powerful man in the world. Ham's right. It is Jerry Lewis, only Jerry Lewis was funny. I will sign off as soon as the AP. I'm afraid of going to sleep and waking up and he's not president. That's what I'm afeared of. Let me see. I don't think this will change what you look at. Let me see if there's anyone to listen to that will be less long-winded than I am. All right, let's see if I can show you this guy. It's only 5 minutes. Six minutes, but I don't think we'll listen to it that whole time.
To the show and more of our rolling coverage of this amazing US election. Donald Trump has won. Now, there's still more counting to come, but Trump is president again in the most astonishing comeback. Democrat prosecutors, they tried to get him jailed on dodgy charges. 2 would-be assassins tried to kill him. Much of the media tried to bury him. He won, they lost. Now, yes, the counting has not finished, but Trump seems to have won all 7 of the battleground states like Michigan, especially Pennsylvania, probably Wisconsin too. Let's give him maybe even 315 electoral college votes in all, above the 270 he needed. And in fact, it looked so hopeless so quickly that the Democrats sent home the crowd at their campaign headquarters, with Harris once again dodging the media and even her own supporters.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow.
How cowardly, but what a stunning win from Donald Trump. He seemed almost serene when he claimed victory, well, about 20 minutes ago.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Now, among all the celebration, there's something very important, I think, to note. Now that Donald Trump is America's president again, we are now going to learn how much we were lied to. Not by Trump, but by the Democrats and much of the media. Kamala Harris's entire campaign was based on a monstrous lie that Donald Trump was a Hitler fan, and she was fighting for democracy. Her running mate, the self-confessed knucklehead, Tim Walz, called Trump a dictator who would overturn the Constitution. Yeah, well, some Hitler, some racist. You look now at the kind of voters that seem to have swung this election for Donald Trump, switching away from the Democrats. Black voters, Latino voters, and Jewish voters especially, voting for this Nazi, so-called, like never before. No Republican candidate in years has got their vote as much as Trump.
They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know,
that's the man that the Democrats and the media tried to tell the world was a Nazi or a Hitler sympathizer or a fascist. Yet that Democrat lie did work dangerously well. An NBC exit poll showed more than half the Harris voters said their top issue was the state of America's democracy. For the Republicans, of course, it was the economy, cost of living. But here is now my tip. After consulting the evidence and consulting people who work intimately with Trump as his spokesman and chief of staff, attorney general, Trump won't be a Hitler or a dictator or any of that. He'll just try to do exactly what he said: secure America's borders, cut taxes, cut red tape, defend Israel, stand up to China, stand up to Iran, and drop restrictions on fracking and drilling for gas. And with a little luck, America's economy will grow as well as it did in Trump's first go as president, and not one freedom will be lost. The great lie of the Democrat campaign will be exposed. Where is that Hitler? And what are the Democrats now going to say about the next Republican candidate? What could they say that could match this utter nonsense they've been saying about Trump? Who will believe them? Who will believe the mainstream media, which didn't just sell Trump as an American dictator, but sold the incompetent and vacuous Kamala Harris as the candidate of joy, the savior of democracy? What a fraud that was. Let's go to Sean Spicer. He was Donald Trump's first spokesman as president. He's been covering this bizarre election race for us on this show, The Bolt Report, all this year. Very glad to have him, particularly so late at night. Sean, how are you feeling?
I'm exhausted physically, but I am emotionally so excited, Andrew. It is 3:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. Donald Trump just wrapped up that speech that you guys saw. It was funny because I was thinking as he was speaking, in 2016, it's almost the exact same time. He took the stage around 2:50 a.m. In New York at that small reception at the Midtown Hilton in Manhattan. And here we are again, much bigger crowd down there in Palm Beach, but a lot more excited and a bigger win. You know, I had this pegged at 306 to 312 electoral votes. I think we might even exceed that. This is going to be a big, big night for Donald Trump for the Republican ticket. And I couldn't be more excited for the country.
Yeah, when you tipped to me that 312, I thought you were getting a little overexcited, but it seems if anything,
you know,
just underestimated.
I know, but the thing that's interesting, Andrew, and you commented at the beginning of your monologue there, we were lied because I don't just pull this stuff out of air. When you and I spoke about this over weeks, remember initially I was concerned about Nevada, and then I saw the data move and I said, hey, here's why I'm moving Nevada into the Trump column. It was all based on data, right? I didn't just pull it out of air and say, God, I'm a Trump supporter and I want him to win, so I'm going to pick a number out of the air. And the media ignored that. They lied to the American people over and over again by convincing us that, you know, that he couldn't win, that the coalition that he was putting together was useless, that his ground game was horrible. They just didn't want to do that. Panel after panel, show after show, refuses to allow the American people to see that there are people out there that support Donald Trump and these policies. But they want to pretend that it doesn't exist, that it's some kind of zoo animal that you go off and pet sometime. The American people spoke loud and clear tonight. Not only did Donald Trump win, but Kamala Harris got shellacked, right? And key constituencies that's supposed to support the Democratic Party walked away from her. Black men in a lot of urban areas didn't perform as well. You look at not just the battleground states, Andrew, but states that are reliably blue. My home state of Rhode Island, unbelievable. It was 53%. New Jersey, 52, 53. I haven't looked. Iowa, they told us for the last few days that Kamala Harris was up 3 points, and they paraded around this Des Moines Register poll saying that women were breaking, for her, and this was amazing. Donald Trump won Iowa by 14 points tonight, 6 points more than he won in 2020. The media wanted to parade around that she was up 3 points. They wanted to create, suppress the vote. This was an embarrassment. And I think they're going to wake up tomorrow and forget how complicit they were in what happened tonight. Most Americans found what the media did tonight sickening. And for those people who read the New York Times or the Washington Post or Politico or CNN or the NBC News here in the States, at some point you've got to understand that they're not telling you the truth, and you need to find alternative sources to get your information.
I think that's a huge story in this result. And I've got to say, even our own ABC devoted, I think, about a 10-minute interview this morning with the pollster who did that Iowa poll. Oh, Donald Trump's going to lose Iowa by 3 points or whatever it was. And as you say, he romped it in. They're picking up any little hint to try to build up the idea that she had momentum. It was just extraordinary. But Sean, this is a massive victory for Trump, of course. For the Democrats, I wonder whether, this should really cause an explosion in that party, because those Democrat power brokers, they forced out Joe Biden as their candidate when he imploded in his debate with Donald Trump. They then forced Harris onto the party as their candidate without even a vote of any delegates, even though she'd been one of the most unpopular vice presidents in recent history. And they knew she was no good, which is why they hid her from the media for almost the entire campaign, particularly not one press conference. There's going to be a lot of finger pointing there.
You know what, Andrew? It's a great question you're asking, because I've had guests on my podcast the last few days, and I've been playing this little game. If Trump were to lose, what do you think the analysis is, and vice versa? I think it's going to be really interesting what the media and the left use as the excuse. One, do they claim, well, it was China or Iran or North Korea or Russia? They already used the Russia hoax, so I don't know that they can use that twice. But I think that it's going to be someone. There's no way that this possibly could have happened. So who do we blame for this? Then they're going to blame Biden. Then they'll blame Harris. And then I think you're going to see the progressive wing of the party, the Bernie Sanders, the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, saying that she just wasn't progressive enough and that they need to tack further to the left. I mean, I will be fascinated to see how this. The real answer is they lost touch with the American people. The American people don't want open borders. They don't want to be told that it's price gouging, not the policies of the left that are causing massive inflation throughout our country, still affecting the cost of everyday goods for so many Americans. So I will be interested to see whether they even try to come up with a real reason why this didn't work, or whether they just make excuses for themselves and move on.
Well, I think, Sean, that if everything goes well, I mean, they'll, barring international crises, barring some unforeseen scandal, all that kind of stuff. But Trump's win puts the Republicans in line for 12 years now in the White House. Trump can only serve this one more term, having already been president once. That sets up the man who's going to be his vice president, J.D. Vance, who I think was the most impressive performer of the four candidates, the two presidential, the two vice presidential. And he could and should then win 2 terms himself as president. This is a golden time potentially for the Republicans.
It is because J.D. Vance, you've got Trump. He'll bring in the America First agenda, and I think really have a different focus than he did that first term. But then J.D. Vance, he just turned 40, 2 months ago. He's going to bring a youthfulness and a new generation perspective to this. So this is a perfect handoff of the baton, if you will, of the America First agenda to a younger generation, and he'll be ready to move forward. But I'm excited about not just what President Trump will do this first 4 years, but then this transition from Trump to Vance.
Now, Trump the dictator, now that was Harris's big claim, right? He's a Hitler fan, as a tyrant, his democracy is under threat. The media ran with that too, most of it. Trump is now going to prove that is a lie. He won't be a dictator. That's going to expose a lot of people. Do you expect some serious soul searching in the Democrats or in the media? Because people aren't going to buy this kind of rubbish second time round.
I hope not. I think, as I said, the Democratic Party, it will be interesting to see whether or not it's real or not. I was at the Republican National Committee when in 2012, after we lost, we did a lot of soul searching. We looked at how we did business as a party and said, what can we do better to win?
All right, I'm going to take him off. This, if I can find this guy, he's pretty good. Or I thought he was pretty good. Yeah, here, this guy.
Personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. Not all working class voters are members.
Yeah, it's still out of touch. Still out of touch. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't believe she was reelected. Yikes. Okay, so here is the meltdown on one of these individuals. Now, this guy, he is just... I always believe that there's got to be... sometimes I don't believe they really believe this stuff, but here we go.
I can't help but wonder if the American up on democracy simply because of what he's told us, what he wants to do, simply because of what the Supreme Court decided in terms of immunity.
No,
I mean, he has said he wants to go after his political enemies. I am your retribution. So if indeed what Fox is reporting, if that ends up being true and ends up being the case, then this conversation about who we are as a country, I was going to say will pop off in earnest, but I think we will have an answer, especially because I'm looking over your shoulder. Right now, Donald Trump has 51.2% of total votes. 51.2.
Yeah, maybe you guys need to stop focusing on him and focus on yourself and ask yourself, man, do I have the right information? Because if the math is not adding up, oh my God, I need you to really listen to me here, okay? Because you might run into this in your life, because I've run into this problem in my life plenty of times, and this is what I do most of the time. Sometimes I can get a bit stubborn, but when I find myself in a situation where nothing is working, right? And I got the faith, I got the mindset, and I feel like, man, I am really this is a struggle here. Maybe I just don't have the right information, right? Maybe I just don't understand, right? Like if you're struggling with your health, do you leave the room for the possibility that maybe you just don't understand health in general? Maybe you were never really taught, right? Or if you're having problems in school, not because you can't pay attention or, you have some learning disability or whatever, do you leave the room for maybe you just don't understand what you're learning? Maybe you don't understand the topic. Maybe you haven't really applied yourself. And these people, they refuse to apply themselves to the idea that maybe they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Maybe they just have it completely wrong, right? Like just maybe it doesn't matter how many fucking degrees you have. Maybe it doesn't matter what your last name is or how fancy your freaking suit is and what network you work at. Maybe you just don't get it. And just maybe you should get out of that mindset and open your mind to a different perspective that, hey, maybe I should stop thinking this way. Maybe I don't have all the information. Maybe I don't even value that information. Right? Because that's another thing that they leave me with the impression of is that They don't even value the fact that 51% of America sees things differently. So, yeah, I'm not surprised by the meltdown. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is sick, and it's just going to get worse. Yeah, it's just these people, they can't help it. This guy too, he wasn't any help. I think he just made it worse, in my opinion. Let's see here. See if I can find a couple more clips. Here we go. Is this another one? This is 5 hours ago. No, I'm not. Let's see here. All right, 1 minute ago. Here we go. MSNBC's Rachel Maddow struggles to get her words out and splutters as she reports on Trump's landslide. All right, this is what we've been waiting for, right? Let's have some fun, guys. And this is not like personal, right? This is just part of the game. Bragging rights. Here we go.
NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest has been won by Donald Trump. Now, I believe that means that we are at a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris had 194 electoral votes. So to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket.
All right. So she was struggling to, do it. Let's see here. Yeah, I wasn't watching them live, so of course, you will see the full meltdown in my videos today, actually, because today is already Wednesday, right? Yeah. So I will be dropping videos later about it. Yeah, this is earlier. I did report on that already. Let's see here if there's anything recent. Yeah, let me go this way. Let's see.
It's Joey. Or Joy.
Kamala Harris leads watch party without addressing supporters. Yeah, that shows you who she really is. That shows you who she really is. After a most incredible night with President Trump making history, I decided there was still a little time to enjoy MSNBC's misery before bed. They truly did not see it coming. Yeah, because they're stuck in their echo chambers. It's pretty funny. Yeah, that's just great. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to see if there was any calls Florida fascist CNN host on the break of tears. Yeah, we already talked about that, guys. Okay. All right. So we're going to go here, and I'm at 110, and I'm going to call it. Okay. So guys, thank you so much. For the people who were with me this entire time, this was great. This was just great. It was really great doing it with you. I appreciate the people who watch from all around the world as well, because we had a lot of people, of course, outside of America. I appreciate all of the super chats. I appreciate the coffees that you guys bought us tonight, and you watching. Please, if you haven't already, also subscribe to the channel. There's so much more for us to discuss. There's so much more to be exposed. This fight is not over, guys. I mean, you've already seen the coverage. They are being very petty. And we're going to be there every step of the way to continue to help them pretty much die off because they refuse to do the right thing here. It doesn't matter the amount of fancy, what do you call it? Education or degrees or universities they've gone to or suits or what networks they work at. They can't help themselves. They're too far gone. And I hope that wasn't the case. So we're going to do what they're failing to do is we're going to report on the truth. And we're going to make sure we're here for you to make sure that we continue to provide the common sense commentary in these uncommon times and make sure that your voice is heard. So thank you again for being with us tonight. It was great. And now I'm ready to go to sleep. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow. We have a couple episodes dropping tomorrow. I will be going over the meltdown, of course, and then I will be doing a more analytical post-analysis type of video as well. So thank you guys. Have a great night wherever you are, and we will see you later on today. Take care.
All right. I don't know. What do you think? Wisconsin's at 94%. 94%. 1,638,000 for Trump. 1,528,000 for Kamala. And they won't call it. It's at 94%. Michigan's at 88%. And Trump has 2,562,000. Kamala has 2,367,000. Here, I know I can show this to you. I can show this to you. That's what I'll do. I will show it to you. So you can see it. I got to find it. It's not showing. Oh, here it is, right here. So you got to zoom in. You zoom in. All right, there's a little bit of zooming in. Let's get rid of this. And then let's make sure you're actually seeing it. Yeah, you are. Okay. So then let me go back to it. Let me go back to it. Oh gosh, where is it? I can't find it. Hang on, everybody. Is that it? Yeah, there. Okay, so just look at this. Wisconsin, 94% of votes counted. 1,638,000 for Donald. For Kamala, 1,528,000. And they won't call it. Michigan, 88% of the votes counted. It's for Donald, it's 2,563,000 over Kamala's 2,367,000. 51% to 47%, and they won't call it. Then you come down here to Nevada, 83%. It's 653,000 to 593,000, 51.5% to 46.8. Maybe, but it's 83%. And then Arizona, I understand a little bit more. It's 1 million to 950,000, and it's only 53% of the votes counted. And then Alaska, unless there's an urban population, this seems like he's going to win it. I don't know why they don't call it. 73%, 135,000, over 98. And then if you look right here, the Senate is right now 51 seats. Here, I can show that to you. The dark blue, they've won already. But the light blue, they could win. All those light blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's pretty amazing. So they could be at 56 when it's said and done. And then the House, very hard to tell you. I can't read this. That's a district. This is one district. But then right here's another little district. I don't know, it's really hard. That's a district. Anyway, they're at 195 with one flipped seat. I don't know. It's got. I guess they'll win it, but it's going to be hard. All right, let me come back to you. So I don't know why they don't call one of these. And I'm almost getting to the point of wanting to quit. Pre-market starts 1 a.m. Pacific time. What time does pre-market start? Well, here it starts either 4 or 5. If it starts at 1, it must start at 4 here. All right, let me look. Let me see if there's some trading in it. I don't know. I shouldn't have sold. Well, it's not. I should have bought it back, but I was live. I couldn't get it done. I would have had to shut down, go online. I just shouldn't have sold it. Yeah, it's up $15, $48 a share. So I'd probably make another grand, at least another grand. Probably make 12 grand at 1,200 on my one call. Oh well, life is like that. Yeah, DJT is moving. The volume, I'm not sure I can tell you the volume. But yeah, someone's buying it, sure. I think it's going to skyrocket. I should have hung on. All right, thank you, Diego. 96%. God, it's annoying to wait. 760,000. 5 million pre-market. Wow. I can't tell where to look. I'm just using Yahoo. Man, oh well. What can I do about it? Just, it's a trade. the trade? Let me go back to, I just wish they'd call one of these. Wisconsin, 94%. Michigan, 88%. Nevada, 83%. Arizona, 54%. Alaska, 73%. Oh, March. Okay. I could do that next time. I didn't know that. How much more can they stretch this out? Is this just because they don't want it to be final? They don't want it to be etched in stone for all to see. Dun, dun, dun. I really think he won last time. But a watched pot doesn't boil. Is that right? So what do you think? Should I, at 4:30, should I sign off and just give up? Maybe that's what I'll do. I'm getting very punchy, and I'm afraid to start talking because I'll just be long-winded. All right, so it's 4:30. Unless you guys have any questions, I don't think I can make it. I don't think I can make it to AP deciding. Everyone else has decided except AP. Let's look. Wisconsin's at 94%, 51% to 47.6. Michigan is 88%, 51.1 to 47.2%. They won't call it. Nevada is 83%. It's 51.5 to 46.8. They won't call it. They don't have that. They don't have the cover of COVID and mail-in ballots and drop boxes and mother-daughter teams. They don't have that cover. Arizona, 54%, 1 million to 960,000. Alaska, 73%, 135,000 to 98,000. Kamala has 64, almost 65 million shares to Trump's 70 million. So it's 51 to 47. How the heck did Joe Biden get to 81 million shares last time? Our population has gone up, not down. Oh, it's just a coincidence. Nothing to look into. Yeah, I need some rest. Life is like that. Yeah, maybe I'll just say screw AP. All right, I'm going to sign out. Thank you, everybody, for being here. That last guy, I gave you his name. The other news source was Sky News out of Australia. They have a bunch of short news stories with a pretty conservative view, but from Australia, it's refreshing. And then who else did I show you? Well, Right Side Broadcasting, you know that. The others were mainstream media. I don't think I think that was all of it. So just to give credit, just woke up to check. enjoyed the small. Steve, just to show that I'm tired, I thought you said the small-minded group. And I'm like, what? What? Small, like-minded group. Well, I enjoyed it, that I had company, so thank you guys. Yeah, double. Yeah, there you go, Augustine. I wish I had waited. Anyway, I didn't. I was impulsive. I listened to him. I should have just hung on. I bet it's 70. All right, let me look one more time. 94% of votes counted for Wisconsin. It's 51% to 48% almost. Michigan, 88%, 51% to 47%. Arizona, 54%, 1 million to 960. Are they gonna, that's what bugs me. Are they gonna come up with some strategy if we all go to sleep to turn those 5 to Kamala? That's really what I'm thinking. But will they do it? If I stay up and watch, that's not going to change it. So I guess I'll just go to sleep. I think it's a win, but AP hasn't called it. It's not like they're the be-all, end-all, but they haven't called it. You know, the news services made projections. So it's 267 to 224. He needs 3 more bloody, well, right, you're right, right, you're bloody, well, right. I haven't got much to say. Right, right, you're bloody, well, right. Well, I'm going to risk it. I'm going to go to sleep. And if I wake up and it's all changed, it's your fault, not mine. Finger, Logic, or Nix. Well, if you just want me to pick one, I would do Nix. And I think it's going to take, you know, it might take till the end of the year, but it could be sooner if something happens, just looking at the chart and all that crap. Logic, I think Logic is going to get better. I just don't know when. It could be very soon. But if I had to guess, it's going to be first quarter of next year, maybe a little later, but I think it'll be first quarter. So I think you'll have time to buy that. The risk is it's so cheap right now. You can pay, you know, a little over a penny. And by January, it could be 9 cents. But I think you're going to have time to buy that because the shorts keep shorting it and there's uncertainty and all that. So, and then Finger is really cheap. And if Ham's rumor is anywhere near correct, that could move at any time. But likewise, I think it's more likely that Finger is going to have its positive earnings event that's predictable and all that sort of first, you know, there'll be a report of their third quarter, which should come out in our first quarter, or of their fourth quarter, which should come out in the beginning of our second quarter. So Logic could go up. It's at a, let's call it a penny and a half. It could very easily go to 3 cents and still be a good buy, but it would have doubled. Finger is what, $2, $1.80? It could double. It could go to 4 very easily and still be an attractive purchase. It's just you could buy more of it now. But if I had to shuffle that deck and just pick one as a trade, I think I'd do Nix first. I did it. I told you I bought 297 shares today. But that's the one I think I do. It's not saying there's anything wrong with that. The rest of them, it's just timing. It's just timing. I think you can see Nix go up. I don't know when for sure, but the chart looks like it's about to break out, and they've made their news store announcements. You know, that could double or more, just waiting around, just like all of them, really. But I can't remember the chart. I don't remember my targets. I think if you ignore squeezes, they're all about the same story in the short run. They can all sort of double or more in the short run. But I remember looking up Nix with you. Nix doesn't have a lot of stock outstanding. I don't remember what it is. You can look it up, but it's very low float. It's an exciting story. Yeah, I would buy Nix first. I would hope that it moves somewhat shortly, and maybe a lot before the end of the year, maybe. And then sell part or all. And then I would probably buy, it would depend on tax loss selling, but I might be really tempted to buy Logic if Logic stayed in these price ranges if I made profits in Nix, because I think Logic can just make 4 or 5 times your money. It's not sexy like a squeeze, but I think you can turn a penny and a half into 15 cents. That's 10x. And then you could take that money. And if Finger's gone to 3, you know, you missed that, but you'll have money from Nix and Logic to buy more Finger. The problem with Finger is at some point, people are going to understand the story and the earnings, and all of those, all 3 of those, if you don't invest in them, they could be up. Because I don't know which one's going to go first. I don't know what the triggers are going to be. But you asked me my question. I would do Nix. I don't want to talk about Peanut. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, Augustine. I don't trust anybody. You know, I assume that what they do is they know how many ballots are out and they realize she can't catch up. But last time they just brought extra ballots in, or they just processed them more. Arizona, they'll just say they found some more ballots. Nevada, it's not that big a difference. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to go to bed. I'm sorry that it didn't happen. I'm very happy Trump won, and we'll talk today later. But thank you very much, everybody. Congratulations that Trump won. It was very nice that you were all here, and I think you're going to be happy with your new president. Same as the old president. All right. Sleep tight.